beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big bowl section, incredible turn. Wow.
Good morning. Welcome to Finals Day here in Huntington Beach, California. We're at the 2024 edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship, and we've got a fantastic day in store for you. We'd like to congratulate our 4 gold medalists from yesterday in men's stand 1. We saw Shingo Kato from Japan winning his first gold medal, and also Guillaume Collin from France earning valuable points for Team France in the men's sit division. We saw the student take over the master in the women's sit division, Cass Eckroth from the United States winning gold, and also the first Chilean gold medalist in para surfing history for the ISA in women's stand 1, Catalina Castro winning gold in that division. And we have a Chilean coming up in the first heat, the visual impairment 2 division, and he's going to try to ride the wave of the momentum from his fellow Chilean surfer, Anthony Vela, here with Roy Tuscany. Roy, what do you think about the conditions today?
You know, today we have finals day. The mana of this group of para surfers is going to have to really strum up. Not Ben, but Anthony in the booth alongside me is going to have to do a special dance or at least some type of celebration within. And he's going to need to chum up some positivity for this finals day. But you know, that's the beauty of the finals here, is the finals always show up with a lot of energy, and that energy is going to transform into more waves and more riding capabilities out here today, because that's just what happens. It's natural.
Yep, and natural conditions out there. We've had the actual waves have been bigger than the forecast each and every day. And, you know, maybe you walk along the beach and you're looking at the surf and you're like, man, I'm not sure. But then you see a couple of rides and you're like, oh, okay. So these surfers are experts at catching waves and executing maneuvers. There you see the conditions: swell 2 to 3 feet coming from the south, winds at 3 miles an hour from the north-northeast, tide 9:42 a.m. And not a low tide, not a high tide. So all this week we've seen the tide basically stay the same throughout the competition period. Water temp at 61 degrees, air temp right about the same. And Surf City, USA is going to be putting on an exhibition of surfing. And talk about the divisions we have coming up today.
You know, starting out the day, we're going to go back and forth with men and women in their respective divisions. We're going to start right out of the gate with our visually impaired 2 surfers, and then move into our visually 1 impaired surfers. A list of our 9 scoring, or our 9 classifications are up on the screen right now. We're currently going to be focused on vision impairment 1, which is surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBS Sport Class B1, who will be coming up at 7:50. To start today, our 2 heats out of the gate is going to be our vision impairment 2. Surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBS Sport Class B2 and B3. Yesterday, we saw the sit division of the men's and women's concluding in gold medals. Guillaume Collin from France, Cass Eckroth from the United States, and we also saw gold medals being awarded in our stand 1 division, which is for individuals that surf upright with a upper body impairment. Yesterday we had Liv Stone in here, a fellow and past champion of that women's division. And there we go. I hear the beach announcer counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that kicks off our 25-minute heats. All heats today, all finals heats, 25 minutes. And out in the water right now is a collection of incredible surfers. We've seen some pretty amazing things from our surfer in red from France, Pero Gaglione. And that also has happened throughout the week with our surfer in blue, Luis Medina from Chile, who you mentioned yesterday. Chile gained their first ever gold medal in Paris Surfing ISA Championships. Roy Steven Calderon Vargas from Costa Rica in the green. And then no stranger to finals, no stranger to big waves, no stranger to writing books in both Braille and normal text, Mr. Matt Formston from Australia. Australia, I think today has a total of 8 individuals in finals. They're really going to shake up some team scores, and here we go in red right out of the gate, Anthony.
That's Piero Gagliano from France, and he's trying to get speed to get around that whitewater section, a little bit behind that wave. And as you mentioned, Team Australia with 8 finalists. Team United States also has 8 finalists as well. And France boasting 10 finalists today. So leading the team points, it looks like France. Under the lip, Luis Medina from Chile just ducking out of that one. You can see him take off, looking for the tube, and actually pulled out of that wave. So great job by him on continuing that bottom turn, ducking his board into and under the lip so that he doesn't get pushed too far in.
Totally. And you know, today we're really seeing a culmination of the great work of ISA. Their leadership has spurred a worldwide growth of parasurfing by unifying parasurfing efforts across the globe and encouraging members to adapt this discipline. The ISA has managed the technical aspects of parasurfing with the development of a parasurfing classification system and rulebook, and receiving guidance from an advisory committee comprised of athletes, experts, and enthusiasts. This all together, the ultimate goal, and what we're seeing here will hopefully culminate into inclusion in the Paralympics, not at LA 28. There could be an exhibition there, but really focusing on Australia 2032. You know, this follows the surfing success of Tokyo 2020 as a sport that brought a big new audience to the Olympic platform. The ISA is lobbying the IPC for parasurfing's inclusion in the Paralympic sport program. And here we go. You know, join us on Instagram, follow along. You can see some of these posts by some of the biggest names in the sports. You want us to have ISA Surf on Instagram. Also visit Surf City for Huntington Beach. Look at that. There he is with his silver beard and leading the charge of the Australians. But right now, surfer in green leading a charge right here, Anthony.
That's Vargas from Costa Rica. On his backhand, the regular footer surfing that wave left going towards the pier. And we just saw 3 posts from three legends. Aleli Medina, the 3-time champion, going for her 3rd championship, I should say. And, of course, Mono Stewart, many championships, as does Davi Teixeira. And so you can follow along through social media. You can follow along also as you're doing on this live webcast, also the replay. So you see surfers in the water. They're matched up with their spotters who will help them in selecting waves and the timing of the waves. And we're in the visual impairment 2 division. There are 2 visual impairment divisions. And Roy, as we watch this left approaching, it looks like a couple of surfers repositioning. Can you talk again about the difference between visual impairment 1 and visual impairment 2?
Yeah, we utilize the IBSA sport classification of B2 and B3 to define who falls in vision impairment 2. Vision impairment 1 uses an IBS sport class of B1. At the root of that, B1 is completely blind, no vision, no sight. And so those folks that are in vision impairment 1, who we'll see here shortly, are really out there utilizing every aspect of each sense that they have that has been heightened, and their spotter. Whereas in this class, there is some vision. It varies per competitor. It could be dark, blurry. It could be, you know, one eye specifically, but really without their spotter out in the water, they have a difficult time finding and getting into the correct spot. Great wave right here. Again, you know, as you mentioned, each day the report has said one thing, and the vision that we see from the booth is another thing. And great waves are coming through, and you know, we're still waiting for that really first big surfable wave from one of our competitors here. We saw a lot of takeoffs to almost just bailouts. But there are waves to be surfed. There are scores to be had, and right now everybody's moving in this zone. Let's see who's going to get a good wave here. Looks like our surfer in blue.
Luis Medina, he's got third priority, so he's got to back off. Matt Formson from Australia with first priority. Great job by the spotters, making sure that their surfers didn't incur a penalty there, and Matt Formson riding this wave. The best wave of the heat so far with just a couple of low scores locked in, but incredible teamwork to know the rules. The spotters have eyes on the priority board that's on the judges tower, and so we saw Luis Medina with third priority let Matt Formson go on that wave, the surfer from Australia, 46-year-old from Warmborough, and Matt Formson will get on the board. He is a previous champion, having not done his best the previous years. He followed up his championship from 2020. The next year, 2021, he was fourth, fifth in 2022. Last year, he was seventh. And so he's going to look to get back to championship form.
You know, over the last couple of years, Matt was working on a documentary, working on a kid's book, working on surfing XXL waves. I think a lot of his focus went away from the competition that is the ISA event, but it's great to see him back here and helping to continue to push this sport. And he's just pushed himself to the top of the leaderboard. 3.5 for that last wave, currently in the lead, but 18 minutes still remaining here, 25-minute heats. You know, we've got an additional 5 minutes of surfing competition time for all of the finals today, and we're really going to see how this plays out over the last 18 minutes before crowning that next champion here for 2024 in the Vision Impairment 2 division here.
And the two-time champion, Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, as Luis Medina is up and riding behind the peak on that one. And interesting story with Roy. You mentioned that the visual impairment can be in one eye or both eyes. And for Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, he grew up not having much money. So when he was 5 years old, he got his first sort of eye infection. And he then, Luis Medina having a peek at that one. And so at 5 years old, he, started feeling some, discomfort in his eye. He got access to some drops that were helping, but he couldn't afford to keep taking the drops. And then his eye continued to worsen, and until it finally went all the way blind in that eye. He could not afford any sort of help from doctors or medical staff. And he has really risen to this challenge of surfing as Luis Medina, on his way back out, sneaks this right-hander, and this wave is opening up for him, slashing one turn and a second. Great combination of moves from the Chilean surfer, and he's going to pull out of that one. And that should bump him up into first place. That wave had a little more open face than did Matt Formston's wave. And getting back to Roy Calderon, the two-time champion, as we look at a replay.
Here we go, surfer in blue here from Chile, Luis Medina. And as you mentioned, after this wave, we should see him moving up. He'll have two waves to add to, and he's definitely going to better his 1.17 and 0.5. Also here at the same time, beautiful wave here from our surfer from Australia, surfer in white, Matt Formson. This was his 3.5 from earlier that really kind of started the heat of surfing. And it all came off of him and his spotter, as you mentioned, Anthony. You called this out so well. The spotter noticing the priority board. Matt had P1, and as him and Medina were both going for this wave, the spotter really kind of stood between him and Medina in ensuring Matt got the drop and got the priority on that wave. Yesterday we saw a couple different priority infractions. We also saw some interference calls. So it definitely is on the judge's mind. But obviously in this division, they really want the communication out in the water so that none of that happens with the additional spotters.
Piero Gagliano, the goofy footer, with an amazing cutback there and a second turn right under the lip and a carving cutback into the whitewater. So 3 turns on that wave. And that first turn carried the most speed of any of the turns that we've seen today so far. So Luis Medina, we saw him jump up to the leaderboard, to the lead, and I believe that Piero Gagliano may add to his score and possibly move into the lead with a great combination of maneuvers heading towards the pier. And there you see it's gonna lock in at a 7.5. You can't see it yet, we can. There's Aleli Medina, the multiple world champion, attempting to win her 3rd consecutive championship. and what an amazing story for her. And she is going to get her board ready. Aleli won her first championship at just 13 years old. And then last year won again at 14. So now at 15, a lot of responsibility as the reigning champion, but she's a two-time champion at such a young age.
Yeah, her and her father, Ricky, have an incredible bond that I'm not even sure they really need to talk that much. It's like they have the EPS in their brain constantly firing, and I think their ESP can really show why she is the two-time and potentially the three-time champion as she goes for that third gold medal today. The judges didn't even wait around for Perot's.
No.
I was expecting like at least a little bit of time before that wave posted, but they were really confident in what they saw.
And here
it is. It's a 7.5 for the surfer in red. Just a really clean wave. Got out right out in front of the wave breaking. Put on a really beautiful, just almost like sweeping top turns as he came down the wave. And, you know, from the drone here, you really see, as you mentioned, Anthony, it definitely had the most speed of any wave caught this today. You know, everyone has been a little bit slower coming down the line. Perot really just executing a really solid wave, and that's why the judges had an easy time giving this a 7.5.
And I love this first pump to start the wave right there. So he knew that the section was running away. So right off the takeoff, he pumped on that high line, got around the section with an incredible bottom turn, and just carried all that speed from rail to rail, transitioning from one rail to the next. And that's what the judges love to see in order to drop a score almost into the excellent range. And that was great rail work by Piero Gagliano, his board looking great under his feet.
All right, here we go. Surfer from Costa Rica, the two-time champ, Roy Calderon, really finding a very similar wave as in the layout and the faces that are available for him to surf that Pierre just got from France. Not as many critical maneuvers on the top, and again, that initial pump that Pierre really gave him that opportunity to get more scoreable space, whereas Roy really came kind of charging down the line, really angled that takeoff and went a bit faster down it. But that'll jump him, guaranteeing him from fourth and moving up. We're really going to see a big jump on this leaderboard throughout it. With 12 minutes remaining, all the surfers now have at least one high-scoring wave. And now it's really going to be how do they pair it. Our surfer from France, it has a 7.5, but he's pairing it with a 1.
Yeah, he's going to look to better that one. And, right now, he looks to be the informed surfer, in tune with the ocean there. That was an incredible wave. Roy Calderon, he's got some work to do, as we're going to see his score lock in at a 6.5. So similar score line, both with a solid high score, but then their second score is just a low 1. And an amazing story with Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, who, as we've been talking about, started going blind. And then he saw Henry Martinez, the first blind surfer in Costa Rica, got inspired to surf, started training. And when he first made the team, almost a ride there. When he first made the Costa Rican team to come and surf here, he couldn't afford it. So he had a friend donate some airline miles so he can make it here, and kind of, did the, how we go on competitions and you don't eat much and you just kind of scrape by. Came home with a silver medal, got a little bit of funding to come back the next couple of years, winning gold, the first gold for Costa Rica. And he is a amazing success story of how it's a circle of inspiration. He was inspired by somebody, and then now as a world champion, he's getting to inspire the next Costa Rican surfers.
Yeah, and you see it with other Costa Rican surfers as well. As you're going to see Dariel Alberto Melendez de Villa today in the Neil men's final. You also have seen some great success with Matthias Vanderhoot in the men's Prone 2 division. Costa Rica continually is growing a force of really talented surfers that get a great, almost inspirational start that then turns into this great success that they get to share with their fellow countrymen and countrywomen. Here we go. Here he is, speaking about him, Mr. Roy Calderon.
The two-time champion. on his backhand, surfing towards the pier, and a great hook under the lip. He's going to continue on. That wave not giving him too much to offer as he goes into that rip current there. And worth mentioning is last year's champion, Aaron Polk from Hawaii. He got knocked out in the semifinals. So we have 2 previous champions in this heat here. And then Pierrot is trying to get his first championship. Pierrot Gagliano from France. He was 3rd last year, earning a bronze medal, 5th in 2022. And he's doing great here today. It must be the cheeseburgers. That's his bio. I love cheeseburgers.
And you know what? I've eaten some good cheeseburgers down here in Huntington Beach. I went to TK's the other day, which was a great spot with a bunch of the competitors from fellow countries and had a nice 2-hour cheeseburger lunch. Our friend from France was not there. But I do think, as we spoke, you know, we're waiting this score for the surfer in green from Costa Rica. And him and the surfer from France currently both have 1s as their second score. Roy definitely has caught a higher scoring second wave. They're kind of taking a little bit of time on judging it. So we'll see how he moves around. This is a beauty of a right here for the surfer from Australia.
Oh, Matt Formston. Just a little bit behind that wave. As you mentioned before, XXL big wave surfer. He holds the Guinness World Record for largest wave surfed by a visual impairment 2 surfer, 51-foot wave. And so to put that into perspective, that's higher than the top of any building you see on the Huntington Beach Pier. So imagine he's surfing these 1 to 2 foot waves, but he's been at Nazaré, the famous big wave in Portugal, and he's surfed a 51-foot wave, clocked and scored into the Guinness Book of World Records. As we see Roy Steven Calderon Vargas jumps into first place, backing up his 6.5 with the 4.43, and he's looking for a 3rd championship. The reigning champion from Hawaii, Aaron Polk, is knocked out, and so Roy is trying to snatch back the championship.
And bring home more gold back to Costa Rica. And we are wrapping up an incredible week that saw 151 athletes from 25 national teams, and women making up more than 33% of this entire field. Currently, the returns of world champs that we're seeing here, Elena Nichols, who yesterday got bested by Cassie Eckroth, and Elena went home with a silver, and Cassie went home with a gold. Davi Teixeira, who looks in great form to repeat. Sarah Betancourt, who looks in great form to repeat. And the list goes on and on. The reigning gold medalists are still shining, are still showing up. Here we go. Surfer in red from France peels off of this one, and actually no one takes this. It's pretty much a closeout, but there are waves coming in the back. Priority right now is within the red bib, so it's really up to Pierrot to decide, and here he goes. He's looking to better a 1.0, which he already did. He's looking to pair this alongside that 7.5, but he's ultimately looking to get above and beyond a 3.43 so that he can move past Roy. Now, he did kind of exit off of that wave a little prematurely, burying a rail, but we'll see what the judges award, but I think it's going to be very close. To a very close tie amongst the top 2 here, as our server from Costa Rica and our server from France are really going to battle for who takes home this gold and crown a new gold medal champion within this visually impaired 2 division.
And that wave was, oh, there you see it's locking in at a 6.6. and maybe not going as high as a 7.5, because when you go off the top a little more, it's a bit more critical, and that shows more commitment, which is part of the scoring criteria. That wave, he carried a lot of speed, so speed, power, and flow, and the way that he carved that with great style, and here you see, that's a critical takeoff right there under the lip, and this carve was absolutely incredible. And then a second turn, that one not as good as the first one, but showed a combination of maneuvers. 6.6, not as good as a 7.5. What did you see here, Roy?
You know, the first 2 turns were just at the same level as that 7.5. You know, the 6.6, I'm a little gun shy at that high of a score after him not truly completing the wave, as his other wave he completed so nicely and came right off the back and started paddling out faster. But again, the takeoff, the first 2 turns really showed how in control he is when he's up on his board.
Yeah, the takeoff, you mentioned it. That takeoff was so critical. And you remember the 7.5, he did that high line pump and then got his speed. So that's not as committed, or that's not in the degree of difficulty. But that airdrop, I mean, it was basically an airdrop.
Yeah.
And right into that beautiful, stylish carving cutback. And he threw a lot of spray on that as well, and then positioned himself right in the pocket. So Pierrot Gagliano from France in first place, now in the driver's seat, hoping to gain those valuable 1,000 points for Team France with just under 5 minutes to go. In second place is here's that critical bottom turn. I mean, and look at the feet positioning right there and the style on this turn. That was, I mean, he didn't have to do any more, in my opinion, to earn that 6-6. This turn was a little bit slower, but kind of put a stamp on it. But, man, that first turn and the drop was phenomenal.
Totally, and he sprayed buckets. You know, that's always what I'm looking for when I think a great executed turn has been nailed, is how much buckets of water are they spraying. And the amount of buckets that he sprayed right there was enough to take a good little shower and get yourself cleaned up. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, Anthony, here. It's really been kind of a two-pony show here of two guys just going so hard at this. And it's really going to come down to, you know, positioning here. Roy is sitting in priority 2, but Matt Formstam, who's sitting in priority 3, is a bit off. So it's really between him and Medina kind of deciding on what wave is going to be deemed rideable. And Roy's going to be looking for, you know, a high 7 to propel himself past the surfer in France. Our surfer in France right now is sitting in priority 4, so really going to have to make sure no bad mistakes, like we saw yesterday in the semifinal of the men's prone 1, where we almost eliminated one of the biggest contenders by a priority interference, which completely zeroes your second score.
Yeah.
Which makes it pretty hard to gain a good score.
And he just advanced by just a small margin. And basically, Roy needs the best wave of the heat in order to get the score to move into first place. Huntington Beach Pier is so iconic. We are thankful to be here for the 9th edition of an ISA World Championship here. And on the southern side, on the left of the screen, Matt Formstam in white from Australia trying to paddle out into that one. But looking at that wave, I think it would have ran away from him. There's a nice left approaching here. We'll see if the surfers are in position. So first priority goes to Roy, and nobody having a look at this one. Huntington Beach Pier, we are here for the second year for the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. We were here 3 times for the World Juniors in 05, 2018, and 19. And, of course, we've had the World Surfing Games here as far back as 1984, 96, 2006, and also 2022. And we're also celebrating 60 years of ISA surfing. What an incredible achievement. We're talking back to the first World Championship, Manly Beach, Australia, back in 1964. And we would like to, we are mourning the passing of Phyllis O'Donnell, the first female world champion in that championship in Manly Beach. And here we are, Surf City, USA, 60 years later. And this nice looking left is approaching. Everybody's scrambling on this one.
Yeah, and this is coming down to a really great closing heat as Roy Calderon has priority and takes it right in front of the server from red. Absolutely knows he just slashed one there. But Roy, keep it going. Don't snap the fingers quite yet. I almost think that small little victory pump might have cost him one extra maneuver. Is that going to be a 7.6 or higher ride? He is spraying himself with water out of excitement, but it really comes down to how do the judges see it? Needing a 7.6. 7.6 to move himself forward. That first turn, full shower.
Yeah.
Full shower.
So here's what's happening in the judges' tower right now. The judges are having a look at that previous 7.5 from Pierrot Gagliano. They're having a look at the 6.5 as we see Luis Medina from Chile trying to better his 4th place position in the closing seconds of this heat. So the judges have access to replays of all the waves. So they're going to look at the 6.5 from Roy Calderon. They're going to look at the 6.6 from Pierrot Gagliano and the 7.5. And you know what? I'm thinking that's going to get the score. That turn, he carried so much speed, and I love the contrast of the goofy footer heading towards the pier on his forehand and the regular footer heading towards the pier. And have a look. So we had to split the peak as well, and we went with the left. Matt Formson was on the left, flying down the line here, gaining so much speed. That was a good turn there. He needed a little more to jump into first place. But, Roy, what do you think? Did he get the score? Here's another replay of Formston's wave.
I don't think Formston is going to jump up. I mean, he's going to need a massive, like, 10 here to get up into that first. But what a beautiful closing wave for him. This is definitely going to solidify the bronze medal. But for Roy Calderon, I mean, I'm a huge fan of him. He's got an awesome first name. So, I mean, I'm obviously going to be rooting for him. I do think the victory little, like, snap.
I agree.
Is going to cost him, actually.
He needed the combination there
he
to really solidify.
Did. And I think he's going to end up with about a 7.2 is what I think they're going to award him, and end up just being a hair shy of taking over. But as we've mentioned, every time they take a long time to score, you know it's going to be a big score. You know it's going to be, you know, kind of earth-shattering. But as you mentioned, they're really comparing it right now to the other scores to see 6.6
does not get the score, the claim, you know. And if we can nitpick that wave, I think the turn could have been a little higher in the lip also.
Yep.
And so maybe that part of it, but you're right. If he would have had the combination, he for sure would have gone into the excellent range.
Yeah.
And the early claim takes him away from the championship. And congratulations to Piero Gagliano. Somebody get him an In-N-Out cheeseburger with an order of fries. He earned it, and the valuable points for Team France.
Yeah, and France is just going to keep racking up points today in the team competition. I think this is a little bit of a little bit of you know, yeah.
Oh, and I can't wait to hear that interview. He is going to be so stoked. Ben Way will be down there. Excuse me, Rachel Tilley will be down on the beach with Piero Gagliano. France in the lead, moving even further and closer to that team championship. And we'll be back with the next final, Women's Visual Impairment 2, coming up right after a short break.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
The crowd on the beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big ball section, incredible turn. Wow.
And welcome back. We're in the second final of the day, and here's our informed surfer, Alali Medina from Puerto Rico, and she didn't quite find the shoulder she was looking for on that one. As we introduce this heat, Alali Medina from Puerto Rico in red, Eloise L'Ariel from France in blue, Ling Pai from Canada in green, and Lou Machiche from France in white. So another French competitor in the final. Two French competitors, excuse me, in the final. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, France, we were talking about it last night at dinner. I think they had like a statistician look at all the divisions that didn't have as big of participants as they don't have a participant in, let's just say, men's prone 2. but all the divisions that have kind of a smaller participation number, I feel like France has loaded them up with capable surfers that all can find themselves on the podium. You know, our first final of the day, the men's vision impairment 2 here, won by a Frenchman. I think that could be a very common call throughout the day as France grabs another gold medal.
I agree with you. France is just absolutely surfing to the top of their game, and the team environment of this event encouraging the surfers to surf beyond their abilities, and Alali Medina having a peek at that one. And she's the informed surfer with that 9.33 we saw a couple of days ago. It's going to be hard for the other girls to surf better than her, but that's the beauty of surf competitions. It's about getting on the best waves. And here we see Ling Pai from Canada, that offshore wind. It's not as much Santa Ana's as the other day, but still a little bit, especially with her longer board, can keep her up on the lip. Lou Machis, the youngster, 15-year-old from France, she's going to open up her world title campaign here in Huntington Beach. And look at that great form, keeping her shoulders above the hips, her feet wider than shoulder width apart, using that mini Huntington hop right there to make the connection. And she's going to take this one all the way to the sand. Great job from France, Lou Machis.
That's brilliant. She got to step right off into some warm sand. I'd call that the Huntington hustle as she started to hustle her way down, and as she starts charging back out. 1.6 there awarded from the judges, a small little 2.17 for our surfer in red. 20 and a half minutes still remaining in this heat. You know, I really see a lot of scores happening here, and you know, our surfer in blue here, another surfer from France. I wouldn't be surprised if France just like throughout the day ends up with 4 in a final somehow, even though you're only allowed 2. Here's that initial ride from our surfer in red.
And we saw Lou Machis from France, the 18-year-old, excuse me. She's the older French competitor, and although her wave was longer and she rode it all the way to the sand, she was awarded a 1.6, and we saw that short ride from Alali, and so that wave was scored higher because it showed more commitment and degree of difficulty just on the takeoff. So length of ride isn't necessarily part of the scoring criteria. If you're doing major maneuvers and you're going fast and you're doing a combination of maneuvers, that's how you earn the scores, and that's what we've seen from Alali in previous days.
All right, surfer in green here, Canada's Ling Pai, who's married to USA men's sit silver medalist Chris Oberle. They call Oceanside home, surfing a bunch of waves. Great wave here from Ling as she tries to do the balance of staying up while also surfing, a deadly combination of trying to balance and surf at the same time. It's why it makes the sport so fun. Ling's paddling back out there. That's a great opening ride for her. I think that's going to fall in between Lou Machis and Alali. Up it does, 1.63. Man, we are right on it for for our judging.
We need to come back because yesterday we were struggling a little bit.
We did struggle.
Ling Pai, the 40-year-old from Canada, ran her first marathon and ran a 3:45 marathon, which, to put into perspective, that's under 9-minute miles, which is pretty fast. So she's going to hopefully use that energy. Roy's like, no way. that is absolutely flying. If you can get under 4 hours and you're, you know, a recreational runner, that's some tough ground to get into. You think about the world records being somewhere close to 2 hours. So anyone under 3 does some serious training, possibly ran in college. So incredible athleticism from Ling Pai. That's why she is in second place, and that's why she has a slew of medals. She was second place in 2020, third in 2021, 2022, fourth place in 2023. And so she's one of those that needs a gold to complete her acquiring of all of the medals that are on offer.
Oh, she was just on actually, no, that one ended up closing out. You know, with my disability, you know, walking and running are pretty much 2 of the things that I despise the most. But I'll never forget it when someone was like, oh, Roy, you should do this firecracker 1-miler. It'll be so easy. And so on the 4th of July in town of Truckee, I started with about 1,000 people in this 1-mile competition. And at the very end, I was second to last, only to a mom pushing a stroller that ended up starting like 8 minutes late because her and her kid had a hard time getting to the line. So my journey in running and walking since my disability has really shined by getting second to last in a mile on the 4th of July in Truckee, California. And I really don't see myself competing in any types of distance, walking or running. It's why I like surfing. It's why I like mountain biking and skiing. There are no long distances in those that you have to accomplish to be awarded anything. But what are we watching here? Well, we're watching Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2. Surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBSA Sport Class B2, B3. Really, they have some type of impairment. They're not completely blind. That is our Vision Impairment 1, who are coming up next. And our friends Ben and Sam are going to be jumping in the booth to call that one. We've got a fun day ahead of lots of finals, lots of announcer changes. So if you are hoping to hear the likes of Ben or Sam, they're coming next. If you're hoping to hear the likes of me and Anthony, well, we're right now, and our surfer in blue on this wave from France.
That's Eloise L'Oreal, the 15-year-old, the newcomer. She's joined in this heat by her teammate, Lou Machiche from France, who is 18 years old. And she started competing at a young age. In 2020, Lou Machiche won a copper medal just at 14 years old. And then 2 years later, she was 5th. And last year, she was 3rd. So Lou Machiche trying to better her 3rd place finish from last year. And great story about Lou Machiche's perseverance. She had a brain tumor at the age of 2. And went through about 5 years of treatment before she was able to surf. And here we go, a replay of Blue.
You know, really just finds the face of the wave and comes right down, utilizing those arms to kind of, you know, guide where she's going to be facing down that slope. I think she's going to, yeah, the 0.3 is from a previous wave. I'm thinking this is going to fall right in around the same scoring of, oh, wow. Jumps all the way to 1st because she's the first to have 2 wave scores. Anthony, who does our friend Rachel have with her?
Yeah, so I'm excited for this interview with the French world champion being recently crowned, Pierrot Gagliano, the 24-year-old. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Pierrot, congratulations. You're world champion now. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel good. I had like 2 waves that were okay and I surfed good the whole contest, I feel like, so it's okay. I feel great. Sorry.
It's more than okay. Yeah, what an incredible achievement. You know, last year walking away with a bronze medal, before that just missing out on the finals. So really it's been building on top of those performances. This year, were you feeling like a front runner for that gold medal? How were you feeling walking into this event?
To be honest, I don't work like this. I just I come on the morning, I try to surf, and I'm not thinking like, yeah, this year I'm gonna make it. I don't just put pressure, and I just go with the flow. I think that's what we say. So just take it easy.
Now, how are you going to celebrate your gold medal? You know, on your bio, you don't have any, for our viewers out there, if you go and look at his bio, he doesn't have anything written besides, I love cheeseburgers. So how many cheeseburgers are you going to eat to celebrate?
I think I'm more going to be focusing on starting drinking beers from breakfast to going to sleep. So I don't know, cheeseburger is going to go along with it.
That sounds like the perfect plan. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone in France? And this is the second gold medal secured for Team France, so you guys are looking great. Team camaraderie is great. Anything you'd like to say to everyone back home?
Coucou à tous, mes petits lapins. Bon, ben voilà, je suis content. La pression, se l'est pas mise dans la butte toute la semaine et ça a fonctionné. Donc on est là, je vous embrasse tous, à Tata Delphine, ma chacha, mes parents. Merci à tous ceux qui sont là avec moi, Volcom, Time Country, tout le monde. Je vous aime fort, je vous embrasse.
All right, thank you so much. Our new gold medalists. Back to you guys.
Woo! Pierrot Gagliano opening up this finals day of competition with some incredible surfing, and what a wonderful interview. Rachel Tilley really pulling out all the information from Pierrot. And the cheeseburgers are just going to be an accompaniment to the beer. So a great combination of food and drink will be ingested, as he showed a great combination of waves. But we saw a mix-up in the scoring as we were in that interview. Scores locking in. So Eloise was in first. Then Ling Pai went to first. And now we see that 7.83 being dropped for Aleli Medina from Puerto Rico.
You know, Aleli is not only the two-time champion here at ISA, she's also the two-time AASP. She is not one to be shy from being on that victor's schedule. And here's the beautiful ride here from our surfer in green. What a beautiful, just really smooth, executed, and well relaxed wave there from our surfer from Canada, Ling Pai.
Ling Pai looked like she was at San Onofre there, just right in the pocket. Her and Chris Oberle surfing the beach about 45 minutes south of here, beautiful San Onofre. And Ling Pai held the lead for a little while. But Aleli Medina, you see they changed strategy. At first, they were sitting on the left, closer to the pier, looking for her backhand, as we saw in that previous heat. Roy Calderon earning scores on his backhand. Piero Gagliano earning scores on his forehand. And look at this scramble right here. They see something, and they are just paddling as hard as they can, as we see these little ripples that we saw yesterday as well. And it's interesting where these ripples come from. And there's some, you know, strange currents that move around here. And typically those little ridges come when there's a boat or something that goes by. But I'd love to get an oceanographer here to talk to us about these little ripples. And I'm not quite sure why they paddled so fast. What do you think, Roy?
I thought that they saw something that no one else saw. And when no one else was paddling, I was like, man, these two really see something. And then as they kept paddling and I kept looking out, I saw nothing. And I think they were really maybe just getting their arms warm. I don't know, but I was fooled by their charge out there. They're obviously now sitting in a zone that the waves are coming in on, but that was not during the time of paddling as hard as they did. Maybe they were just excited and paddling for fun for a 7.83 because it was a great score, but our leaderboard jumped around there. We have seen almost all our competitors at one point hold the first position, and now we're really kind of just seeing how this is going to shape out as we just cracked the 10-minute mark. Here they go again, paddling again pretty fiercely out there. They're now drawing some of their competitors out with them. Our current priority board shows Ling Pai from Canada sitting in priority 1. So she's not getting fooled by this quick paddle, but they've really spaced themselves out, the 4 teams that are out there, and giving everyone ample space. But what a great little turn of events here from Heloise to then Ling to then Aleli, all moving around and now really establishing first, second, and third in this division.
I think of all the things that you said right there, I would have to I never thought of that. Maybe that paddle was just kind of a warm-up thing. And that makes a lot of sense because you're sitting around in between waves, but you want to also stay fresh. And she's on the shortest board, which enables her to do the most radical maneuvers, and that's why she's earning these high scores. But you have to have a lot of paddle speed to get into these waves and be right in the right position. So great observation, Roy. I think you're spot on with that, an aggressive paddle to warm up. And you'll see 4 groups of 2. One athlete is surfing, the surfer in red, Aleli Medina, in green, Ling Pai, in blue, Eloise L'Ariel, and in white, Lou Machiche. In this division, they also have a spotter. So the spotter works as a partner to them, as they have the visual impairment. So calling waves, sets that are coming, perhaps repositioning. I've heard some of them talk about the timing. Maybe they're saying, okay, the wave's coming in 5, 4, 3. And what they are not allowed to do is make contact with their surfer. They're also not allowed to make contact or get in the way of other surfer as we look at the past events here in 2024, the ISA season of events. We completed the World Surfing Games in La Martigal, Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Also, the World Longboard Championships in El Suzay, El Salvador. The ISA World Junior Surfing Championship was in La Bocana and El Suzay. They used 2 breaks in El Salvador for that one. And, of course, the highlight, the Paris 2024 Olympic Games in Tahiti. And we just completed the ISA World Championships in World Paddleboard and SUP Championships in Denmark. And there is Ling Pai, our current second place runner in this heat. And Ling Pai with a slew of medals, perhaps the most decorated medalist in this field, having the most competition. Alali with the most gold medals. Lumachish having a look at this one as they sit and wait. I love the patience that Team Puerto Rico is playing, just sitting, waiting. They paddled south. Now they're back to their first spot closer to the pier, perhaps looking for a left.
You know, as I'm sitting in here hoping that they would have one of those space heaters, because it is quite cold this morning, it also hitting me that, you know, Ricky and Alali might be also just staying warm out there. It is not that warm out. And, you know, the basking sun that we've experienced the last couple days is still waiting to shine out and starting to heat up the beach, heating up the competitors. It's not even 8 a.m. yet. So I also think that they might have been paddling like that because they might just be cold. And that's a real reality. You can see our amazing support team, the volunteers, the water safety that's in orange there. They're so crucial to the success of this event. They're all sitting kind of holding their arms, bundling themselves and trying to stay as warm as possible. Those that are in the water are up to their neck, trying to stay that the water temperature is warmer than our air temperature currently. So I'm going to go back to say that they were just trying to stay warm.
Yep, have to agree with you on that one. The waters of Puerto Rico don't reach these temperatures, staying warm throughout the year. And we saw a lot of waves ridden in that first heat. This heat has had some flurries. When a set comes, we see just scores, bang, 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 lock it in, lock it in. Now a little bit of a lull as it gives, you see the athletes and the spotters out there talking to each other. Team Eloise L'Ariel having a look, and the youngest competitor in the field is Eloise L'Ariel, the same age as Alali Medina, both at 15 years old. And she's having a look. Here's Lumachish. You see some great adjustments moving back on her board. And that would be probably a spotter's call to say, hey, move back a little. What do you think there?
Yeah, and actually you could see him in the foreground say something. And I don't know if it was, you know, peel off or reposition, but definitely some type of comms were said at the last second there to change the mind of our surfer from France. Under 5 minutes, we've seen some great rides from Ling Pai, a 3.83 and a 2.57, currently having her in second place. We've really seen one outstanding ride from Alali Medina. And I'm excited. I'm headed to Puerto Rico in exactly a week. Going to be meeting up with the Medinas down there. They're going to be showing us the beautiful world that is their surf breaks, their surf spots, their surf sensation. I'll be as excited as Ben Way is when he eats a donut in the morning. And here we go. Surfer in red peels off, actually. Kind of close out there. Still got a bit of time here for them to catch another one with 4 minutes remaining here. But here comes some of those waves that you're talking about. Here comes those furious scores that I think we're going to see kind of populate the board for the last little bit. Really just a top-to-bottom drop right there from the surfer from Puerto Rico.
That's similar to her 2.17 in that it was a critical drop. That wave was quite a big wave as well from what we've seen today. And she's going to make her way back out. You know, on her bio, Alali Medina, speaking of, she just talks about making friends and having fun is kind of her main goal here. But as she's on her way to her third world title, there becomes this sense of responsibility when you are a world champion. And even at a young age, she's going to become one that others will look up to. And, you know, it's hard to soak that in when you're living in the moment. But then when you have people coming up to you, maybe asking for autographs or seeing something that you put on social media and inspiring others, I'm really excited for her and her family to have this responsibility on her way to being a 3-time world champion. Even at just 15 years old, winning her first championship at just 13 years old, it's an amazing responsibility to have. And I think when you head out there to Puerto Rico, you're going to need an expert lifeguard with you to make sure that you guys are safe the entire time. And I know somebody that speaks Spanish. I know that the Medina family, they speak great English and Spanish. But I'm just saying you might need a little bit of help as a great set approaches. And look at them kicking and scratching. And she's right in the pocket there, Alali Medina. And a little bit behind on that one as well. But they are doing their best to catch those bombs.
Almost should have waited for the one behind it. Every time I ever wait for the one behind it, it's always a lull. But for here, it looks like, look at this. I think 2 to 3 is a little off right now, as that is a gorgeous wave from our surfer from Canada, Ling Pai. Come on, Ling, let's keep going on this one. One of the better rides I've seen Ling have all week here. Really going to help her score here and solidify that silver. Alali keeps adding little increases for these critical drops she's getting. She just got up to a 3.4 for her last one, but a beautiful wave there from our surfer in green, Ling Pai.
And you saw her almost run into Ben Newman coming in from that next heat, and that was a great grab rail drop in there from Ling Pai, and she's going to try to add to her 2.57 as we see surfers going over the falls on that one. And Eloise L'Oreal, our current 3rd place surfer.
All right, 1 minute remaining. And in this last minute, before we trade off with our friends Ben and Sam here, who are going to call Vision Impairment 1 for men and women. What a great start to the day. It looks like we're going to be crowning another 3-time champion, or another gold medal for our 3-time champion, Alali Medina from Puerto Rico. 30 seconds left, and they are still out there charging as there is a gorgeous wave and a set approaching. All the surfers in this are going after this as everyone's looking to up their score. I think this is going to be one where she really gets to, if she gets on, she was really going to have some open face there to have a great surf to close out her heat. There's no better feeling than catching a wave in and taking it to the beach. Here we go. 5 seconds left. Is she going to get on? Is it going to count? She
does not count. Got to her feet after the buzzer, in my opinion. But this wave is a great wave nonetheless. She's driving down the line with so much speed, and that wave just hit her in the face on the end. But it's not up to me. But it seemed like the buzzer went, and then she got to her feet right after the buzzer, so we're going to have to wait on that one. But nonetheless, Alali Medina did the work, and she's okay.
And she is going to be our 3-time world champion. Just announced from the beach announcers that her scores has her retaining her gold medal for a 3rd time. 3 gold medals under the age of 15.
And you can see her emotion just coming in there, and she is so stoked. All the training coming in, and what a contrast to Piero Gagliano, who's just like, yeah, I just kind of come in and do my thing and go surf. But as you were talking about, Alali training hard with her father, already planning for the next training mission, and you're going to be able to hang out with a 3-time world champion. That is awesome. And, one quote from Lou Mashish that I'd like to end this heat with is she talks about the waves having the power to make her forget about her disability. And to me, that is the essence of this entire event. And there is no disability in what these surfers are doing. They're showing their abilities, and that was absolutely exciting. And there you see the stoke on both of them, and I cannot wait to hear her interview. She'll be smiling, she'll be stoked, and Rachel will be down with her a little bit later. And as we are heading out, Ben Way and Sam Bleakley will be coming in, and they'll be back right after a short break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, and there is our 3 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion representing Puerto Rico, Alali Medina. She is won back-to-back golds, and she is just 15-year-old. Wow, what an incredible achievement. I'm Sam Bleakley, Ben Way back in the booth. You've seen Alali come up, and you've seen her skills, and to be 3 times world champion at 15, Ben, that is absolutely sensational.
She's such a talented surfer, and coming from Puerto Rico with her dad, who has pro surfing experience and such a great community around all the Puerto Rican surfers with Otto Flores, Magna Martinez. We have so many great surfers over there that she's able to practice with at such a high level.
Yeah, of course, her dad, Ricky, there, of course, a spotter and a former professional surfer and still ripping at the highest level. And Alili just so electric, you know, always quick, lively, a lot of training, a lot of focus. But let's shift our attention to the men's V1 Final. Kirk Watson from Australia, our reigning champion. Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil. Thomas da Silva, Tom from France. Ben Newman from Germany. Tom has been looking lively. Kirk Watson, of course, our reigning champion. But let's not rule out the German. Ben Newman, the 19-year-old, looking really, really good. Of course, fantastic input as well. Being coached by Rusina Nerera, the 23-year-old, the first female high-performance coach in Germany. And the first exchange looks to be going to Thomas da Silva. Lively start off the bottom. Hooks that turn there. Drives out of that first maneuver. Got to the bottom of the wave. Put that board on rail, came out of that turn. Let's really emphasize the fact that we've shifted categories from V2 to V1. Now, V2 is partial vision, V1 is blind surfers. So we really need to emphasize the commitment, the direction change, the opportunity to get on the open face and land critical maneuvers will be heavily rewarded, Ben.
Yeah, and when you have ever tried to surf in the dark, it's such a weird matter of feeling, and all of your other senses get activated. And these guys have such heightened senses of hearing, feeling the wind, hearing the waves break. And let's go through some of these classifications.
Yeah, so we've got the difference between V1 and V2. V1 surfers with that visual impairment defined by the IBSA sport class as B1, and V2 defined by the IBS sport class as B2 and B3. So we've just finished our V2 finals, which is partial vision. We're now on both of our V1 finals. Blind surfers, we've got our men out in the water right now. We got our women coming up very soon, 25-minute finals. Our reigning champion, Kirk Watson from Australia. And talking of somebody who has been on fire, she has won her 3rd ISA world title. It's the 15-year-old Alili Medina from Puerto Rico down there with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Alili, congratulations, your 3rd gold medal. Talk to me about all the emotions that are going through your mind right now.
I'm super happy. I'm like speechless. I was really emotional in the water when I heard that I won. I'm just really grateful for all the help of my sponsors and my parents especially.
Now, your 3rd one, so you've been through this before, you've been chaired up the beach before. How does this one maybe differentiate from past gold medals?
I don't know, just seeing more support than usual makes me really happy because before our team is really small, it's like me and 2 other people that they had to fly out because of family stuff. But seeing few of my sponsors and a lot of friends here, it makes me really happy.
And talk to me about your relationship, you and your guide, working out there to pick the right waves and, you know, work through these conditions all week. Talk to me about what that experience has looked like all week.
Well, the waves have been pretty good for the competition. In my first year, it wasn't too good. My last one wasn't too good. This one was a bit better, but I'm really happy that I could work through it and manage it.
Well, your 3rd gold medal, it's our world champion here, Aleli Medina. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family who are cheering you on in Puerto Rico?
Bueno, muchas gracias a todo el mundo, a mis auspiciadores, a mis padres que están aquí conmigo, a Dios, a mis amigas, a mis amigos, a todo el mundo en Puerto Rico por el tan gran apoyo y por todos los mensajes.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Amazing stuff. The Puerto Ricans need to come up with a chant. Alili, Alili. She is an absolute icon already at 15. But Ben, let's catch up on the action because we got Elias Ricardo DL for Brazil, teaches yoga. He's a former gold medalist from 2022. He got bronze last year. We've had a great exchange. I liked what I saw from Ben Newman, waiting for a score to come through for Ben. Thomas De Silva for France has dropped to 4.67, backed up by a 1.5. Elias is going to drop a score, and Kirk Watson is kicked off with a 3.67. Ben, little appreciation of the situation. Who do you think has got the advantage right now, very early in this final?
This is a hot start. Well, Thomas De Silva, of course, France, having 2 scores gives him an advantage. However, we have a score for Kirk Watson for his opening ride. Pretty decent score there. We did watch Ben Newman during that interview get 3 maneuvers on that combination and almost hit the pier. He stretched that one with so much speed, fitting in maneuvers everywhere, and I really loved Figgy, Elias Ricardo Diel's last ride, where you could see he could just connect with that energy, getting low with his hand on the nose, and just feel that water flowing under his board and found the right direction to find that reform.
A black belt in grappling, runs a yoga studio back home in Santa Catarina State in Brazil, and he is waiting for that score to come in, and it comes in high. You nailed it, right on the money, Ben. You thought that was going to be strong, and it was, a 6.33. So it's the highest score of the heat so far. Live action, Thomas De Silva on the pier bowl left. Nice bottom turn, drives into that top turn there. Gets a little bit stuck. You could see that he had the right line. What do you think went wrong there, Ben?
You know what? That wave was just a little quick. I think he started too far behind the section. And as we saw, Ben Newman's ride brought him a 7.33.
Wow. So
a
that
lot
gets
of
the
speed,
better.
a lot of flow, and a great combination of maneuvers in a tight amount of space.
Fantastic. So like you saw, a lot of maneuvers. The pier bowl left, it's tight, it's quick. Let's appreciate this first replay here from Thomas De Silva.
Yeah, I just love his balance. He hits that whitewash, rebounds off, shows that he's finishing with control, and he's just glued to his board. And here's that ride for Kirk Watson. That was the 3.67. Quick direction change there, sticking with it, feeling that energy, and ends up in that little mid-deep spot. This was the wave that we saw during the interview. Ben Newman, look at that. First top turn, fits in another direction change, banks off the whitewash, and had he gone any farther, that could have been detrimental as those pilings were coming up. And Elias, great speed here, feels that section, gets that down carve, and then finds his way to this inside reform. And for someone who can't see, it was just amazing that he could sense this energy and know to change directions.
Wow, all of the surfers raising the bar with performances here. Ben Newman getting the best of that exchange for that combination of turns. And we can really see how the pier bowl left is tight, it's close, it's quick. There's our mascot, Ben Way.
Yep, haven't seen that one around. But, yeah, we've got a lot of patriotism going down here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, as the conditions have held amazingly throughout this competition.
Absolutely.
Cold, brisk morning, but that means that this midday is going to really heat up.
Absolutely. And, of course, Team USA currently sitting in second in the team standings, going for Team Gold. Team Australia in third. Team France currently in the gold medal position. So, as it stands right now, that win for Pierre Gagliano this morning, that will certainly help Team France's hopes. USA have got finalists coming up, so have Australia. in the water right now. One Australian, it's Kirk Watson. Of course, Kirk won gold here last year. And we've got coming up some big names. We've got Marto Peso, we've got Carmen Lopez, we've got Valentine Muscatek, and we've got Juliette Masse. That is Valentine on your screen. We have two French surfers in this final for the women's visually impaired too, but the big favorite is Marta, the Portuguese surfer from Vienna in the north of Portugal. You can follow Carmen and all of the other surfers on social media, but check out Marto Peso. She is an absolute icon, lives independently, currently studying at university, a multiple champion herself already, based in northern Portugal, just close to the border with Spain. Fantastic waves up there. And follow us on socials at ISAsurfing across all of the different social media platforms and at Surf City USA. We had a fantastic event hosted by Kelly Miller, of course, CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, yesterday at the Shorebreak Hotel, just to really say thank you to the brilliant team here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship as Tom is up and riding, looking to replace that 2.0. Nice opening turn, locks that second turn into a third turn, and then uses that to cut back off the white water and goes into a rail grab and just kicks out on the inside rail edge with that rail grab. Ben Way, I really appreciated those two maneuvers, and we think with a reference point to Ben Newman's 733, Ben's way faster, racier, but I feel as if Thomas delivered more direction changes, perhaps more critical surfing.
Not only those direction changes, but also a variety of maneuvers.
Great point.
And so Ben had two similar maneuvers with that bank off the whitewash to finish. However, we did see Thomas with a big crack off the takeoff. He got a carve, and then, of course, finishing the rail grab at the end won't be deemed complete, but just showing the judges something new, something fresh on another ride.
Well, my instinct says it's going to go big. I think they're going to think about that score they've dropped for Ben Newman. Yes, Ben's wave was fast. It was bigger. It was in the pocket. Thomas's wave was smaller. It was slower, but what we saw was variety. We saw three different types of maneuvers, and right now we see Kirk Watson up and riding, drives through that section on the pier bowl left. Is he going to be able to get out onto the face? He recognizes it's time to press the eject button, so he will get a backup score to add to his 367 as we wait for Tom to drop a score, and it comes in higher than Ben Newman's. It's a 7.43. Ben Way, you called it. We felt like it was going to be good, and the surfer from Bayonne bringing that Bayonne brilliance, riding his Sonis surfboards shaped by the great Alex Sonis in Biarritz, and he's currently in the gold medal position.
Yeah, and that's one box to tick in the criteria is the combination of major maneuvers. And you don't want to bore the judges. You don't want to show the judges three of the same turn on one wave, because gradually your score depletes. And the more you give variety, the more you add a little bit of wow factor, that's when the scores really get bumped up.
And he's had 2 silvers in the last 2 years, in 2023 here in Huntington, 2022 in Pismo. Late takeoff for Ben Newman, looking to get his second score on the board. So we will see a low score come through because he did get to his feet. It's not going to be highly significant. He's chasing a 4.78 to move from silver back up to gold. Ben, talk about the hustle now, the relationship between the spotters and the athletes.
Yeah, well, just noticing that Figgy was calling out for a situation. I guess he wasn't aware of his first score yet, so he'll be happy to hear that he does have a very solid score, 6.33. But of course, everybody wants that gold medal. Everybody wants to know what it's going to take to get up there. And at the moment, if Figgy gets an equal ride, he could be bumped up into the lead, holding that solid score. But Thomas Da Silva, Tom, is definitely in a commanding lead at the moment, as he's been keeping the busiest, and I like where his spotter's been keeping him a little bit farther to the inside through the first half of this heat. And now you see the other spotters have moved their riders inside as well, just to give them more options.
With this tide coming in and a slight increase in swell size, this south swell, you can really see how close to the pier those pier bowl lefts are. Ben Newman having a look. Ben, one of 2 surfers not to have won gold in this final. Great bottom turn. Hooked nicely into that first bottom turn. Was unable to complete the top turn as Ben Newman flips his board over. He'll be paddling back out. He'll be getting that guidance, that advice, that coaching from his spotter, Rosina Nerera, the 23-year-old. And these are the high scores of the heat, Ben Way. This was that 7.33 for Newman.
Yeah, now that I look at the replay, that was actually, he showed a little bit more variety. It wasn't the same turn. He gets this nice top turn off the takeoff, banks another one under the lip here, and then taps it off the whitewash there just before avoiding those concrete pilings of the Huntington Beach Pier. And here we have green, Tomas da Silva. That's the one where he cracks off the top, gives a good snap, rebounding back off the whitewash, and then he goes out for that stylish rail grab cutback.
I mean, it's interesting looking at these two waves because this is smaller, but the judges got it right on the pulse, just rewarding that variety of maneuvers, didn't they?
Yeah, and he stays really close to the pocket. One thing with these visually impaired surfers, especially with this division, the classification, is they really usually place their maneuvers in the open face as they're able to feel that they've gotten away from that section. They've gotten away from the part of the wave that can knock them off the board. And Thomas just being a little bit more risky, just kind of placing those maneuvers more in that critical section of the wave.
And the judge is rewarding him, and he'll be really appreciative of getting the better of that exchange. Some surfers may have watched that and felt that they would have preferred to have given Ben Newman the better of the exchange, but I feel the variety, that was exactly the adjective you used. It was a smaller wave from Thomas, but that variety was key. And now both of those surfers are working on a backup score. They can be confident. They're both carrying a strong score, stronger than Elias Ricardo DL 633, stronger than Kirk Watson's highest 367. But the interesting thing here, Ben, is that Elias and Kirk, they both have won golds in V1 in the past. Thomas da Silva and Ben Newman. Thomas has won 2 silvers. Ben Newman has won a couple of bronzes. So there's a lot more drive from these two surfers to really prove themselves and finally get the gold they've been battling for so many years.
Yeah, you know what I'm noticing from these scores is there must be a little twist in the direction of swell because all of the high-scoring rides have been on lefts, where yesterday morning we saw some pretty decent scoring potential on the right. And so I think everyone on the beach with the upcoming heats is probably going to be kind of changing their plan around. I was talking to Balulu from Israel. He'll be coming up. He's riding an asymmetrical board today, and he said that he really wants to stick with the lefts.
Great stuff. I'm noticing that, yes, the lefts are tight and quick with pocket, but there are some really good rights. But you need to be wide enough and to have the patience to stay wide enough and trust that in the cycle of a 25-minute heat, you're going to get one of those rights, hopefully 2. That takes a massive amount of patience when you see other competitors getting big scores on the pier bowl left.
Yeah, that also kind of makes it a little more stressful because these guys, so Figgy's gotten a second score. You can see him calling for situation. He wants to know what that second score is. He doesn't know. He's not aware that he's popped up into that silver medal position at the moment.
I've got a lot of energy now with Ben Newman. I'd love to see Germany win gold here. I really like this relationship that is being fostered between Ben and his spotter, Rosina. Fantastic professional surfer from Germany. Of course, they would be the underdogs as far as the history of surf nations. But if you look at Ben Newman's background, the training he has done, the fact that he has been attending European titles for a number of decades, the skills he gets as a river surfer on the Eisbach in Munich, that really says a lot. As we can see Figge up and riding, nice bottom turn, drives out of that first turn, widens his stance, just stays low and completes that turn on that right-hander, and he may well replace his 377, Ben. He's currently sitting in silver. Do you think that could replace his 377?
I think it easily could. It was a very strong turn in a critical section of the wave. You saw the wave came clamping down after that. Let's take another look at this. Great speed off the takeoff, goes right in, slashes that one, and he's using his audible senses to know that the wave's breaking. You see him drive down into the flats away from the whitewash as though he could see the wave, and that's all hearing. It's just unbelievable. Normally
rides Laura surfboards. Not 100% convinced he's on Laura right now, but that's been his go-to over the decades.
He's still on Laura, and he's got a good wave model. They're both Figgy models. He's got the good wave model, and then he's got the smaller wave model, which let's watch this live action real quick. We'll get back to that.
Kirk Watson chasing an 8.43 or a combination of scores. Really nice lock of that first turn. So he could replace his 2.17 and lesser his requirement. But as it stands, a single wave score of an 8.43 is what the Aussie requires to move from copper all the way up to gold. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Thomas de Silva out there in gold, but we're waiting for a score for Figueiredo, the nickname of Elias Ricardo DL. He's chasing a 5.78 on this next score that's going to come through very soon. He's in silver. Ben Newman is in bronze. Ben Newman chasing a 4.78 as well, as Figueiredo just drops the score and he goes up into the gold medal position at 6.17. We like that maneuver, Ben. We thought it was going to be strong. Perhaps we didn't expect it would be that strong, but of course the judges have the opportunity to look at the video replay, look at the existing rides, look at the benchmark they've created with other 5s, other 6s, other 7s, and he's gone way up there. And now Thomas de Silva needs a 5.07. Ben Newman for Germany needs a 5.17, and Kirk Watson for Australia needs an 8.83.
Yeah, so we have Figgy here making me eat my words to say that the rights didn't have scoring potential, but you also see some different variety here as the judges are finally seeing a right, a wave written on the right, which is a little bit more risky. You can see it's a lot more vertical of a face, and look at the speed he gets into this. Perfectly placed, doesn't even bottom turn all the way to the bottom. He's got this kind of almost to the bottom, but he snaps it right here under the lip, throwing a lot of spray, great direction. As you see, he's almost trying to go up for the next section and using that hearing to know that that thing's going to come clamping down, and he wants to finish and show the judges that he's finishing with control.
All feeling. And what I really appreciated, Ben, watching that was the communication that was happening with his spotter almost in front of him as he was paddling into it. And that was great. Their option to go for the right gave them a lot of space, and it gave them time to really talk about the shape of that wave. And I think that strategy really shone, as we can see live action. Tom going for a score, 5.07, bottom turn, wide stance, attacks it, pumps it, gets one top turn, pumping into a second turn, needed to ride out of that. It could be close, but he needed to finish that with control, I feel, to get the 5.07.
Yeah, there really was only one scoring maneuver on that one, and unfortunately, that one will not be deemed complete.
And I felt like that wave had scoring potential. I felt that wave had the kind of offerings of a 6 in it. Kirk Watson coming up, waiting for a score for Tom. We don't think it's going to be enough, but it could be. Kirk Watson up and riding, goes right, bottom turns, hits that foam, drives out of that. He's going to drop another score, but it's going to be a lot of work for Kirk Watson to do to defend his gold medal. But he won gold last year in 2023. He's got a bronze, he's got a silver to his name as well. So he's got a nice collection. As we can see, Ben Newman going for a 5.17, goes for the straight down bottom turn. I wasn't sure if he was going to go right or left, and you could sense that he was just feeling off the bottom which way he wanted to go. Opted to go right. It's not going to be a significant score. What does Tom need to do to get up into gold, Ben?
Well, I think he needs a bigger wave. That one was, although it did look like it had scoring potential, he put so much effort into each turn that he does need a little more punch in the wave to come speeding out of those maneuvers into another one. And that one seemed a little bit smaller, even though it was steep, but it didn't have a very much open face to redirect.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty close to the score he needs. He's only chasing a 5.07, and we have to recognize that there was a significant maneuver in that wave. He didn't finish that second, well, there was almost like a mini maneuver between the takeoff bottom turn and the final turn that he didn't finish. So I felt like had he just driven out of that last turn, he was right there on the score. But it's going to be close. I think the judges are really going to look at it. They've got some reference points. They know Thomas kicked off with a 4.67. They'll be thinking, how much stronger was it to his opening 4.67? So there we go. It comes up.
4.43.
Not quite enough. 4.43. Wow, he's going to be kicking himself, Ben, because had he just drove out of that turn, I think he was just on a safe 6, moving from silver up to gold. And now he's in second priority. 1 minute remaining. Is there going to be time? In gold medal position as it stands right now, Elias Ricardo DL, known by the nickname Figueiredo. He's the 51-year-old. He's a former gold medalist from 2022. He got bronze last year. He's in gold. In silver, Thomas de Silva, known as Tom from Bayonne, the Basque Country, southwest France. He needs a 5.07. Ben, what's happening out there?
Well, look what's happening. As you know, green has second priority, and blue, Figgy's spotter, is really trying to keep him in the zone. They've got that first priority. They can block him from getting a scoring wave. Fortunately, nobody paddled for that one, so they won't lose their priority position. Ben was in 4th priority. He's got that freedom to just take off and try to get anything, but we're running out of time. And look, blue hunting down green, making sure they don't get any chance to get a wave here.
Wow, big moments there. So Ben Newman was chasing a 5.17. He won't get that, as we can see things paddling away into the last 10 seconds. Tom going wide. There's a wave coming, but is there going to be time? I don't think there's going to be time. Kirk Watson may well have a look at this. He doesn't. Elias Ricardo Diel Figi, the 51-year-old from Brazil, takes his 2nd gold. He won it in 2022. He got bronze last year. What a special moment. He's a wonderful human being, Ben. I mean, you had the opportunity to do a post-heat with him earlier in the week. His energy, his passion for yoga, martial arts, his connection with the surfing community is wonderful, and I couldn't be more happy for him.
Yeah, his vibe is the Brazilian Jerry Lopez.
Yeah.
Really. He's got such a calmness, and there you see that Laura Shapes, Figgy. And I was just recalling, remember in Pismo, where Figgy actually let Victoria Feige ride his small wave Laura board in competition. I don't know if you recall that.
Yeah, I remember that. Amazing stuff, you know, really always there to help the community. He's our 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Champion for the men's Visual Impairment 1 division, and he is absolutely overjoyed. But we must say that the surfing we've seen from Kirk Watson this year has been incredible as always. But big shout out to the young Ben Newman, the 19-year-old, and young Thomas Da Silva, the 23-year-old. They were really brilliant this week, and I felt like Tom had the momentum. It was his final to lose, but you've got to do the damage in the heat of the moment, and he did fall on that opportunity to get the 5 he needed.
Yeah, and I love the big smiles on Kirk and Thomas, high-fiving each other, showing the camaraderie and showing just the family energy of this event.
Congratulations, Elias Ricardo Diel Figi. You are our world champion. We're going to have a short break, and we're going to be shifting into the Women's Visually Impaired 1 Grand Final. Stay with us.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
The beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big ball section, incredible turn. Wow. Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company for finals day here at the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Ben Way. Ben, we've just seen Elias Ricardo Diel, nicknamed Figgy, the 51-year-old, take the win. That was really special for Team Brazil.
Oh, yeah, the energy and the buzz on the beach. We could hear him just yelling in happiness down on as he's getting thrown up the beach, chaired up the beach by his team. And I think that was White. Was that Juliet Moss?
Yeah, so
Going
this
for a
is
little attempt there.
The final of the women's VI, and we have got an absolute beauty going for her 4th gold medal. Marta Peso from Portugal, Carmen Lopez from Spain, Valentine Muscotiec from France, and Juliette mass. Also from France, Juliette from Perpignan in the south of France on the Mediterranean coast near Spain and Mallorca. But having a look, it's Marta, our Portuguese surfer from Viano, up and riding, locks on a nice takeoff, controls her stance, beautiful big drop on that overhead wall, and really recognizing the degree of difficulty there. I think the judges will give that a solid score, because not only was it a controlled takeoff, it was from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave. Typical of Marta's approach, she always has those really, really nice controlled takeoffs right from the top all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, I remember the first time we saw her surfing in Pismo in pretty good-sized closed-out waves, and she was making these big critical drops and showing so much balance and so much connection with her board. And you saw on that drop, she almost pearled the nose, and she was able to muscle that out and finish that ride with control.
She comes off the back of winning in last year in Huntington, 2 back-to-back years in Pismo. So if she wins the ISA World Parasurfing Championship once again, she will become a 4-times gold medalist. She's a 3-times European champion. She lives in a fantastic part of northern Portugal, Viana do Castelo, which is very close to the Spanish border, north of Porto. I recommend going there if you want to hop into Spain. The Galician coast faces both north and west in that area. You've got Finisterre, the most western point of Europe. She's looking good, and somebody who is looking really good, it's our world champion, Viguei from Brazil, the 51-year-old. He's done it once again, and he is on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
He absolutely has done it once again. 2-time gold medalist, world champion. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I am so happy. My family, my daughters in Brazil, my father, my mother, my brother here. It's a great moment in my life. Thank you, ISA.
Well, you know, let's talk about that heat and that strategy in order to get that gold medal. It went between you and Tom to get that gold medal, back and forth. You got that score towards the end of the heat, and then you worked really hard maintaining that priority and maintaining the fact that you had that gold medal. Talk to me about your strategy and working all the way to the very end of the heat.
Yeah, I work so hard in this year. A lot of yoga, meditation, and surfing every day. And I prepare my body, my mind for this moment. And the gold is coming. Yeah. Amazing.
Well, it's coming, it came, and you know, you were just talking to me too. You injured your knee right before this event only a few weeks ago. How did you overcome that?
Yes, very hard time because my knee is very pain. It's not possible flex my leg, and okay, was a good job. Yeah.
Well, despite everything, you have come out victorious. Congratulations. We are so excited for you.
Thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to everyone at home?
Eu queria agradecer muito a minha família, né, os meus pais, o meu irmão, dedicar esse título às minhas filhas, a Joana, a Maria Laura, dedicar também a minha esposa, a Mary, que me tratou a minha perna esse tempo. Dedicar também a Ana Paula, minha fisioterapeuta também. E também uma dedicação especial ao meu professor de yoga, Gustavo Ponce. Aí, Gustavão, mais um título para nós. Valeu demais. Muito obrigado.
All right, guys, our new VI1 world champion.
Congratulations, Viguei, and rocking the Adventurer Jurassica sponsorship on the nose of his board there for the 2024 World Champion, Ben.
I'm curious to know if that's the Brazilian Jurassic Park. Certainly looks like it had the big T-Rex on the nose. Aventura Jurassica.
Well, he's the T-Rex of the moment. He's bringing some incredible beats and energy, and he is on fire, winning another gold. As we can see, our surfers out there with Valentine has just dropped a score. She took a fall on that wipeout. Marta is out there in the lead with a significant score. We thought that was going to be strong, really recognizing the fact that she took off at the top of the wave, made the drop, controlled that bottom turn, riding a fantastic brand of surfboards, Pollen surfboards made in Cascais. When I hear the word Cascais in Lisbon, I always think of somebody at the casino winning the jackpot and all that Cascais sound. And that's why Pollen is a good brand to support. She's been working hard with them for a number of years. It's paid off. She's out there with a 5. So with such a firm favorite in this final, you know, does that put more pressure on the other surfers, Ben?
I'm sure it does, but at the same time, they're all about pushing their own level. They're all really high-level surfers, and on a day like today, anyone has that chance to grip onto a good wave, as we saw Carmen.
Great wave for Carmen Lopez on the inside. Marta with a nice drop once again. So I feel as if that could be a pretty significant backup score to add to her 5. Carmen Lopez, the Spaniard there from Oviedo, Asturias, North Spain. Of course, Oviedo, close to Salinas. Salinas, a fantastic center of wave riding in Asturias area. Really great place. Recommend taking a visit. I love traveling out there. She sponsored by Lucas Garcia Surf. She loves music. She's got a score coming in for the Spaniard. It will be possibly a score that may well push her up into the silver medal position, as we can get to see the replay of our second wave for Marta.
Marta, so that's saving that nose. I think that's the first wave.
Great drop, great control. And what about this for the backup, Ben?
So this is that second wave. A lot of speed on that one. Sticks with the wash, and the wash just kind of steamrolls from behind, but she'd made another nice drop there, and we are waiting on that score to see what they gave her on that one. One thing I noticed with Carmen is her spotter's on a bodyboard, and we noticed on TomTom's spotter, he was actually body surfing. So it's interesting to see how their spotters are able to move around or also stay out of the way by not being on a board.
Here we go, Carmen Lopez going for this one. She doesn't make that takeoff, so she will now get not a second score because she didn't get to her feet, but she's moved up into silver. So representing Salinas. A big shout out to all of the Spanish fans tuning in from Salinas. I know you would love to be out here, but right now as we get to appreciate the iconic pier here at Huntington, as the conditions continue to deliver. It's been an incredible week. If you watch the break between these two finals, you would have seen a recap of our 2023 edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship here at Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. And you could see we had some bigger days, but we also had some wind. And what we've really been blessed with all week are clean conditions, super favorable tides, and even midweek, Ben, when we had the strong Santa Ana offshore winds, the waves were still fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a beautiful, classic California Surf City, Huntington Beach. One thing we haven't touched on in these last couple heats is the communication and the vocabulary that the spotters use with the riders.
Yeah.
And I was called in. Matt Formston's previous spotter wasn't able to make it to the U.S. Open in Oceanside a few years back, and he asked me if I wanted to spot. And it was such a nerve-wracking, scary experience in trying to keep the riders safe, keep them out of a priority situation, and you have to basically predict and paint the picture of what the wave's going to do as your rider's taking off.
Yep.
So you have to have extreme wave knowledge, and some of our communication with Matt was go, no, fast, speed up, fade back, and so you're letting them know what they're about to encounter as soon as they get to their feet, and it's wild because I think each spotter team will probably have different communication, as well as having the advantage of speaking a language that the opponent doesn't understand.
Yeah, and we saw that with Figue in that last wave that got him into the gold medal position. As we can see, Forrest Weinberg coming up, great for Team USA, and he's looking good. He's been on fire. He's going to be pleased to be in this grand final of the men's stand one that's going to be kicking off real soon, Ben.
Yeah, he looks like he's got some pep in the step, or he's just scared of that thing and he's running away from it.
He's going to be buzzing. So that's going to be men stand 2 coming up real soon. We've got a big one. We've got John Paul, JP Vaudry as well, representing Team South Africa, of course. There's JP on your screen. JP, the firm favorite for this gold. JP, of course, from East London. So big shout out to the South African surfers tuning in to support JP. He was on fire in the final last year, but unfortunately had an interference. But on one wave alone, he still got bronze. But let's have a little recap of the situation, because Marta Peso for Portugal has dropped to 5.83 and up and riding right now. Valentin going for the drop. Doesn't make the drop. Valentin from Orleans on the bank of the Loire River in northern France. Amazing area. As a European, I've really got to experience some of these places that these Europeans are all from across Portugal, 2 areas of France and Spain, and they really are from beautiful parts of the world that are absolutely fantastic. In fact, Orleans is you know, one of the oldest, most historic towns in France. As you can see, Carmen Lopez up and riding for Spain on the inside, chasing a score of a 1.23 to move up into the silver medal position there. So I think she's going to get it. Great control for Carmen, using again that following the leading arm technique to just initiate some direction changes. But the difference for Marta and why she is so much in that gold medal position is Marta is taking the drop from the top of the wave out back, and the judges really recognizing the higher degree of difficulty for Marta's takeoffs from out back from the top to the bottom of the wave, Ben.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out about Carmen and Valentin's choice of equipment, is they're on longer, these big soft boards, and had the conditions been a higher tide with a little bit more slow transition, they would have the advantage of getting into the wave easier, but it's actually working against them, as these waves are really steep and picking up from behind, and that's why we saw green pearl on a couple waves, because her board's just getting in the way with that length.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage of Marta being able to drop in on that short board, make these steep drops. And that actually lets her sit in more of a critical area.
So Portugal in gold, Spain in silver, France and France respectively in copper and bronze. Marta out there in first, Carmen in second, Juliet in third, chasing a low score to move up into silver. Valentin also chasing a fairly low score, but Marta is almost combining the field. Surfers requiring scores in the 8s and 9s to move up into gold for Carmen and Juliet, but Valentin needs a combination of scores. So moving to the inside, it's Valentin from Orleans. This is going to be a really nice insider. She takes a fantastic drop and controls that maneuver there. So she gets to the bottom of the wave, engages that rail, and I feel as if that could well move her up into the silver medal position. Of course, Orleans, for history fans, Joan of Arc famously saved that city from an English siege back in 1429, something that you learn in European history classes. And she's going to represent Joan of Arc in style there, because I'm thinking she's going to be moving up to silver with that score.
Yeah, that was by far her best wave. Also taking off in that critical section. And so we see taking a scratch on the outside.
Juliet,
unfortunately getting hung up on the top of that one.
Doesn't drop into that wave. Big sets coming. Is Marta out there? Marta's having a look. It could be a little bit late. She recognizes that that wave would have been too much of a closeout. But Ben, look at that right-hander. That is a big message for the scoring potential on the right. As Carmen Lopez for Spain, she's now going to get a really nice score on the inside to add to her 2.5. So despite a potential good score that's going to come through for Valentin, it comes in at a 3.13, but it keeps her in the bronze medal position. And Carmen may well now replace her 1-2-3, solidifying her silver. Juliet's now gone down into copper in fourth. Juliet chasing a 9.33 to go all the way to gold. But for me, it's all about a battle for silver. I mean, nobody seems to be able to touch the skill level of Marta, the training that she's done, the fact she's going for her fourth back-to-back ISA World Parasurfing Championship title on her Pollen surfboards, also a keen skateboarder, and look at her positioning. She's way out back looking for another set, looking to increase her lead.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention, is they're now commanding the peak, having first priority, and they've been very patient. Looks like this is going to be the one to go on, as
paddles for that.
Spotter oh, wow, they're
Not
sitting
quite.
a little too far out.
Yeah, but also it was great to see there because obviously the spotter can't touch the athlete, so it's all communication. And this is really good to really appreciate the language that they're using and the fact that, yes, they're opting to stay far out, but because they know they've got that 5.83 and that 5, then there's no point in taking an insider. They just only want to improve on that backup 5, Ben.
Yeah, and at the case of the moment, all of the other riders are on the inside, so she quickly regained that first priority even after taking a chance because no one else has made it out to the primary takeoff zone.
So as it stands right now, Portugal looking to secure their first gold medal of the 2024 edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. We saw some gold medalists yesterday. We saw our Japanese surfer Shingo Kato take that first gold. We saw Catalina Castro take a gold for Chile. We saw Guillaume Collin take a gold for France. And we saw Cass Eckroth take a gold for Team USA. That was a really amazing final, beating Elena Nichols on that last exchange. One of the great finals of the day, but we've already crowned a couple of golds this morning. Ben, we've had Alili Medina take her 3rd gold for Puerto Rico, the 15-year-old, and then Piero Gagliano, the 24-year-old from Biarritz. He's originally from Horton, further up the coast in southwest France, now in Biarritz. He was a big favourite, and I was speaking to Aaron Polk, actually, who was obviously bitterly disappointed the Hawaiian didn't get in the final to defend his gold. But he said that the community in the visually impaired athletes is so tight, and they communicate all the time together, and he was really pleased for Piero because he felt like Piero is the most talented young surfer in visually impaired surfing at the moment.
Yeah, and I saw Aaron shortly after. Actually, I saw his mom first.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, man, it was just one more wave. She goes, I know. He told me not to talk to him. So he was really bitter for a second, but then I saw him just minutes later, and he had a big smile on his face again, and he shook it off.
And the fact that he got the gold from last year, you know, those golds are priceless. You cherish them. They're timeless. But this woman on your screen, Ben Way, going for 4 golds, that is absolutely incredible. And you just feel as if she's in a league of her own. From Viano de Costello, one of our cameramen, Vasco, he knows the pusher Tiago very well. Tiago, legend of Portuguese surfing, and he says that the independence in Marta's lifestyle for the 19-year-old is incredible. She lives independently. She's currently studying at university, and you can see that she has taken women's VI1 surfing to a new place.
Well, this is one play where we've seen it previously in other heats, where the leader's holding that first priority, sitting in the best position, and at this moment, they really want to keep the others down in their medal positions. As I love how Carmen's just keeping really busy, sticking through that mid section, has not gone back out to the primary takeoff zone to get into the priority game. So she's been without priority, just testing out a bunch of different waves on the inside.
Yeah, and it's worked for her. She's in silver. So Carmen Lopez, she got a bronze last year in 2023. So this will be a great improvement. The 27-year-old will be really delighted with her silver. I know the Asturian surf community from Oviedo and Salinas will be tuning in because Carmen's a big star back home surfing the beach break of Salinas and the fantastic points and reefs around the Asturias area. So she's doing good. She's sponsored by Lucas Garcia Surf, and she's currently in silver with Juliet Mass fighting for that silver position. She would need a score in the mid-2s to move up into silver, and Valentine would need a score probably in the mid-1s to move up into silver because she's carrying that 3-1-3. So Valentine had a pretty good situation, and she's sitting there in first priority. What do you think the communication will be now between Valentine's spotter and the athlete, Ben?
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that priority had changed because Marta had gone for that paddle, showing intent, giving green the priority and the ability to take off on this really good-looking right. Unfortunately, just needed to dig in a bit more.
Yeah, so I don't think there was a significant paddle there. I don't think she's going to lose her priority, but I'm all about going for Valentine getting second. I'm calling her the Joan of Arc of visually impaired surfing because she's from Orleans, which is, of course, a historic place in France connected to Joan of Arc. If you don't know who Joan of Arc is, worth a Google. Have a little history lesson. It's interesting stuff. 3 minutes remaining. Not much time left. Still first priority with Valentine. Talk Ben, a little bit about why priority didn't change then for Valentine?
So as it looked to me as though she was paddling, she was kind of just moving towards the wave, but not really showing intent of taking off. And that's how you lose it, is showing that you're really wanting that wave, and if you don't get it, you drop your priority.
So Marta having a look at this, up and riding. Marta takes the drop, controls that takeoff with a massive amount of control, and then just sticks that landing and holds it tight. So she will add to her scores. She's got a 5 to replace on the inside. Carmen Lopez for Spain. Spain, of course, potentials for a team copper medal. As it stands right now, France still the front runners for team gold. USA looking solid in team silver. That could change. Australia currently sitting in team bronze. Spain was sitting there in team copper this morning, but there are other contenders for that team medal. So keep an eye on the emerging scores as the day continues. Just 2 minutes remaining. Do you think Marta's going to replace that backup 5, Ben?
There's a good chance she did. It seemed like it was a bigger wave, a little bit riskier of a drop, and we hadn't seen any waves taken off that far out on the sandbar yet, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, she gets a 4.77, so it comes in super close, doesn't quite go into her top 2, but she's still in that really strong gold medal position. Carmen Lopez for Spain staying in silver. Juliette Masse for France staying in that copper medal position from Perpignan on the Mediterranean coast. Quite a lot of the French surfers in the team are from the Mediterranean coast, and don't rule out the Mediterranean as a place of good waves. As much as not as consistent as the Atlantic coast of Spain, the Mediterranean is a really active small sea with a lot of different wind directions and weather patterns, and they do have a really thriving wave riding communities. We can see Valentine going for it. She's unable to catch this wave, so she's still going to have time though. Just under 1 minute remaining. Carmen Lopez on the inside, and the judges would really reward Valentine if she did get a wave from out back, but Carmen's staying busy. She's now got a 2.5 and a 2. Great control on that wave. I don't think it's going to go and replace the 2, but now Valentine, you've got to get to your feet. Joan of Arc style all the way. Can she control this takeoff? I love it. She's locked into position, and I'm just hoping she gets rewarded, because that was from out back, and I'm saying she's got to go up into silver as we see Marta taking a drop there.
Yeah, that was definitely her best wave, and we will see her definitely replace that 0.50 and possibly bump up.
She does. I had my money on her for silver the whole heat. I'm really pleased about that. Great result for Valentine. She's going to be over the moon. I can hear the French team behind us, Ben, cheering, but big shout out to Marta taking gold. I mean, she has been unstoppable for the last 4 years now. Her 4th ISA gold, her 4th ISA World Parasurfing Championship title.
Well earned, and she's always been a favorite for the win.
So France take silver, Portugal take gold, Spain take bronze. Congratulations, Carmen Lopez representing Asturias in northern Spain, and Juliette Masse for France takes the copper. So a 4th ISA World Parasurfing title for the 19-year-old Marta Peso from Viana do Castelo on the northern Portuguese coast, close to the Spanish border, riding her Pollen surfboards built in Cascais in Lisbon. As we can see, Tiago, her spotter, an icon of Portuguese surfing. Really, really proud. Special moments for Team Portugal there, Ben.
Yeah, they got to be feeling amazing.
Absolutely brilliant performance as we continue through our finals day. Coming up next, we're gonna be having our men's stand 2 final. We're looking forward to hearing from Marta. We're bringing in the 18 to call the action. Stay with us.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the parasurfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
And welcome back. As we switch gears now, we had the men's and women's visual impairment 1 and 2 divisions crowning 4 world champions so far today. As we introduce this heat, our surfer in red, JP Voudry from South Africa, Forrest Weinberg from the United States in blue, Philippe Nod from France in green, and Nachman Balulu from Israel in white. And another stacked heat we have here today. Anthony Vela joined by Mr. T, Roy Tuscany. Roy, how are you able to contain yourself?
You know, I went out and chatted with a bunch of the competitors in between our first call and then the amazing call that Ben and Sam just put forth. And, you know, everyone's talking team out there. You know, obviously everyone's here as an individual and competing, but really, like, the nations care about the overall team. And Team USA is really talking about the strategy of, you know, kind of like this heat right here. Forrest Weinberg from the U.S. and Philippe Nod from France. Really, Forrest has to win. France has to end up 4th in almost all of these competitions where there's a U.S. versus France to really widen the gap between the 1,000 points that you get from first and then the amount of points you get for 4th place. And it's so surprising is this is such an individual contest to hear all of these surfers talking about, here's what we need to do for Team USA. And I don't know if we can get a shot of it, but Matt Betancourt, the husband to Captain Sarah Betancourt, is running a very fun costume today, running the red, white, and blue, looking like a fun one of those used car dealership fun arms of red, white, and blue star-spangled banner. So really fun to see the camaraderie that's happening amongst this individual sport and really focusing on team. Here we go, surfer in red. It looks like JP's up for a second wave. You know, when we had him in here in the booth, he was so just, you know, focused. It almost seemed like he was already thinking about his next heat while still trying to commentate in here alongside our staff. And you can see why. He's already out to a 2-wave count in this heat, catching 2 waves in less than 3 minutes. If he keeps up this pace, he could actually mess with the 25 maximum waves in a heat, which I still think is an incredible feat that an individual could try to pull off. But this is a stacked heat. You know, Nachman Balou is the current AASP world champion. Philippe Nod from France, a very decorated yeah, and our surfer from white in the last heat, you can see how many people are around her checking on her. In the last heat, she ended up in the pier, and it looks like she's okay. I think a little shaken, a little stirred, the opposite of what James Bond is looking for in his martinis. But you can see in this visually impaired one, the female here, wow. She really hit the pier. That I wasn't thinking it was that much of an impact blow there. I thought it was in the after. What a great shot from our camera crew capturing that very scary moment. And I think right now talking with her team to understand she is okay. She's out of the water, but obviously that is a really tragic, traumatic thing to happen because there's not supposed to be standing things in the water while you're surfing.
And I would like to point out the great safety measures taken not only by her as an individual wearing the helmet, but also the volunteers that were right there. And luckily she got pushed away, and perhaps that slight push that the volunteer gave prevented her from having more speed. So he took some speed off of her as she was going into the pier. We've seen throughout the entire week the volunteers lined up along the pier, all the way kind of staggered like a ladder from the shore to about 30 or 40 meters out as far as they can stand, and then a couple even in water that's over chest deep wearing swim fins. And it's tough to stay in that position over there by the pier with so much water moving around. And during that, we had a couple of waves ridden, and 2 waves from our surfer in red, JP Voudry from South Africa. He got bronze medal last year, second in 2022, another bronze in 2021, and he's trying to go for gold this year. Forrest Weinberg with a beautiful turn up and over off the top, earning a 4.5 for that one. Forrest Weinberg, just from Long Beach, just a few miles up the road. His favorite wave is Chicama, the world famous left-hand point break in Chile, and we would like to thank him for his service. He was a Marine. Forrest Weinberg, we're speaking of the 37-year-old representing the United States. We are in the surfing stand 2 division. So there are 3 different divisions of parasurfing stand. Surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee that we see in this division. So we have a number of champions in this division, and you know, Nachman Balulu, he's going to try and earn the 2nd championship for Israel. We had an Israeli champion a few years ago.
Adi Klang is the individual's name from a few years back, and Nachman is the current AASP World Champion, and I think he would love to add to that an ISA World Championship. Look at all of the motion in the ocean right now, and it's going to our surfer in red from South Africa, really charging for that. And here we go, surfer on blue. What a recovery there from Forrest. Forrest was bending backwards on that wave and luckily maintained his position. Nachman in white here from Israel. A little peeler right here, and he's going to make as much as this is possible, throwing in as many Huntington hops as possible. He's going to make his way down and get the best score possible on this wave that he's elected to surf. And it even got a little snap and a little bit of an expression out of our man here in the booth, Anthony. Nachman giving a little extra sauce to the top of that one and getting a little snap of respect in here from Anthony.
Nachman Balulu on that one, but right now we have down on the beach the winner of that last heat, world champion for the 4th time from Portugal, Marta Passou. Rachel, take it away.
Thanks so much, you guys. Yeah, I am here with the 4-time gold medalist, now newly crowned world champion. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I'm feeling so happy. I just can't believe I'm 4-time world champion. It sounds crazy to me, but I'm so happy, and I did my surfing and it worked out.
Now, talk to me about these goals. You know, you start surfing with the goal of maybe becoming 1-time world champion. Now to be 4 times. I mean, what does that mean to you? Does this gold medal feel even as good as that first one?
As long as it gives me joy, that's what I want to do. I want to be here. When I don't enjoy, I maybe find something else to do. But for now, surfing is my favorite thing to do in the world. So I'll keep going. I'll keep doing 4, 5, maybe 10 times. I don't know. But yeah, my goal is not to just get the medal, but also to surf better waves, show people what I can do.
Well, you are surfing fantastic, and every gold medal getting stronger and stronger in your performance. Now, talk to me about your team. You're here representing Team Portugal, and talk to me about working out in the water with your guide.
Yeah, my guide is my coach. She's my first wave, and my team is also very supportive. We have shared amazing moments. We are so happy here together, sharing every wave, every moment, and that's so special to me. They're so special.
Well, getting carried up the beach is the best feeling, I think. Making it all the way up to the podium here, you know, you can now celebrate with all your friends and family. Yeah. They'd be cheering for you at home. Is there anything you'd like to say back to them right now?
Yeah, in Portuguese?
Sure, yeah.
Obrigada a todos, obrigada a todas as pessoas que eu sei que estão neste momento a assistir. Obrigada à minha família, aos meus amigos, à família do Tiago também, que partilha muitos dos nossos momentos, e vocês são os maiores. Obrigada.
Thank you.
Beijinho para o Santi.
Thank you so much, Martha. Congratulations on your fourth gold medal. Our new world champion, everybody. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. An excited Marta Passou from Portugal. And she's talking about being a 10-time world champion. She's got 4. You may as well continue on for more. We're seeing some scores lock in, pretty similar scores from our top 3 right now. They're all looking for backups. JP Woodry from South Africa off the top, and another one carving back into the whitewater, getting close to the pier, pulling out there. And that's going to be a good score for his best score, I believe, of the heat, as Forrest Weinberg dropping into that one, not able to ride out of that drop in there, and he's just bouncing and hopping all the way into the channel. So we're going to see what the judges think from those scores. Forrest Weinberg currently in the lead, not from that wave, but on 2 previously ridden waves.
Yeah, and that really was a bucking
bronco.
There we go. Thank you. The alliteration of the B's I needed some help with there. The bucking bronco of a whitewash that, you know, not only prevented Forrest from getting up and really having the opportunity to surf it, but also just absolutely dousing him with whitewater. The waves are showing up. You know, when we first showed up this morning, there was a lot of talk of slow, small, inconsistent. And, you know, as we are now into our 5th division of the morning, crowning our 5th champion coming up here in less than 13.5 minutes, what we're really seeing is more than 2 to 3 feet of face and really good scoring opportunities. We're watching parasurfing stand 2, so surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee. So, you know, Forrest Weinberg hurt in an accident right during COVID, actually. He's only been an amputee now for a little over 4 years, and really showing how fast he's adapted here. 9 classifying divisions here. Parasurfing stand 1. We crowned those champions yesterday, surfers who ride waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment. Currently looking to crown our parasurfing stand 2 male champion with surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee. Parasurfing stand 3, who we're going to see next in the men, surfers who surf the wave in a standing position but have a lower body impairment above the knee. And right now, the surfer from Israel, Nachman Balou, looking to add to that 4.57. Really looking for our surfer in green here, surfer from France to grab a wave. Here we go, Forrest Weinberg on this beautiful sorting left, and he realized right out of the gate that unfortunately this wave was not going to have the open face to really be there.
Awesome. We're getting the point updates from contest director Eric Kramer as we see a replay of JP Woodry from South Africa with that 7.33 that he locks into his score. Great surfing from East London, and favorite waves, Eastern Beach. Look at this one, bang, right off the top there, and carving back on that second turn. That was his 7.33 to combine with the 5.5. He's got a commanding lead now, making the need for Forrest Weinberg a 7.83. Forrest would need the best wave of the heat in order to overtake JP. Jean Paul, photographer for 27 years, and always loves to start his day with the surf. He's a family man. His wife, Gabriella, at home watching, also has 2 daughters, Amelia and Isabella, the 8-year-old and the 5-year-old. He's got a second in 2022, 2/3, 2021 and 2023, and now he's got the lead here in 2024, does Jean Paul. And wow, this is exciting. So Roy, talk about Team USA. What's going on the beach right now as they cheer on Forrest?
You know, looking at these points and the remaining potential points as of 9 a.m. this morning for maximum scoring, it's a lot closer than it was yesterday. Team USA was over 1,000 points behind France and now have made it to within 300. What really has to happen here is in all of these finals where there's a U.S. versus French competitor, the U.S. needs needs to win, and the French competitor needs to get fourth for them to keeping this distance of points closer and closing in. And it's the opposite from France. They need to do the exact opposite of that. In all of these heats where there's a U.S. surfer like there is in this one, the French surfer needs to come out and win, while the U.S. surfer needs to end up in fourth. So we're really going to see a cat and mouse game today between USA and France. As they're really going to come down to the wire of who's going to end up being crowned the overall team champ. We know for a fact that the U.S. is out there in a really positive force under the direction of the Olniks, under Kevin and Samantha, really taking the managerial role over and uniting this team. USA Surfing under the direction of Becky and that incredible team have really decided to put a heavy focus on this Paris Surfing Championships, and to see the support that they're bringing is just, it's phenomenal. It's really aligning well with ISA. ISA, you know, has a pretty simple goal here of, you know, looking at how to create the development of the sport of surfing in all of its forms across the globe. The International Surfing Association has taken an active role in the development and advancement of parasurfing to create a global platform for universal access to the sport and enable parasurfers the opportunity to achieve sporting excellence and inspire others. And I would say if you've been on the beach this week, that last two words have really resonated with all of those spectators, inspire others. And under the ISA's leadership, it has spurred a worldwide growth of parasurfing by unifying parasurfing efforts across the globe and encouraging our membership to adopt this discipline.
And I just want to pause for one moment to have a look at this flag. And it looks like it's been signed, I would imagine, by supporters. And can you imagine that flag being draped around you with all that's going on in the world? And you know, Team Israel has won gold in this and many other medals. But that flag, I think, representing a whole community there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, and you know, one of those messages that rang really loud and resonates on there is it says, "You are a champ." And to see that on that flag, it doesn't say like you are a gold medalist, it's you are a champ. And I think that's really what ISA and this entire field has really developed amongst a camaraderie and a message is we're all champions. We're all champions out there as we surf in our classifications and move forward from any of these traumatic, life-changing events, injuries that might shape someone in a negative way, but really have found a positive way to influence all of those that are competitors here of the 150 plus from 25 nations that are, you know, not only inspiring everyone on the beach or around the world through this telecast, but also giving themselves a massive amount of joy that they're finding being out in the water together. And then obviously the massive amount of joy if they get to put the gold medal around their neck, as our last competitor was explaining to Rachel, what was she feeling in this moment? And what is she feeling? She's feeling joy, and she finds joy when she's in the ocean, and she finds joy when she's surfing. And that right there resonates with every single competitor, regardless of where you end up on the board. But obviously the gold medal enhances, amplifies, and creates even more joy for those. And, you know, we're starting to see our men's stand three. Eric Dargen from France, just an absolute threat in this one. Colin Cook from Hawaii. Now I'm going to give you the other two because I'm going to just butcher them from Brazil and Japan here, Anthony.
No worries. We'll get back to that heat so you can see them all on the beach warming up and getting ready for their heat. And you mentioned it, if you haven't been able to be on the beach and feel the vibe and the love down there, and you can see a paddle battle, but with first priority is Nachman Balulu, and he's the regular footer, bangs one off the top. If he can rise out of this one, it's going to be a huge score. And he just goes down at the end, and that's going to be an incomplete maneuver. So he almost made it. We're going to love the replay. Forrest Weinberg on a beautiful looking left off the top for Forrest with great style there, showing a combination of moves, and he regains his balance, and you can see him stand up straight. That was an unclaimed claim right there. He loved that wave, and what a great exchange. One on the right, one on the left, and I am going to love watching those replays as you take us through it. Forrest Weinberg now needs an 8.16 because JP bettered his score. So JP Voudry from South Africa, again, his wife's at home, the two daughters, they are just hoping that he can hold on to this lead. He's been so close in years past. But Roy, what a great exchange. Take us through it.
All right, first off, here's our surfer from France in green catching his second wave of the heat. Really thought he had more there. You can see it from the expression of shoots. I just missed it. And then here's this beauty from the South African. JP really getting up there, slashing a big turn and staying upright for two great maneuvers. Nachman using his priority here. This one right here came up to slash and then literally had like 3 different moments of the whitewater coming up. Again, seeing that one that our surfer from France is being very expressional about how he feels about these. And then this beauty here from our surfer in blue, really getting to the top of the wave, really using his upper body to help coordinate his lower body in these, and then really excited as he comes off in that zone of getting right back out there. 4 minutes left. Really a battle right now going to be happening between red and blue, and it looks like they're going to stay pretty close to each other. But right now, our surfer from South Africa is sitting on priority. That is going to give him the ultimate opportunity to really hold position, to really hold on to those scores. And Weinberg improves his 4 to a 5.3, so now currently a 5.3 and a 5 for a grand total of 10.3. And really going to need Forrest to go from this kind of good scoring wave into an excellent scoring wave for him to stay on top and grab that gold medal from JP. But JP has had every other color and really needs gold to add to his collection. And right now he's sitting in a really great position. You know, we've talked a lot of times of, Anthony, which surfer would you like to be in the lineup? And truthfully, I think I can answer for you and me. We'd like to be JP, sitting on top of the board, sitting with top priority, and having a wave score that's really outside of the other waves that have been scored here with that 7.33. A lot in the 5.83 down, but he's really the one that has a commanding wave score that is really going to give him the opportunity to stay there. And he's really just, he's kind of blocking, he's kind of going. Great wave here, a right for Forrest. Oh, gets tripped up for a second. It looked like his prosthetic, the bottom of it actually kind of got hooked on his traction pad. And here we go, Nachman now going on this. Oh, who's got priority here? Oh, it is that's going to be a priority infraction on Nachman as he's P3 and Philip is P2. Oh, and there's some confusion in the water. And we're going to have to see. I think Nachman is unaware of what his priority was. We're going to have to wait to see what the judges here. We can only announce as the stuff comes through. Nachman, this might throw him a bit off his game too. Gets right into this wave, and the surfer from green from France comes out. And we're going to have to see how the judges view this, Anthony.
Yep, for sure. But the thing to point out in all of this is JP Voudry from South Africa not involved in anything. And we saw from that previous drone angle as you were talking, he was sitting right to the inside of Forrest Weinberg. So he was holding that first priority and sitting in a defensive position just to the inside of the person that was closest to him and needs a score. And Forrest Weinberg we're speaking of, and JP Voudry, he is getting closer and closer. 48 years old, about to possibly win his first championship. And there you see Nachman Balulu. He is beside himself. I think he did not understand who had priority there. And remember back, we were alluding to 2021 when Adi Klang won from Israel. Nachman finished second that year. So you had Israel first and second. And he's trying to bring back the gold as his countrymen did a few years ago. JP Voudry sitting in the driver's seat, just a short amount of time, doesn't look like much on the horizon, and a huge score is needed. So wow, this is so what an amazing strategy and execution of strategy from JP Jean-Paul right there. And it looks like Philip Nod, who's been a little quiet, he's having a look. The 40-year-old with some medals, his best back in 2020. And there is Nachman Balulu as we wind down this heat, 30 seconds to go.
And look at that. Yes, Nachman does get a priority infraction. But just like Casey Proud the other day, Nachman's 1 score is besting the 2 scores of the server from France. And I don't see that one right there from Philippe, besting that 2.17. But Nachman looks like he's going to stay in the 3rd place position. JP Vidur, he's done it. He's got that gold medal. He was in here the other day and was talking about how much of this moment he wanted. And this is our men's stand 2 gold medalist. He is excited. He is filled with joy. And we've talked about the paddle back out after catching a good wave. What's the paddle like in after being crowned the world champion?
Oh, man, I can imagine. I don't know that, but I can imagine. And what I really love about JP is he was, you know, we heard from Piero Gagliano. He was like, I don't think about the World Championship. I just go out and surf and have fun. But this was a goal of JP's. He really wanted this gold. And you can just see, again, the youthful exuberance, which is why I love sport so much. Every sport, it doesn't matter how much money they make or don't make, when you put your heart and soul and commitment into something and just see it all come to fruition, great camaraderie from these guys. These guys have been competing together over the years. Neither of them had won a gold medal previously until now. JP Vudri from South Africa. Gabriella, his wife, is going to be so stoked, as will his 2 daughters, Amelia and Isabella. 3rd in 2021, 3rd in 2023, 2nd in 2022, and now 1st place 2024, your new ISA Parasurfing World Champion, JP Vudri. And tell me, Roy, does he compete on the World Tour as well?
You know, I don't recognize his name, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't. You know, if you ask me of a men's sit skier, or sit wave skier, I could tell you the entire field. As we close out this great heat, what an amazing, this is his top score in the red jersey, which really took home this title for him in gold medal. We're going to take a short break and be back with men's stand 3. What a conclusion to men's stand 2.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
The crowd on the beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big bowl section, incredible turn. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. In the water now is the final heat in this division, and this is live action. Luciano Mercindo Silveira from Brazil showing beautiful form there, carving his way into the pier right between the pilings, which is the best place to paddle out as far as quickness goes, but maybe not the safest place to paddle out. As we introduce this heat, our surfer in red, Eric Darjean from France. In blue, Luciano Mercindo Silveira from Brazil. Naomichi Katsukura from Japan in green, and Colin Cook, the flying Hawaiian, in white. So there we see this heat. This is the men's stand 3 division. And some great stories in this heat. There you see the prosthetic of Colin Cook. He was a victim of a tiger shark accident surfing Turtle Bay on the north shore of Oahu. And in an interesting story, so after his attack, he moved to the East Coast and began working in fabricating prosthetics, which is where he met his girlfriend there. And his girlfriend's mother, the girlfriend Sydney is now his wife, but the girlfriend's mother, she was a victim of the Boston Marathon bombing, and she lost both of her legs. And it's just incredible story. Colin Cook is here, made it all the way to the final. We remember he won back in 2020, second in 2021, and now trying to regain that title.
You know, he surfs over in Hawaii with Coach Chris from ASA. A really great mindset of skills that Coach Chris provides to all of his athletes. Surfer from Japan here, and listen to the Japan fleet out there, so excited to have their surfer in the final here and cheering him on. You know, Eric Dargen has been the highlight so far in the opening rounds and heats of this of stand 3.
So here's Luciano off the top and bangs one, clapping right there. And you see Naomichi Katsukura, and he gets up and riding, and he's driving down the line, carrying some speed into the inside section. Naomichi Katsukura trying to finish that one off, and a flurry of waves to start this out, but the Brazilian locking in the best score so far as we take you through one more live wave before we get to some replays. Paddle battle, but knowing the priority situation, that's Dargent with that prosthetic on his front leg with great form. Backhand surfing off the top and into that bumpy section. Great footwork moving forward on his board as he weaves his way in between the pier pilings right next to him. He's going to make the connection, going for one more turn inside the pilings. You don't get bonus points for inside the pilings, but Colin Cook right behind him on another left. And what a flurry of waves, and Colin is up and riding. We missed the initial takeoff as we were following the surfer in red from France, Dargent, but we will for sure get back to a replay. Here's another good-looking wave.
You know, one of my favorite things, Anthony, is when you look at the scoring board, as we have access to a really great digital display in here. When all four red circles are spinning, which means we're going to get a fury of scores in here. And here comes another one. Our surfer from Brazil is just on fire this morning, already posting a 7, and he has done a couple ginormous straight to the top of the lift maneuvers. And you know, Luciano Silveira from Brazil is really looking to come home with a gold medal from Brazil and take it away from Eric. Replays are getting ready, and while we wait for those replays, Anthony, who do we have down on the beach?
We have the newest world champion winning for the first time, our South African, Jean-Paul Voudry. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. JP, congratulations. I'm so happy to see you, to be standing here next to you in your world championship interview. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
The bare necessities. That's a private joke. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I sort of kind of rehearsed my victory speech, but it's gone now. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and I'm particularly talking to everyone in East London. It's I just want to cry or laugh or something, but I'm so very stoked. This is for my family. You know, they let me come here. They let me leave them. It's hard. My two little terrors at home. My wife's had to do it all by herself. Guys, East London, Granny Grommets, you guys, is Jonathan in the UK, I haven't even met. He's still raising money for me. Everyone is just rooting for me. I know they're all watching at home. I could not be here without you. I honestly couldn't. I mean, I couldn't afford it. I couldn't be here. Thank you.
Well, you've had multiple medals to your name, 2 bronze medals, 1 silver medal last year. You were close to that gold last year, except for that interference situation. There was an interference called in this heat, but not with you. You stayed well clear from that. Talk to me about how it feels mentally preparing and trying to improve on medal year on year.
Yeah, the interference was definitely playing in my mind. You know, I let a couple of waves go that, you know, where I had priority, but I just didn't want to take any chances at all. Yeah, I mean, like, I've been coming here for the last 11 years. always being so close, it's frustrating, and I can't even express how happy I am. Thanks to the CAF for helping me as well. Also, the guys who make my legs prosthetics. There's just so many people. I'm scared I'm going to leave out people if I do start talking.
Well, it is. It's such a team, and for you to be here now, earning that gold medal on behalf of South Africa as well, on behalf of your family. And this morning we were talking, and you were showing me your hand, saying, "Look at my hand shaking. I'm so nervous." But you said this year you were trying something different. You were really trying to stay present and just joyful and happy on this journey. You know, how does that mean to you then to get a gold medal on the other side of all of that?
Well, I watched every heat, and I heard you guys saying something that I've never actually heard before. You're saying things like, "JP looks happy," and I've never heard that. I've always been quite stressed out, and I'm still stressed out. But I just went out there to enjoy it a bit more, and obviously paid off. Something that my friends said back home, Andre, Warren, and Neville, they said it's 4-man heats, and we do 4-man heats all the time at home just for fun. So I just visualized it to be my mates, and just. That's a fun heat.
Well, it came true. It happened for you. You are world champion now, a gold medalist. I can't wait to see that hang around your shoulder. You have Team South Africa all right here with you guys.
Come.
Oh, Johnson.
Yeah! Thank you, Rachel.
Back to you guys.
He could not be more stoked. The newly crowned champion, 48 years old. What a great accomplishment for all of the people that support him. And you can see it, the swell picking up here. And during that break during that interview, we saw scores lock in. And just before the interview, we saw in live action Luciano from Brazil with the best turn of the day. And look, that's behind the peak in the barrel. What an incredible wave. He probably knew there wasn't going to be an exit, but he is absolutely charging, comboing the heat. That means the other surfers need a combination of 2 waves, because look at this, 2 excellent scores, 9.83 and 8.83, one of the highest heat totals of the event. That is the 3rd highest heat total of the event, only to be bested by 2 heats of Jocelyn Neumuller, who we'll see coming up later today. Wow, incredible surfing, Roy, from the surfer from Brazil, Luciano Silveira.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw a very high score right on the same mark from Guillaume Collin in the men's sit division when he got a 9.93 and paired it with an 8.5. But our surfer from Brazil, he's just literally on one. He is in the flow. He is catching more waves. He's catching more excellent waves, and he is not slowing down. With a little less than 15 minutes remaining in this heat, he is really putting a stamp on what Brazil is going to be celebrating if he keeps this going up, because he is just on absolute fire here. He's must have caught, I mean, on our board we only can see far down, but he must be in the 7 to 8 waves caught, and every single one of them has been on fire. Double barrel on this, both splitting the peak, one going left, one going right. But our surfer from blue, look at him, gets fully covered, and then actually the barrel, you can see, taps him on the head and takes him out. Eric Darjan doesn't quite get his leg around in time, but gets in the barrel and then gets just encapsulated by the whitewash. Surfer in red here, up again, really swinging that leg out, front leg prosthetic, just driving down the line and just a hair behind and knows it. He is going to have to put up 2 excellent scores to shift this board around, as our surfer in blue from Brazil just absolutely on fire in this stand 3 men's division.
So right here we see the best turn of the day so far, and a late takeoff. Look at that great style off the bottom, looking like Tom Curran right there, and just rail work. Excellent rail work, fully on rail, so much spray, carves it all the way back into the pocket. I mean, to me, that was a perfect wave. The score going almost perfect, and if he would have had one more critical turn, that was a nice little check turn there. But I mean, that wave, the form that he displayed there was fantastic. one of the best scoring rights that we've seen in this entire competition. And we have live action Colin Cook with another. The surf is picking up right here. Colin Cook a little bit behind that one. He's diving off. And Roy, I think Luciano is taking JP's strategy of just going out there and having fun.
Gosh, he really is, and you can see it in the joy that comes off. And here he goes again, seeing another wave. He's also holding priority. So he really gets to decide when he wants to go and on what he wants to go. But with 12 minutes left, I feel like he's already surfed an entire heat, which he's only surfed half of. And so far in half a heat, he's put up some incredible numbers, some absolutely mind-blowing turns, and just throwing buckets of water in. And on that, you know, going right, his back leg, his leg that has the deficiency, really has to take a lot of weight and a lot of, you know, just pressure from the foot to maneuver like that. So on top of that, throwing that type of spray, that type of maneuverability at the top of the wave really shows how well balanced he is and how much power he can drive out of a leg that unfortunately has a deficiency, you know, and is his lower extremity ailment. But, you know, if you were to put a fully able-bodied person on that, I mean, they would have maybe sliced through the whole wave, and our surfer from Brazil did just that as well. So absolutely amazing to see. And it looks like Eric Dargen from France is trying to space himself from the rest of the competition. He sees something that obviously either they don't see or just needs a little time to himself. With 10.5 minutes left, there's still a lot of time to catch a lot of waves.
And I think you make a great point about, you know, an able-bodied surfer, and 99.9% of able-bodied surfers cannot make that turn that he made there. And as a surfer, I can't express how difficult that was just to do that maneuver. But also worth mentioning is the positioning and ocean knowledge that he showed to put himself right in the right spot. And the judges love to see that kind of late takeoff where the wave is already forming, and he was just in the perfect spot. And, you know, the way he's in tune with his board and his equipment, as we see right here, the classifications, if you want to go through them for us, Roy.
Yeah, you know, we're talking right now, parasurfing stand 3, surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment above the knee. Still today, we're going to be seeing surfing prone 1, surfers who ride waves in a prone position laying down with non-assistance. Our prone 2, surfing the same waves in the same style, but however, these surfers ride with assistance to paddle into the waves and not. We've already crowned our Vision Impairment 1 and Vision Impairment 2 world champions. Vision Impairment 1 is Class B1 by IBSA, and Vision Impairment 2 is IBSA Sport Classifications B2 and B3. Upcoming next is the Women's Stand 2 and 3, which has been combined due to a lack of competitors in one division, so we'll be actually crowning 2 gold medals in the next one for the women's stand 2 and 3. We can actually already announce the stand 2 winner. It is from England, Miss Zoe Smith, who will be our gold medalist in stand 2. Our stand 3, however, will be decided after 25 minutes of intense surfing out in the water from those competitors, and we'll be able to crown 2 gold medalists in the next one. Here we go, surfer from Japan in green.
There's Naomichi Katsukura up and riding, and you can see how rhythmic he is with his takeoff. Gets into the wave, swings one leg and then the next. Think of the thousands of waves that these surfers have surfed, and each of them figuring out how to work their body positioning on the takeoff. The takeoff is the most critical part of the wave. So you've got to put yourself in a position that the judges are going to want to see, but then each athlete has to position themselves, and I would guess many of them work on this on land on a flat and stable surface before then taking it out to this dynamic surface of the ocean. And, you know, when you are training, a lot of surfers train on physio balls or upside down Bosu balls, these things that are help you with your proprioception, your ability. And look, on the left side of the screen, there's a few fish down there. So anyone that wants to go fishing,
and on the right, actually, too, you can see some now converging together. The school of fish are reconnecting out in the ocean, which means that the surfing must be safe if the fish feel so safe to be in this zone today, which is a nice omen to our surfers out there, specifically Colin Cook, who was attacked by a tiger shark that was the result of his injury here. So I imagine, you know, for all our surfers, no one wishes anything like that, but to have the school of fish in there means that we've got safety in the water today. And Colin Cook going right here in the white jersey, really just stable ride, pops off, and with 7 minutes remaining in this heat, it's going to pop back out and try to keep besting these scores. I believe that will best his 1.87 to be paired with his 4.33, and for him, he just needs to keep climbing up the ladder board. But our surfer in blue has really put a stamp on this, comboing the field currently with an 18.66 as his total score, and really stamping his way into what will be a gold medal if these scores hold up for the next 6.5 minutes.
There's those fish you were talking about. They're trying to converge, and they look pretty sizable too. So anyone has a throw net, go out there, traditional Hawaiian way, and Japanese also of catching fish just with the net by standing out there in the water as Naomichi stepping up on this wave and over the falls.
And right into the school of fish.
Right, maybe he was going fishing, but we were talking about how you want to set yourself up in that critical part of the wave on the takeoff, which gets you a higher score, but it's also very difficult to do that. Colin Cook we saw in the previous wave, I really love his style. And although it doesn't go into the judges' scoring criteria, some surfers are just a little more aesthetically pleasing to watch due to their style. And what about you, Ray? What do you think about style?
You know, I'll go with Roy, as Ray is just an A instead of an O. But, you know, for surfing style for me, it really, you know, it goes back to who I like to watch the most, and it's John. I love watching John surf and seeing the big snaps that he puts up. And where have we also seen big snaps today? Right there in our surfer in blue, who didn't quite get one of the waves that he got earlier today. He's kind of slowed down his approach a little bit, Anthony, a bit here. But what he put forth earlier with those snaps at the top of the waves, I like to see buckets being thrown. That's the type of style that I'm really into, is buckets of water coming off the back of the fins as someone slashes the top of the wave. But again, it goes to that relaxed, calm, I know what I'm doing on this wave look that then allows you to do the high maneuvers. Colin Cook has that. I agree with you 100%.
Yep. Can't believe I just called you Ray, but
it's all right. At least you didn't call me Troy and added a T on my name.
So currently, Eric Darjon sitting in second place. Darjon previously has a slew of medals. He was second place last year, third in 2022 and 2021, another second place in 2020. So Eric trying to get to that gold medal, but it's got a lot of work to do with just approaching 4 minutes to go, and he needs a combination of 2 waves, and that's going to be, I'm going to say, nearly impossible at this moment because the ocean has gone quiet. We see all of those scores being locked in earlier in the heat. And, you know, with the timing of the sets, there might be one more in a couple minutes, but we've got a little bit of time in between and another beautiful day as we see a little bit of a paddle battle, but knowing the priority situation and maybe not even wanting that, choosing to pull off that one. But Naomichi is choosing to go and couldn't quite get his feet around, as we've been talking about how difficult it is to get to your feet in the critical part of the wave, and it looks like we've got a set Roy.
I love it. You know, in skiing, you can't spell corduroy without Roy, and you can't spell set without Roy in surfing either.
I love it. I love it. Got to check my spelling, but we've got a paddle battle. You can see arms flapping on the outside. 3 surfers having a look. Another split of the peak. We're going to go with the right. That's our current heat leader. And let's see what he's got on this wave. A section approaching. Snaps one off the top. And that's tough to ride out of with that straight leg position. And on the left towards the pier, I don't think Red could really get it going, and leaving Colin Cook up and riding, and he wants to show his style here. And here he goes, banking one off the top there. Colin Cook linking into a second turn, cutting all the way back into the whitewater. Excellent cutback there, and he's just going to S-turn a little bit on his way in here. So Colin Cook trying to not get the score maybe to move into first, but he doesn't need that many points to move into second place trying to pass Eric Dargent.
Yeah, and you know, Colin Cook's actually been double dutying this week. Aaron Polk, who competes in the vision impairment 2, was in need of a spotter out in the ocean, and Colin Cook jumped up into that role and helped be that person for Aaron Polk this week. And on this replay, you know, server from Red and Eric Dargent, who's been surfing amazing all week, just really couldn't get up to his feet. The whitewash really kind of getting the best of him there. But he was kind of my person, you know, watching the earlier heats this week, who I thought was going to come in here and just clean sweep this. But Luciano from Brazil really said, no. But the smooth riding of Colin Cook is just, you know, showcasing right there, really just kind of like pressing slow-mo on the wave and saying, hey, this is how I'm going to surf you, and surfs it really well there. We'll have to see if this betters that 2.37 and helps affect the leaderboard here.
I think it will as Naomichi having a look. The great shaped right hand wave approaching him, and he's got that front foot up, couldn't get that back foot. So we've seen a couple of attempts to stand between Eric Dargent and Naomichi Katsukura and not able to get their feet up. It's very, very difficult to put yourself in that critical part of the wave. And with these impairments that they have in their upper limbs, it's very difficult. And that's where the scores are earned. And I'm so impressed with Luciano Silveira's positioning on the wave. And his board is a little more of a traditional shortboard shape versus that of Colin Cook, where he has more of a longer kind of fun style board. And we've got a great left for Luciano Silveira from Brazil, up on his backhand, using his top arm off the top. Body surfs off of that one. Naomichi getting in, head dipping. And it is split the peak after split the peak here in this final as it winds down. And it looks like the Brazilian Luciano Mercindo Silveira from Brazil with a 9.83 and an 8.83, the highest heat total of the day, the third highest heat total of the event. And he is so stoked, as are all of his fellow people cheering him on the beach. And wow, look at that smile.
Yeah, I think he surprised himself a little bit, not only just, you know, having this great honor, but I don't know if he was ready to catch that many waves and that high of scores throughout the thing, but he really just showed being a world champion and how to really dominate a heat. Going to be excited to hear his. Look at that! He does the he does the Freddie Merriman handstand that we saw earlier in the week. But excited to hear his interview on the glasses. I think he's going to be expressing a lot of gratitude, a lot of joy, and just a really great overall amount of stoke for this win. And look at him; his fellow mates from Brazil are excited to celebrate this alongside him. And I doubt his feet will touch the sand as he comes out of the water.
What an incredibly surfed heat. And just the positioning was absolutely in the critical part of the wave. And he was able to just show the judges all of the things they want to see: commitment, degree of difficulty, combination of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. And here is the traditional chariot up the beach for newly crowned world champion. Nem is his nickname, Luciano Silveira from Brazil. And wow, that is exciting down on the beach. Brazilian flags waving. There he is. There's the Instagram reel coming up soon. And this is the favorite part, just watching them being charioted up the beach. And even the smiles on those that get to carry. And how do you even get into that role, to be the one to carry? Because they're all probably fighting for that position to be the one to chariot them up the beach. The men's stand 3 gold medalist, Luciano Silveira from Brazil.
I think some of the criteria, 1, you must be tall.
Strong.
1, you must be strong. And 3, you must be really good at balance, because you've got a person on one shoulder, and as you can see here, the countryman throwing up the #1 finger. It really is a game of balance, strength, and agility and height. What an amazing heat. I think the women's stand 2 and 3 are just going to absolutely continue this momentum. And here we go out to break, closing on this gorgeous 9.83 ride from our surfer from Brazil.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World Ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World Ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action as we move into the women's Stand 3 and Stand 2 finals combined. We've got Zoe Smith, who is our gold medalist confirmed because Laurie Phipps could not attend the event. So for the Stand 2, Zoe Smith is going to win gold, but she's still out here doing the surfing, getting the scores. Charlotte Banfield, Maria Cabanas and Stella Papetti will be going for the gold medal in the Stand 3 classification. Of course, the difference between Stand 2 and Stand 3 is the Stand 2 is the below the knee impairment and the Stand 3 is the above the knee impairment. As we can see now, some scores dropped. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley. And Rachel, we've already got Zoe Smith for Team England in red with a 5.17 and a 3. Charlotte Banfield for Team England in blue with a 2.5, waiting for a backup score. Maria Cabanas for Spain with a 1.77 in green. And Stella Papetti for Italy with a 0.03, also waiting a backup score.
Yeah, we have a great heat in front of us. I mean, like you said, Zoe, the only surfer this year in that Stand 2 division. So I think what we can expect from her is she's out there being able to just do her best surfing. This is her 3.0, opening up her account, just kind of getting an up and down. She does improve upon that with a 5.17. This is our other surfer from England, Charlotte Banfield, getting her 2.5 opening ride. And you can see she stays in the whitewash on this one, but gets a really nice length of ride, redirects. That was really beautiful, takes it all the way in. And you can see she's stoked with that, arms up and flag waving on the beach. Now it is Zoe's 5.17 here, getting an off the top, bringing it back down and choosing to eject out of that the wave was done. Back to live action here, Sam.
Charlotte Banfield looking to get her second wave, the defending gold medalist in Stand 3. She's going to take that drop. Fantastic takeoff out there on the open face on the right-hander, locking on that heel edge rail. A great technique as she just turns back and rotates the upper body to get a full nice cut back, and then just lowering that arm and following the leading arm, snaking back and forth with fantastic control. And Charlotte Banfield will back up her 3.17 with a super significant score. It looks like it's going to be brilliant for Banfield. And with that, as we wait for that score to come through, we're going to go down to Ben Way because he's with our gold medalist from Jacon Beach, Florianopolis, Brazil, Luciano Macindo Silveira. He's taken the win and he's down there on the sand.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with your 2024 ISA World Champion of the Men's Stand 3 Division. World Champion, Luciano Mercindo Silveira for Brazil. Muito parabéns.
Obrigado, cara. Obrigado por tudo. Galera que me apoiou, meus patrocinadores.
Compras Paraguai, Zen, Genial, ISAsurfing, Ambiente, Joaquina Loft, Funcional Lagoa, Panificadora Correia, Santo Osso, Santec, Ronaldinho. Essa é pra ti, Ronaldinho. E todos que me ajudaram por estar aqui nessa campanha e só tenho a agradecer a Deus.
So he said he's super thankful to the whole crew, all of his sponsors, which he just named, as well as thanking God. So my first question for him is that he had two amazing scores, two excellent scores in the first 7 minutes, a 9.83 and an 8.83. And after holding a score line like that, that's so hard to improve on, I want to ask him if he was just out there having fun for the rest of the heat. Você começou com duas pontuações excelentes nos primeiros 7 minutos. 9.83, 8.83. Com uma linha de pontuação que é difícil de melhorar, você estava apenas desfrutando de surf livre para o resto?
Sim, quando sai na bateria na frente, começa a ficar mais tranquilo, consegue respirar, consegue observar tudo que está acontecendo em sua volta, e aí as coisas fluem naturalmente.
So he said when he had such a strong start, he was able to really breathe deeply, relax, see what was going on around him. And yeah, everything went a lot smoother after that as far as his mental state. And finally, I'm going to ask him how excited, what a feeling of pride to be out here representing, getting a gold for his amazing country of Brazil. Conta-me sobre o sentimento de orgulho que você está sentindo por representar seu país incrível.
Cara, é uma emoção muito grande. Representar o Brasil, representar a minha praia SJ, a minha associação SJ, a galera lá se uniram para mim vir até aqui. Foi um caminho longo, mas quando eu acionei a galera não mediu esforços, consegui chegar aqui. E, cara, essa vitória para vocês, Joaca, essa vitória para minha família, para meus amigos, sem vocês não estaria aqui. Um forte abraço, um beijo no coração de vocês todos.
So he just passed up my Portuguese level. I need some help from Bridget.
All right. He just thanked all the crew in his local beach, Joaquina Beach, and their local association for all the support that they were like by his side, cheering and letting him coming here to United States, Huntington Beach, to do his job.
Perfect. Finalmente, por favor, dê uma mensagem para todo no Brasil.
Galera, estou muito feliz por esse momento. Mais uma vez agradecer a todos e acredito nos seus sonhos. Quanto mais difícil ele é, mais vitorioso e mais saboroso ele é. Esse aí é o meu recado para vocês. Não desista dos seus sonhos. Acredita até o fim. E a minha vez chegou.
Obrigado, campeão mundial.
Obrigado.
Parabéns.
Obrigado, Isa, pela sua oportunidade.
Obrigado. Back to you guys.
Big shout out to all the community at Joaquina Beach there supporting Luciano, the 50-year-old, nicknamed Nem, taking the win originally from Florianopolis, riding his Sato surfboards there, and an incredible 9.83 and an 8.83 to win that gold medal for Team Brazil. But let's catch up on the action right now. And of course, in line with the ISA Parasurfing rulebook, Stand 2 and Stand 3 parasurfing classes may be combined to compete together due to insufficient competitor numbers. And with Laurie Phipps, our defending gold medalist, injured and unable to compete, it means that Zoe Smith has been competing with the rest of the surfers in Stand 3. So 2 gold medals will be awarded, one for Zoe Smith, who will win Stand 2. And then currently our gold medal position is with our surfer in blue, Charlotte Banfield, up and riding. Zoe Smith, of course, representing Bournemouth for Team England. Beautiful turn there on the backside, just really engages that rail with control. Zoe sporting a new blade prosthetic there, an ISAsurfing brand prosthetic. It cost her £12,500. That's $16,000 US. It's an incredible amount of money required for these prostheses, especially these waterproof ones. And one of Zoe's big campaign movements with her role as an emerging champion global para-athlete is to really push health services to support athletes, para-athletes, to be able to have waterproof prosthetics and really recognize the role of sport, because normally they're not waterproof and you can't use them in the ocean and you have to spend a lot of money. It makes it very inaccessible. So that's something that she's really driven to campaign for. As we can see, Mirella from Spain up and riding, locked into a nice pier bowl left, Rachel. Great control on the takeoff though. So Charlotte there with a really nice left-hander on the pier bowl. Big drop, locks into that takeoff, holds on tight. Charlotte Banfield, a gold medalist from stand 3 last year, as she just hooks onto the inside there with that great technique. The way she follows her leading arm, rotates the upper body, sometimes squats lower just to grab the rail. And look at the way she's maneuvering back and forth, and then just even finishing with a last maneuver turn right through to the inside. So a good takeoff for Charlotte Banfield, a combination of maneuvers. She's absolutely overjoyed, and I think that's going to go into her top 2, Rachel.
Yeah, I really appreciated her redirecting all the way into the sand and hopping off onto that dry sand practically. You know, that takes, for her to milk that wave all the way in through is really impressive, and the judges liked it too. It goes into her top 2, her highest single wave score now, a 3.33. And going back to that conversation that we were talking about, Sam, of Zoe and her talking about the prosthetics that they're using, as we take a look at this replay, this goes into her top 2 as well, comes in at a 4.6. Nice control all the way through. And something that's been interesting to hear her talk about is as these surfers are going into this pier bowl left, the chatter on the face of the wave has not been easy to manage, especially if you have a prosthetic leg on your front leg like Zoe does. Let's take a look at this replay from Charlotte, redirecting all the way around. Sam, like you said, following that leading arm, and she just does that back and forth all the way through, snaking to the inside, showing the judges, demonstrating her control, demonstrating her ability to read the wave and ride it through.
Charlotte Banfield from Falmouth in Cornwall, having a look at this, our Spaniard, looking to back up her 1.77 and replace her 1.57. She's currently in the silver medal position in women's stand 3, because Zoe has been crowned gold medalist for women's stand 2. So the surfers combined, Zoe out there in gold for stand 2, Charlotte Banfield out there in the gold medal for stand 3, Mireia for Spain currently in silver, and Stella Papetti for Italy currently there in the bronze medal position. Of course, Italy, a fantastic surf nation on the Mediterranean Sea with great options. Even on the Adriatic side, Ravenna has a strong surf culture, but Stella is from Rome. When the Mistral blows, that west-facing coast of Italy gets fantastic waves. There's good waves on the north coast of Sardinia and Sicily as well, and she will be looking to improve her situation, as we can see a big set out back there, Rachel.
Yeah, and Sam, just to round out that conversation from before, I have really enjoyed learning about the equipment, including the prosthetic legs that these surfers are using, and whether they're waterproof or whether it's on their front leg or back leg, and how that affects the length that they get it or the materials that they use. As we see that surfer, Zoe, utilizing her second priority, not quite able to get into it, so she will drop down. But, you know, Sam, something we're always very keenly aware of is the equipment that these surfers are using, the board that are under their feet, and what each surfer chooses to opt for, whether it's a bit longer, more volume underneath, smaller boards. We see a wide variety of equipment across all these athletes. But it's been really interesting to learn how that, for these surfers, part of their equipment is their prosthetic leg, and finding something that works for them out in the water. And these surfers work really hard to craft that to feel the most comfortable, to get that sense of feeling underneath their, from their board. And it's been really interesting learning these surfers explain that.
How's that fantastic training schedule there from Davi Teixeira's team? He's going to be coming up in that next final. Charlotte Banfield sitting out there in the gold medal for the stand 3. Charlotte's impairment is autism and cerebral palsy that affects all of her limbs, and that's why she is classified into stand 3. She won gold last year here in Huntington in 2023. It was a very powerful win because of Charlotte's own journey. She started working with the WAVE project, a surf therapy group funded by the National Health Service in the UK, age 12, which developed her self-confidence and mental health. And then 7 years later, she became a silver medalist at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in 2020, and then backed that up with the gold in 2023. She's also a graduate of a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology at the University of Exeter. She's from Falmouth, a fantastic port town in Cornwall in the southwest of the UK. And her journey into surfing is really wonderful because not only has she had the support of the Federation, Surfing England, but also surf therapy programs that initially got her into wave riding and turned her into a world champion athlete. As we can see, Jose Martinez getting a little high five from Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales. And talk about Team USA, Rachel, and the vibe on the sand for the American team.
Yeah, the vibe is high. Everyone's very excited. Finals day here. There's lots of U.S. athletes in multiple finals across all day. I love you can see just to the right of your screen, there's those, you see them at like the car dealerships, those like, I forget what they're called, but you have a few of those guys repping those, and they're so funny. They just look like they're having a ton of fun, and I think that's when a team looks most dangerous, when they're enjoying themselves, they're present in the moment, and that's what usually allows for these athletes to do their best surfing with that type of energy behind them.
Absolutely great team support. And of course, Spain looking good, potentially could be medalists for the team standings as it stands. France currently the front runners for team gold. USA currently sitting in silver. Australia currently sitting in bronze. Spain were sitting in copper this morning. That situation may have changed as some of these gold medals and silvers and bronze and coppers have been dropped. But watch out, because Spain having a paddle now. But it's our Italian surfer, Stella Pepetti from Rome, the 39-year-old. She has just taken a wipeout on that takeoff, so she won't get a score to add to her opening ride. Our Spaniard looking to improve on her situation to move up from the silver medal position, but Charlotte Banfield looking really strong to defend her stand 3 world title. As we can see, Fede Maramon from Cartagena, Colombia, getting ready for the men's Prone 2 final, Rachel.
Yeah, these are really exciting heats coming up, a really, really competitive heat. And we have live action, our surfer from Spain up and riding.
Maria from Valencia there. Great takeoff, holds tight onto that takeoff. She will get awarded for the control, the fact that she committed to that wave, some opportunity to get out on the open face. As we can see, a really nice big set. Rachel, that looks pretty ominous.
Oh my gosh, it feels like the surf is building. It kind of had been dropping all week, and a new pulse has arrived this morning for our finals day, right in time to see our athletes score and take advantage of the conditions here in Huntington Beach.
Big shout out to Charlotte there, just having to swim under that. Zoe takes the duck dive. Of course, Zoe from Bournemouth there. She got silver behind Laurie Phipps in the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships in stand 2. So she's going to be awarded the gold, but she deserves it. She has been working fantastically hard. She's a below the knee amputee. In 2015, she lost her leg in a car accident, and she was already a keen bodyboarder, heavily inspired by Pegleg Bennett, legendary parasurfer from Cornwall, to get into parasurfing. And it was in 2021 that she joined the parasurf community, and she talked about surfing in the adaptive community really gave her a whole new lease of life and a love of being in the ocean once again, testing her physical limits and capabilities. And a big shout out to Melissa Reid, 3 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion, not competing for Team England this year, but coaching Zoe, and the coaching relationship between Melissa Reid and Zoe has really paid off. How special is that to have not only a coach who's got prowess, but somebody who's still young and active within their competitive surfing?
Well, I think it makes a huge impact, because that coach can is continuing to develop their ability to communicate that and going back out and experiencing it for themselves. And, you know, I think ultimately having a long-standing surfer-coach relationship means a surfer and coach basically end up kind of creating their own language and their way to communicate within each other, and that coach knows exactly what the surfer needs to hear right at the right times. And so them two working together, also best friends, just enjoying traveling together. I know they are enjoying themselves out here and getting to see Zoe not just represent in that stand too, but surf so well along this entire event all the way to finals day.
Absolutely. As we move into the last 4 minutes of this combined final between women's stand 3 and stand 2, with Zoe Smith in gold for stand 2, Charlotte Banfield in gold for stand 3. So our silver medal is currently sitting with Maria, our Spaniard, and our bronze medal with Stella, our Italian surfer from Rome. Maria from Valencia, age 7. She lost her leg due to Ewing sarcoma that forced her leg amputation, and she loves to surf in Somo, Cantabria, fantastic beach break in northern Spain. She represented Spain in the 2022 edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships in Pismo, and she's going to be really, really pleased building on that performance, looking to get the possibility of a silver. She's sitting in silver medal position, bronze with the Italian, and then the 2 golds. One for Charlotte Banfield as it stands if things remain unchanged in stand 3, and one for Zoe Smith in stand 2, which will be an incredible achievement for Zoe because she's been training very hard this season.
Yeah, and Team England just having a dominant performance in this division, you know, walking away with 2 gold medals. At the moment, we still have to see this heat round out, but it is our current gold medalist up and out on that one.
Yeah, nice takeoff for Charlotte, locked into that pier bowl left, so she will get another score there. She's got a 3-1-3 and a 3-3-3, so unlikely to go into her top 2 and improve her lead in women's stand 3. But Charlotte, again, somebody whose life has been transformed by surfing, talks about how surfing gives her a sense of freedom, helps her to unwind, and that when she's surfing, she leaves everything on land and becomes herself, and that surfing has had a hugely positive effect on her life. Prior to surfing, she talked about how she was withdrawn and anxious and suffered from depression, and surfing has allowed her to overcome these challenges. As we can see Maria there, big takeoff, doesn't get to her feet. She won't get a score. She won't improve her situation. There's not much time left, and this is a special moment for Zoe and Charlotte. Sitting in gold, they both aimed for gold, Rachel, but there's a little bit time left. Now, what advice would you give them both to see things off in these last minute 30 seconds?
Well, they have first and second priority, and so, you know, them two, not for Charlotte, you know, the surfers in green and white are in her division. So for Charlotte, I would be utilizing that priority to make sure that she maintains that gold medal position. And for Zoe, I would just work on not getting any interferences and staying away from everybody.
Live action, Charlotte Banfield, fantastic takeoff on the pier bowl left, locks in a beautiful cutback, and she claims it because she knows that that was an incredibly high degree of difficulty maneuver for the surfer from Falmouth, representing Team England with an incredible takeoff, a great drawn out, nice turn, and then riding that wave all the way through to the inside. And I know Charlotte's journey, Rachel. She's a good friend of mine. I've seen her become a surfer over the last number of years, and I know that that was an outstanding ride for Charlotte, and she can be absolutely overjoyed as she gives a hug to Nick Hounsfield, and I'm welling up with tears, to be honest.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, a really clean takeoff, surfed it all the way to the sand. What a way to round out a gold medal performance as we see Zoe up and riding.
Really nice pier bowl left for Zoe as well. Also winning gold for Team England in the stand 2. Of course, Laurie Phipps unable to defend her gold, and Zoe gets a fantastic last ride in the last 15 seconds, so she may well move into a top 2 score there with a 5.17 and a 4.6. So Charlotte Banfield waits to drop that last score, and it may well improve her situation. She has won gold in stand 3. Zoe Smith from Bournemouth has won gold in stand 2, and finishing in silver, our Spaniard Maria Cabanas has won silver in stand 3, and Stella Papetti for Italy in 3rd has won bronze for stand 3. That was absolutely incredible final.
Lots to celebrate for Team England. They've just walked away with 2 gold medalists, outstanding performance, and these women are just such great surfers and great people to hang with on the beach. And yeah, I'm so happy to see both of them propel in the way they have.
You can see England team manager Phil Williams there. There's Charlotte's mum on the sand, Nick Hounsfield, founder of the Wave in Bristol. Fantastic moment. I can't emphasize how much work both Charlotte and Zoe have put into this season. They've been training, they've been doing everything, and they've won gold. Congratulations, but there's more to come. We've got our men's Prone 2 next. Stay with us.
Woohoo!
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back with an exciting heat for you in the men's Prone 2 division. We have 3 world champions in this heat, including the current and defending 2-time world champion, Davi Teixeira. And we would like to congratulate the gold medalists from the last divisions, the women's stand 2 and stand 3, Charlotte Banfield winning stand 3, and Zoe Smith, the only competitor, will be winning the gold medal for stand 2. As we get set for one more exciting final. It is just wave after wave. And during our off break, we walked out and had a look at the waves, and it looks like the waves are pumping out there, bigger than they were earlier today. I saw Becky Fleischer from Team USA. She's like, yes, they're Jose waves. Anthony Vela here with Roy Tuscany. Roy, what was the vibe like out on the sand?
You know, I was just sitting with Team USA after getting those updated maximum point potentials and kind of laying out the day here. But first, Anthony, why don't you talk about these 4 heavy hitters in this final?
There we have in red, Davi Teixeira de Aguiar from Brazil, Cliff Gralton, the relative newcomer from Australia, Freddie Marimon from Colombia, and Jose Martinez from the United States.
It's rare to see Jose in the white jersey. Jose is usually in the red or the blue, but you know what? There's 3 colors that make up the flag: the red, white, and blue. And I think today he's going to find himself out there really changing out his style of surfing. We usually see Jose making those ginormous big turns back to the power, the white ball of the wave. But, you know, talking with Jose at dinner last night and his pusher Darren, they're really going to try to imitate and, you know, copy the wave styles of Freddie and David, which they have the capability and can surf that way, no problem. But they're really recognizing how Freddie and David have been, you know, being scored highly on attacking the lip. And instead of the big carvy turns that we're used to seeing from Jose, Jose is going to attack the lip. And we'll, I think we're going to see a pretty heavy final. And don't count out the Australian. Cliff Gralton, tons of beautiful dreadlocks. And we're going to see him get up on this wave and compete. And he could always kind of be that dark horse. Dark horses are fun. They really make, as you've mentioned, you know, why sport is so cool. You know, from the camaraderie to the excitement, but also the unknowns. And a dark horse is truly the unknown. And Cliff Gralton is definitely the dark horse in this heat in the blue jersey.
Couldn't agree with you more. And that's, you know, you can have everything lined up on paper and whatnot, but you have to actually go out there and surf the heat, and anything can happen in the ocean. As we know, we are in Parasurfing Prone 2 division. As we see on screen, those are surfers that will ride the waves in the prone position. And they also get assistance paddling into waves while in the water, and also paddling back out. So they have a team member in the same color jersey that is designated as their pusher. They also have a team member on the inside, which is designated as their catcher. And we have some action in the pier.
Hopefully here these waves started coming, because there are some surfers that want to start a surfing.
So there's the locks that you were speaking of from Cliff Gralton, the 42-year-old from Tuncurry, New South Wales. That's the Foster Tuncurry area, a couple hours south of Sydney. And beautiful area down there, Foster, with some beautiful waves. And Celito Beach is his favorite beach. And he took, talking about Cliff Gralton, he took a lot of time out of the water, about 17 years before returning back to it just recently in January 2023. And we're stoked to have him here. And Roy, we always ask you, because you are an expert, to kind of guide us through the different divisions in regards to Prone 1 and Prone 2.
Yeah, so we're in Prone 2 right now. First the men, then the women. Prone 2, surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into waves. We call that team, or the other two in the water, the pusher and the catcher alongside the surfer. Today we've already crowned a bunch of world champions, crowning 4 yesterday. We crowned the sit division yesterday in men and women, which is surfers sit and surf in a seated position and use a paddle. Here we go, Anthony. Lines out the back, teams moving, and we've got some surfing that's about to happen. 21 and a half minutes left in this, and first up is our surfer from Colombia.
Freddie Marimon with so much speed under the lip, and would have liked to have been a little more on top of that wave. He's continuing to ride that one. First opening turn was a good turn. That second turn, I believe, was maybe mistimed a little bit. There was more scoring potential on that wave for him, and he's going to continue this one all the way to the inside, going for his patented 360 maneuver. That one was just a 180 to pull out of it. Great opening wave, but I think he would have liked to have surfed that one better, especially thinking about that second turn.
Yeah, and for the amount of excitement on the beach, I thought we had another surfer on wave behind Freddie, but it looks like the other teams are both out there.
And we got dolphins. Sorry to interrupt, but we got dolphins.
Yes,
Roy.
we
got
do.
Dolphins.
Look at Jose just step right in front of Cliff Gralton right there and really create something. Flying down the wave. The wave kind of broke a little too soon for Jose. Jose notices that, jumps right off that board so he can get right back out. His pusher, Cole, is grabbing him there. And here is the Brazilian, David, just on that. Oh, my gosh. Was there a bowl in there?
That was a huge turn, and you can tell how huge that turn was. He free fell 3 feet off the top of the lip. You saw him bouncing after he fell there. David Teixeira is going to open up with a huge score. Jose Martinez, like you mentioned, Roy, caught a little behind that wave as we see some great butterfly stroke coming in to catch Davi.
Yeah, and Davi really could have, exploded at the bottom of that and holding on there. It obviously slowed him down a little bit, but he had already made a really critical turn right off the top. But then as he came down with a massive amount of speed, we saw how much the board bucked and how much he stayed on top of it.
Takes a lot of timing, as Cliff Gralton has been playing the patient game. Now is going to be sitting out the back with first priority, so he'll be able to choose any wave he wants. If you see on your screen, on the left side of the scoreboard, up on the left side of the screen, the top left, where it has the athlete's name. On the right will be the scores that they'll receive and the needs in order to advance into first place. On the left, you'll see numbers lock in. Cliff Gralton currently with that 1. That means he has first priority. So if he wants a wave, the other surfers have to move out of his way, or they will be penalized. Jose Martinez now back in the lineup with second priority. And there's a judge who it's their responsibility to only judge the priority. They're not looking at scores, they're only looking at priority, and that judge has the ultimate call who has priority and when.
This event, or this heat here, you can see how long they're scoring here. They want to make sure that they set the bar correctly here, as these 3 surfers, Jose, Freddie, and Dariel, are very talented. A 9 for Freddie out of the gate on a wave that looked a bit there. We also have Davi coming in with a 7.83, but then Jose with a 3.17. After a long time there, it really seems like the scores are kind of all over. Here's that 9 from our surfer from Colombia. Freddie making a beautiful turn there, and then kind of gets caught up underneath the lip and misses the mess of the wave, but awarded a 9, our top wave of this heat. Davi, who took a massive bottom air with a 7.83, and Jose Martinez, who really was just an inch behind that wave with a 3.17. Here's that replay again. Jose trying to get out in front of it and realizes right away he's got to generate more speed to try to get open. Jose ducked off this one, and he's going to be looking to replace that and get a higher. Here's that 7.83 from David. Right out of the gate, gets up there, and then that huge hop when he comes down with a ton of speed, gets out into there and makes a couple more change of direction maneuvers as he finishes up this wave here, and really had a lot of excitement after it, but currently finds himself in second place with a 7.83.
Looking at those waves in the replay, I think it's easy to see the difference, and we'll get back to this in just a moment, because right now we have on the beach Ben Way. He's going to do 2 interviews with 2 new world champions, Charlotte Banfield and Zoe Smith. Ben Way in the sand.
Thank you guys so much. We're here with your 2024 ISA World Champion of the Women's Stand 3 Division, Charlotte Banfield for England. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So, in the booth during your heat, I heard Sam speaking about your work with the WAVE project, and I wanted to ask what kind of things that what benefits that you had of the training and with their aid and with their help.
So as a teenager, I struggled a lot with my mental health to the point that I left school early with no qualifications. I was in a very, very dark place, and I've been through all sorts of therapies and stuff, and nothing really worked. And then I discovered surf therapy, and at first I thought, no, surfing and therapy, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to try it, and I refused for a while. But eventually I thought, oh, I'll give surf therapy a go. What's the worst that can happen? And the 6-week surf therapy course with the WAVE project changed my life completely, changed every aspect of who I am, and made me the person I am today. And I'll forever be grateful for the WAVE project.
Well, I bet you weren't thinking of the best thing that can happen, taking home a gold for your country.
Yeah, thank you. It was quite exciting because my aim for this competition was to do what I've been working on the last year and get an open face wave and do a turn on it. And in my first 2 heats, I didn't quite manage that. And then today I did it twice, and I'm so happy about that because it's big progress compared to last year.
Well, you had an amazing performance, and as we were speaking, you suffer from autism, which you can be quite overwhelming in a scene like this with a lot of noise and such. But on the other hand, you also have cerebral palsy, and I know with cerebral palsy, the spasticity is really activated in the cold weather. So today's beautiful, hot summer-style Huntington Beach sunshine really help you to kind of relax physically and get those great rides?
Well, I'm from England, so I'm obviously loving this weather. But I have to say, like in my second heat, my muscles weren't really doing what I was telling them to do. I was trying to telling my leg to bring it through my hands, but it just wasn't doing what I wanted it to. And yesterday we actually went for a little sauna and a spa, and I think it's done wonders for my muscles, and today it went very well, so I'm happy about that.
Well, before I send you off, let's show the viewers at home your lucky charms, your lucky bracelets that you have.
Yeah, so last year I was in the final. I got given this one before. It says dreams come true. And obviously I got my first gold, and that was brilliant. And this year I'm wearing this one as well, saying I can and I will, just to tell myself when I'm doubting how I am, to believe in myself a bit more. And I think when you believe in yourself, it works wonders. So yeah, just thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're so proud of you. Your whole team is just over the moon. And I'm going to bring someone else from your team, Zoe Smith, who also got a gold for England in just a moment. But thank you so much for your interview.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Once again, congratulations to Team England. Wonderful. 2 gold medals in VI1 Final. That's gotta be awesome. And we're gonna split pink between Colombia and Brazil.
All right, I think we're still rolling here. We've got another division and another gold medal for Team England. Zoe Smith, congratulations.
Thanks, Ben. Cheers.
So you already knew you had a gold going into this heat, and you're already in the gold medal position. And as you're entering the water with these beautiful conditions, some of the best conditions we've had in the entire event, were you just going out to take advantage of the last chance to surf this Huntington Beach, which is normally so crowded with only 3 surfers in the water?
Yeah, definitely. The conditions are absolutely perfect today. I didn't really want to get out. There were lefts and rights, and yeah, it's ideal for everybody out there.
During your heat, Rachel and Sam were speaking a lot about the technology and prosthetics and equipment. My question is, how are the advances in the prosthetic technology helping your performance and also your comfort on top of a board in the water?
I think, like I was saying to Sam, that one of the reasons why I make sure that I compete in competitions is to try and elevate the awareness within the prosthetic industry that amputees want to surf. There are very few prosthetics available that are suitable for salt water. I think there are 3 women in this division that are amputees, and I'm the only one with a prosthesis. They're extremely expensive. They're unattainable for a lot of people. And I would just love that the big corporate companies out there would look and recognize that if we could have an affordable solution for saltwater access for amputees, the whole state of this female participation within amputees would surge up, and it would give access to the water for everybody. A prosthetic is as important as a pusher for a prone assist. We've got to get there.
Well, I'm super excited. I've had long talks with Corey at Hanger Clinic about being a tinkerer myself. I've been really trying to give some ideas on some hinged surf feet, and some other things to give you guys more contact in the board. We're going to push that forward. But first, some words to everybody in England that's completely over the moon that you and Charlotte have taken golds.
Yeah, just hi to my family. Thanks for watching, all my friends that are here. It's sunny and I'll be home soon.
Thanks so much, Zoe.
Cheers, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Come on, Jose.
Thanks, thanks, Ben. And 2 incredible interviews. I'm glad we had that second one from Zoe Smith. She talked about, what's needed in the prosthetic world in order to help provide access to surf. As we know, salt water is one of the most harmful things for just about any sort of material. But Roy, that interview from Charlotte Banfield was extremely inspiring, and drew a little tear in me because it was so powerful. One of the most powerful messages we've heard this week that I particularly enjoyed. My family, who aren't surfers, there have been tuning in and watching the webcasts and just inspired. And I really want to just thank you for all the work that you have done and will continue to do. To help these athletes, man. It's truly incredible. So thank you, Roy.
Brother, thanks so much, Anthony. It's been an absolute blast sharing the black couch and now the white couch with you in this booth. It's been really fun to see a lot of these, incredible heats, waves being surfed. But really, Charlotte Banfield, what a powerful thing, saying straight up, like, this isn't going to work. Went through 6 weeks of this incredible program that they put on at the Wave, and at the end of 6 weeks talking about how it completely transformed not only just her overall view on surfing, but it sounds like confidence in life and just the way she sees herself as a surfer and really finds what we do at High Fives, which is we use the term athlete to define the people that we help, because it's an identity. And, we could call them grantees, awardees, recipients, but when you deem someone an athlete, just like Charlotte found herself to be an athlete again after that experience at the Wave in England, it really gave her an identity and a ton of hope and a bunch of confidence and just an amazing mantra to share with others.
Yep, and, with the expert and professional level of this event, it helps these athletes to really feel like athletes. Every little thing, this amazing webcast And just, thanks to everyone involved in this. As we see, the dolphins aren't just swimming by today. They're just hanging out. Looks like there's about a dozen dolphins on the left side. And back to this heat, Jose Martinez driving down the line on a right, trying to build on his score. He's got a 3.17 for that closeout that we saw earlier. That one not really providing scoring opportunity and setting up the leaderboard. Freddie Marimon with that 9.0. He backed it up with a 5.1. David Teixeira on that free fall airdrop that we saw, 7.83. 3.67 is his backup. And Cliff Gralton on the board as well with a 5.0. And we see waves approaching the dolphins, just letting it be known out there that, hey, you guys, there's waves out here.
Look
and
at all
maybe
of
they'll
them.
surf also.
Yeah, Jose jumps up with a 4.4 pairing with that 3.17. Now that kind of gives him in the range of the other two competitors' second scores. But as you mentioned, there are waves out the back, and look at how that motor works on the pusher of Freddie Marimon from Colombia, and he is on a beauty here.
Oh, flying down the line. And that turn was not as spectacular as his opening 9.0 turn. He's going to get awarded some points for the speed. And I think he was, kind of waiting. There's his stylish pullout that we've been seeing from him. But wow, I love the technique from the pusher on the back of the boards.
Are those dolphins or whales? Oh my gosh, look at the marine life out in the back right now.
Clearly dolphins. You must be from Reno. Those
Yeah.
are 100% dolphins.
Oh my God, though. Gosh, they're like breaching. I went on a whale watch in 5th grade, and all I saw was puking off the side of the boat. I didn't even get to see a whale. And God, our landlocked lifestyle in Reno, Nevada does not give as many opportunities to see. I mean, SeaWorld doesn't even have a chance at this type of show. Like, look at these dolphins. They are just, they're like cuddling and nuzzling up against each other. They're just like embracing. They're hopping on a rainbow.
I mean, this is an incredible shot. And a lot of times they just swim by as a seagull goes through under the drone there. But here, they're just hanging out. And you can see underneath them, it's definitely, a family or pod of dolphins swimming together. You can see one more joining there. And there's another group kind of off this shot that we have here. But wow, if you remember yesterday, I summoned the dolphins. Today, they just came on their own because they want to see what's going to happen in the last 5.5 minutes of this final, as Davi looking for the score of a 6.28 in order to overtake his good friend. Davi and Freddie have it. Oh, here we go. Freddie Marimon flying down the line. Little check turn to open up and carving back right into the whitewater. And we'll see if that's going to better his 5.10. But Davi and Freddie have a similar condition that they were both born with. And Jose Martinez, as we know, a triple amputee, was the victim of an IED, an internal explosive device. Thank you for your service to our country. And then Cliff Gralton having some lower extremity issues. That's why he's in the prone division.
Here we go. Just missed that wave, just missed that opportunity. They're going to have to get him back out there quickly to get another wave as Freddie is awaiting a score to pair with that 9 if it'll overtake that 5. David Teixeira here. Oh, did you see the way he just transitioned his body? He shuffled himself on that board, and look what it did for this ride. Went top to bottom on that opening turn, and now really, he was excited after his first one. I think this one is going to have him even more excited.
Well, now you see Freddie Marimon raised his backup score to a 6.73. So currently, Davi needs a 7.91. There's still quite a bit of time with 4 minutes to go. So although that was a pretty good wave, Davi, we saw an early claim before in one of our previous heats. And so he's going to want to get out there and take his position. So we'll see. That might have been the wave to win, but I think there's a lot more surfing to be done in this heat, as we see Freddie Marimon is in perfect position on a beautiful looking wave. right under the lip, off the top, carrying so much speed, bouncing off, sliding off the side of his board, and he's carving it right back into the whitewater. He needs one more big turn if there's any sort of opportunity to build on that score that he earned out the back. Will that better his 6.73? I'm not sure. Davi's got a score to come in. Wow, we've got an exciting heat. And Davi gets the score, 8.80. So now, Freddie Marimon on that wave. Is it a 7.63? What do you think, Roy?
I don't know. I think he lost position on his board a little bit there. It wasn't a clean ride, but at the same time, it was a wild ride. And he surfed it from start to finish. He was directly in that thing. But you mentioned it earlier. We saw earlier a competitor kind of claiming something before that title. Not to say Davey was claiming, but he was definitely excited. Oh, they don't go. Cliff Gralton on priority 1, grabbing a scorcher of a right here. This thing has a lot of open face, and he really attacked. We didn't even get to see the beginning, and gets the little reform before it kind of closed out on him there. That's going to be a great score from Cliff. We've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We need to see a massive score from Jose here to move him forward. Still awaiting a score here from Freddie Marimon, who, you know, as we said, was on a scorcher of a wave. And we'll see how the body position kind of comes together as he went down it and kind of got a little off and a little bit on here and there.
Yeah, here we go. Take us through it, Roy.
Look at this, just opening turn. But see, there's that little drop, and he kind of lost for a second, got back up on the wave. And then, as you mentioned, Anthony, after this whitewash here, really needed one more maneuver, and it didn't really come to him. But what a scorcher of an opening that he got there.
And there was a lot in that first turn also because he had so much speed. And Jose Martinez, he's comboed, so he's looking to build on his score to possibly move into second place. Right now, he needs at least 2 waves that are higher than both of his waves in order to take the win, as he did back in 2021. As we see him go down there, we're still waiting. The judges having a look. So they're going to compare the waves. So they're going to pull up the 7.83, Davi Teixeira's first wave. They're going to pull up Davi's 8.80. They're also going to look at Freddie Marimon's 9.0, which we were talking about at the beginning of the heat. That 6.73 that we see on the scoreboard for Freddie Marimon, they're going to look at that. So the judges are in the tower having a look at these waves, and they compare them, and they compare the maneuvers to see how critical they are. And each judge makes their own determination, and they don't talk about it, but they can ask, I would like to see the 8.8. I would like to see the 7.83. And they have their work cut out for them on this one. As we're within the last 30 seconds, I'm literally on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, you are. And there's going to be maybe a shift here too, as we're still awaiting a score for blue. And Jose posting some uncharacteristic scores that we usually see for him. Didn't really ever get on one of those big open faces that give him the big opportunity. And as we count down, they're going to sit next to each other and look at that 7.93.
He got the score. He got the score.
Colombia, Freddie Marimon is our Prone 2 champion. He gets the score in the closing minutes here, in the closing seconds here.
Wow.
Still awaiting a score from our surfer in blue, which could shuffle this board around. But what a Prone 2 men's division here. Sending this energy now into the women's Prone 2, where our highest wave score of the event from Jocelyn Neumuller, she'll be competing to try to come back and win an additional gold to add to her collection and help Team Australia grab some crucial team points. What an awesome Prone 2 men's division finals there.
And Freddie Marimon's mom, Ilse, is here, and she's going to be waiting on the beach to give him the biggest hug ever. He has won previously in a different classification. This is his first world title in this classification now of men's prone 2, taking down the 2-time champion. These two have been going back and forth in the early round heats, one of the most hotly contested divisions in the entire event. Missing from this final was Jessie Billauer, but I'd like to say great surfing from Jessie, also the champion back in 2020. Jose Martinez winning in 2021, earning a bronze medal here today. Great job,
No,
Jose.
not yet.
Oh, and one more score. That's right.
I'm hoping that Jose gets that bronze medal, specifically too also for Team USA, as they are in a massive battle with France for the overall, and this could have big implications on the overall team. Still waiting for blue, and look at that. Cliff with the 6.23, catapulting. I think right there, that could be the deciding factor in the overall team between France and USA with this little shift.
Wow.
Huge opportunity there, but prone 2 women's is up next, and I think the whole beach is just excited for this division. It's one of the most competitive. It's got the largest number of participants, and by the time you make the final in this, you have really had to throw down for the time period that you've surfed throughout the week. These guys started on Tuesday, surfed every day but yesterday, and look at Freddie coming up the beach, really excited. And, you know, Colombia does not have a big team, and I imagine how they are going to chariot carry him, and it looks like almost anybody's about to come help this one out.
And look at who's the first one to congratulate them. Jessie Billauer is down on the beach. He's not home moping and groping about not making this final. He's genuinely stoked for these guys, and great sportsmanship from the former world champion. And look at there. Freddie Marimon is in absolute disbelief. Wow, felicidades, Freddie. Felicidades a toda tu familia. Congratulations to all of your family. I mean, can you just imagine the emotion just exuding through his whole body, permeating through the whole beach? It doesn't matter if you're from Colombia or where you're from. This kid just, his smile brightens up the entire beach, and there's his mom. I think that may be his mom. It's hard to tell from this angle, but wow, I am just beside myself. That is fantastic, and whew, I can't wait for the rest of the action. It's going to be a great interview, and coming back into the booth, we're going to have Sam with Rachel to bring in the next division right after this commercial break.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as the cool cat from Cartagena, Colombia takes the men's prone 2, but up and riding right now it's our Argentinian Georgina Malatini with a really nice open line in women's prone 2 final. This is the prone 2, so it's assist, so the surfers have their pushes and catches, and our young Argentinian is just getting a beautiful beer bowl left, and she is absolutely buzzing. Great start for Argentina. She's surfing against Spain, Australia and France. Sarah Almagro, our defending champion, Jocelyn Newmiller, a multiple champion from Australia, and Beatrice Duran for France. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion and 2 times ISA silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Champs. Rachel Tilley, your dad from Huntington. You know how good the conditions are right here. It has been absolutely exceptional. And it's been great to catch up with your dad, Glenn, and him to really emphasize that we have scored this week big time.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had great conditions all week. It has been so beautiful and so great to see just clean conditions for majority of the week. We had that one day that we had really intense Santa Ana winds blowing offshore, but other than that, most of our heats have had just ideal conditions, quintessential fall here in Southern California. This is my favorite time to be here. So, you know, coming from here, this being my home, I just love that we have really turned it on here for all of our international competitors.
Yeah, we got a 25-minute final underway here. We've got our first surfer dropping a score, our Argentinian Georgina Melatini. She gets a 5. Sarah Almagro from Spain kicks off with a 4.17. So let's get a little opportunity, Rachel, to appreciate this from Sarah, our reigning champion.
A nice opening ride, unfortunately, came around that section a little bit later than I think she probably would have hoped to really capitalize on it. It did allow her to get that, or her features that I really like out of this wave was that initial bottom turn, the way she was able to project around that first section. And now she's just ridden it all the way in, milking it for everything that it has given. And I think that's really important for our surfers. I mean, even in my heats, I'm always very intentional about capitalizing every single second on the wave. And here is our 5.0 for our surfer in white. And I think this one went just above Green's 4.17 because it had more of that open face wave opportunity. And I really like the redirection at the end there for our surfer in white. Just reading the wave, reading that pier bowl. It gets really fat as the waves get close to the pier, and so it's important to redirect and turn, and just showing the judges that intention and that control behind her surfing.
Of course, Argentina, the 8th largest country in the world, 4th largest in the Americas, a really dynamic surf community out of Argentina, including the homeland of President of the ISA since '94, Fernando Aguirre. Big shout out to Fernando for supporting parasurfing for all these years, and big shout out for Georgina from General Pacheco Tigra, Ride Santa Clara at home in Argentina, kicking off with a 5. She's currently in the gold medal position. In silver, it's Sarah Almagro, our reigning gold medalist with a 4.17, but ride still to be ridden for Jocelyn Newmiller for Australia, the Irukandjis, and Beatrice Duran for Team France. Georgina has a look at that wave. She was in 4th priority though, Rachel, so she can't get lower in the priority pecking order than 4th, so that won't change her situation. Healthy to have a look at inside waves like that.
100%, I think, especially with 19 minutes remaining, you know, it's staying busy. It's trying to get multiple scores across the board. So that way, when you enter those final 10 minutes, it's all about improving your situation. You're not still just trying to get one of those top 2 waves, as we see our surfers from that last heat sharing a beautiful moment, a great heat we just saw, Sam.
That's really special. Jose Martinez and our gold medalist, Freddy Maramon, embracing. Freddy just 19. It's his 2nd ISA World Parasurfing gold. Of course, Jose Martinez was really incredible in that final. He really pushed the performance all the way, and he was looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that was such a pleasure to watch. And, you know, here we are now into the women's Prone 2 division. So, again, as we can see there, our surfers needing assistance to paddle into the waves and while in the water. So these surfers are out there with a team, Sam. A team that it's not the surfer, the people that we see in the orange jersey there, those are our water safety, our water patrol. Those are volunteers just helping, making sure, maintaining that safety of our athletes. But their team is specifically people that they work with to push and to catch, and team that they work with throughout their career and, you know, have a really strong relationship with.
Well, a career highlight for Team Colombia. Freddy Maramon, the 19-year-old from Cartagena. He's taking the win, and he's with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, guys. We're here with your 2024 ISA World Men's Pro 2 champion, representing Colombia, Freddy Maramon. Felicidades, guapis.
Gracias, gracias. Uy, no sé qué decir. Cansado. Gracias a Dios. Lo luchamos durante un año completo, un año de dedicación, de sacrificio, de dejar cosas atrás por este triunfo, porque lo quería. Fue un año donde se cerraron muchas puertas, pero Dios abrió otras, y este es el resultado con mi equipo de trabajo.
So he wants to thank God. He said it was a lot of sacrifice for all their training. He said he had to leave a lot of things aside to focus, and he said he said that there was a lot of doors that closed, but then a lot of doors open, which gave him this this advantage in this heat. My first question for him is that it was one of the most exciting battles, constantly jumping from first to second with Davi, and his history with Davi goes so far back since they used to compete in their own solo class back in the day. And my question is going to be, how important is it to really know the abilities and the potential of your opponent? Bueno, estás amigos con Davi desde hace muchísimo, cuando compitieron en su propio clase de SID. Y bueno, en este manga era súper emocionante, subiendo a primero, bajando a segundo, subiendo primero, bajando a segundo. Y qué tan importante es saber el potencial y también el riding y el estilo de competir del oponente.
Bueno, la verdad es que David y yo, sí, somos amigos desde muy niños y tenemos un surfing muy parecido. Cuando surfeábamos sentados, los dos siempre hemos estado en patineta, entonces el surfing era igual, la competencia era igual. Después que cambiaron de categoría, el nivel se comenzó parejo, después él fue subiendo, yo me esforcé y ahora estamos parejos y esos fueron los resultados, primero, segundo, pero bueno, la dimos todas.
So you said in the beginning their riding was very similar when they were in the sit class. They both basically rode at the same level. They both skateboarded. When they had to change categories to the prone, Davi kept going higher and higher, and Davi's riding was getting better. And now Freddie's done all the training to where they're at a balanced playing field, and he's super excited as well for Davi. Finalmente, so next I'm going to just say how appreciative is all the support from his family, his mom, as well as Andrés and Jesus Capote, Mimo, his team. ¿Qué tan agradecido es el apoyo, para el apoyo de tu familia, para tu team y para todos los que te están apoyando desde Colombia?
Bueno, todos me han apoyado, quiero darles gracias por ustedes, que me despierto todos los días súper temprano para hacer ejercicio, para cambiar cosas nuevas en mi equipo de trabajo. Quiero agradecerles y darle la victoria a Dios, agradecer a mi amigo Dumet. La dimos todas, el alcalde de Cartagena fue el único, aparte de la federación, que confiaron en mí, Dumet Turbay. Y no, en realidad los verdaderos campeones están detrás mío, ellos son los campeones.
So, yeah, he said he wants to thank all of his family who got him up early, made sure he was training, doing everything. He said he gives the victory to God, but he said the real champions are right behind him. Felicidades.
Gracias, arriba Colombia una vez más. ¡So!
Fantastic stuff, of course. The Caribbean coast of Colombia around Playa del Mar and Cartagena has fantastic waves, and they also have waves on the Pacific coast, and Colombia represented, winning gold, and what a fantastic special moment that is for Freddie Maramon. His second ISA World Parasurfing gold, but let's switch our attention now to the remaining 14 minutes. Rachel, this is the situation. Our Argentinian out there in the gold medal position, as we can see some of the local sea life just saying hello, demonstrating that they're the real locals. In silver, as it stands right now, we have Sarah Almagro for Spain. No waves ridden for Jocelyn and Beatrice. It's a slow start for France and Australia. What will be going through their minds, Rachel?
You know, for someone like Jocelyn, she actually got out of her heat yesterday with like 6 minutes remaining because she had already posted 2 9s and was throwing away a 7. So I am surprised that we're seeing such a slow start from her. I think conditions overall getting slower due to the tide continuing to come up. So these surfers, this is where if I'm in that position, I do start not going into panic mode, but going like, okay, if a wave comes, I need to capitalize on it. I need to turn around and take it, even if it's maybe only going to be a, you know, a 5 or below. It's just opening that account and getting something to start building on top of.
Look at those two lovebirds
That's
just
beautiful.
smooching and relaxing in the water here. Big shout out to Visit Huntington Beach for supporting us once again, and big shout out to our Argentinian heat leader in the gold medal position, because she has got a second score on the board, a 3.5, waiting for a third ride as well to be scored. So leaving our surfer Beatrice Duran now down with a 3.17 in the bronze medal position. Jocelyn Newmiller with a fantastic team, Matty Walsh, Vance Gordon, Jake Thomas, Tomlinson helping out Jocelyn Newmiller. They're waiting for the first wave to be ridden, so they're really going to have literally from now a 12-minute final. A lot of pressure on Jocelyn to get 2 good waves in that time, but if anyone can do it, Jocelyn can do it. She's in first priority, and it looks like there's a really nice set welling up. The pier bowl left is standing tall, close to our Argentinian, but it's Jocelyn with a real nice right-hander. Bottom turns, top turns, and then drives into that third cutback. Great rounded turn on that angle, engaging that inside rail, back to the outside rail. Already some radical, critical maneuvers done on the open face, and she's still moving through to the inside as this wave still has some green wall ahead of it. It's got smaller, but she's right in the pocket all the way. Jocelyn Newmiller takes it to the sand, and that is absolutely outstanding, Rachel. I think it's going to go excellent range.
There we go. I think that is the best wave that we have seen of this heat so far. So, like you said, pressure was on, and we were saying as soon as a wave came, she had to turn around and capitalize on it, because you're wanting to get to this back half of the heat. It's a 25-minute heat, so we're well past halfway, and it's now getting into that point where you're wanting to improve upon. I think that will send her straight to the lead, Sam. I agree with you in that, probably going excellent. She has a really mature way of reading the wave, and I really love the lines that she draws.
So what now will be her advice from her catcher, knowing that that could be a big score? As we can see PT there with Team Irukandji's. Of course, PT being a stalwart of the Huntington Beach community for a number of decades now. Jocelyn, she's going to get a score. What do you think will be going through her mind as she paddles back out, knowing there's only 10 minutes left?
Well, she'll be feeling really comfortable and confident now that, especially once that score gets dropped, that will really determine how selective she'll want to be on the back half of her second wave.
Really incredible left-hander on the pier bowl for Sarah Almagro, our reigning gold medalist. Snaking and climbing across 3 really nice maneuvers there. So this is going to add to her 4.17 for Sarah from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast. She is looking really incredible to move up into the gold medal position. Jocelyn just currently having ridden 1 wave. I feel now once that score comes in, Sarah's going to be up in gold. Jocelyn goes up to silver on 1 wave, an 8.0. Excellent range stuff. Now Sarah chasing a 4.34. For sure she's moving up into gold, and now it will be an opportunity for Jocelyn to get that backup score.
Yeah, and Jocelyn only needing a 0.5 as that backup score. So this is what I was talking about. You were saying, what's that strategy going to be? It really depends on how that wave, that score came in. Let's take a look at what Blue's going to do here, though.
Beatrice Durand from l'Espoir Médoc in the Nouvelle Aquitaine in southwest France gets a really nice pier bowl left and then cuts back through on the inside. She's got a 3.17 to her name, so she's going to add to that. I really like the trim line on that face. I like the way she's just engaged in that one lock of the rails. So she's currently in the copper medal position. If she gets a 5.33, she will move up the leaderboard, but we're waiting for a score to come in for our Spaniard, and that will really change the situation because Georgina is out there in gold as it stands for Argentina. But my expectation, Rachel, is when Sarah Almagro drops a score, she's up there in the gold medal position.
Yeah, I think so as well, or at least even moving up into that silver. Let's take a look at the replay of this 8-point ride, going top to bottom right from the start, wrapping it all the way around here. Now, when I was talking about the lines that I love that she draws, I was talking about those opening maneuvers and then her maturity of reading this wave, staying right in the pocket there, not going too far out and letting the wave go underneath her. She did a really great job of balancing herself into the energy of this wave, so that way she can even get a little floater onto the inside, onto the sand. And it is the score that we're waiting for here from our surfer in green, roller coastering all the way down. This stays beautiful and open right in front of her, wrapping it back around. I really like what she did there, and she's only looking for something, as we've said, Sam. So what are you thinking?
Well, it comes in at a 6.33, so she moves up into the gold medal position. So it now means that in silver, Georgina for Italy needs a 5.51, and Jocelyn for Australia needs a 2.50 to move up into gold, and Beatrice Durand for Team France needs a 7.33 as we get to appreciate Beatrice's last wave.
Yeah, this one was a 3.4, did not go into her top 2, but I like her down carve there, and then her intention using that, her head turning to go towards that open face, then redirecting back towards the right, and almost bearing her rail there, but she's able to recover it, and now just gets to cruise in straight to her catcher. Really great angles. So now it is our surfer in red. If we're talking about who would you rather be, Sam, for me, it's obviously Jocelyn. Although on the leaderboard right now, she's sitting in 3rd, but she has the highest single wave score by a long shot in that excellent 8-point ride, only needing a 2.5. So we know she can do that in her sleep, and her just being able to turn around and whip into one, you know, she feels like, if I were her, I'd feel like I have control of the heat right now. Even if there were 2 minutes remaining, I would feel like, okay, you know what? I'm going to be patient right now and really wait for a great wave so that I can get an excellent score. But if she's able to maintain that first priority and we get towards the back half of that heat, 2 minutes or less remaining, she knows she can just whip around on one quickly.
Yeah, as we can see the dolphins basking, relaxing, and the pressure is on Jocelyn. She's in bronze, chasing a backup score. Sarah Almagro for Spain is in gold with a 6.33 and a 4.17, but Jocelyn just needs to get something significant. A 2.50 would be enough, but she'll want to go bigger than that. Jocelyn 2 times World Paracanoe champion in 2.16 and 2.17. She represented Australia in the Rio Paralympics in 2016 in the 200-meter paracanoe. She finished 5th there, but in 2017 at the World Champs in paracanoe, she paralyzed her left arm, and that then attracted her to parasurfing, and she only has use of one arm. So you'll really notice that the ability of Jocelyn is incredible, that she's able to engage both rails so dynamically with only the sensation in one arm. Sarah Almagro sitting a little bit deeper there, Rachel. For me, this is all about gold between Spain and Australia as we move into the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Georgina is not out of the question. She only needs a 5.51. She already has a 5, so we know that her scoring, the judges are liking what she has been doing so far. So already that's still within that grasping measure, but
exactly.
I think it's right when we see Jocelyn. She has command of this heat right now, although, like we said, it doesn't look like it from the leaderboard right now. Knowing strategy, knowing the specifics of how to utilize priority, her and her catcher, or sorry, her and her pusher are being really strategic of when they're going to utilize that first priority. And, you know, sometimes you actually do want to push it until the very end, so that way the others don't even have that time to re-respond, if that makes sense.
Beatrice Duran on a high line, looking to replace a 3.17. Nice pier bowl left. Drops to the bottom of the wave. Locks in trim. Right in the pocket there. A nice bottom turn through the mid part of that ride. Now just engaging the right side rail and just going into a turn. Back onto the left rail. Back again onto the right rail. Chasing a 6.40 to move up into the gold medal position. As we can see, Georgina chasing a 5.51. Great opportunity for Team Argentina to go for gold here. A 5.51 is an attainable score for Georgina, considering that she's already dropped to 5.0. And the surfer from France and the surfer from Argentina now leave the Spaniard and the Australian out back with priority, but both needing scores. Jocelyn wants to get her second score on the board. Sarah wants to improve on her backup 4.17.
Yeah, and you know, talking again about when to turn around and capitalize on this first priority for Jocelyn. You know, if she just goes on a small one and gets that 2.5, that's great and all, but then our surfer in green only needs a 4.18 to retake it. So that's what I'm talking about, and not turning around and only getting a small wave that would get her maybe that 2.5, because that gives then green that opportunity with first priority to try and wait for maybe a set that comes. So they're going to not rely on just the 2.5 until the very final minute.
Yep, absolutely. Jocelyn back in 2012 was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, which resulted in her paralysis and moved her into para sports, excelled in basketball, in sailing, and particularly in para canoeing. And she is waiting for a score. Sarah, it was a number of years ago, over 6 years ago, she had meningitis that caused sepsis and multiple amputations, including a kidney transplant. And her donor was her father, her dad, for that kidney transplant. She's in her 5th year of a law degree. She's our reigning world champion, Rachel. She's currently sitting in gold, but our Argentinian is sitting in silver and our Australian is sitting in bronze, chasing a score. Now, 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, a 2.5, an attainable score on a small wave. It's gone glassy. There's a lull. What will be going through the minds of Team Australia right now?
Yeah, now this is when, if a wave comes, it's time to turn around and whip into it. You know, we just saw a small one under the drone. Sometimes those waves look bigger than they actually are from the beach angle, but maybe we see some lines coming in here. This is where I'm starting to sweat for Jocelyn. I think she's looking pretty calm, cool, collected. You know, they're not panicking. They're not moving to the inside quite yet, but they will need to be ready for when the ocean provides one. It looks like we have one coming in here. Sam, this could be her opportunity. This is where she does have to make sure she performs.
Jocelyn Neumiller chasing a 2.50. She's got an opportunity. She's up and riding. It's a high line. She's got that lip line. Can she come out of that float? She can. She lands that float, maximizing what was a very difficult wave to ride with a radical takeoff straight into the mid of the wave, lining up that float, driving down out of that floater, and now moving right through to the inside. All the pressure was on Jocelyn, and she delivered. That, for me, is certainly a 2.5. But the question is Sarah going to get a chance to replace her 4.17? And is Georgina going to get a chance to replace her 3.67?
Yeah, well, with only a minute remaining, you know, now it is up to that relationship with the ocean. Maybe some waves coming out the back, but wow, I cannot believe the risk that she took on that wave. I was thinking, okay, it's going to close out. Maybe she'll do a down carve. Maybe she will get that 2.5. But had she gone, she went up, and I was going, oh no, if she goes out the back of this, it won't be that 2.5.
Wow.
It'll be under, and then maybe she's lost her opportunity. So the fact that she went for that risk, I am just so, that it was outstanding.
I mean, for me, it's a solid 5 already, just for landing that floater. I mean, the judges will, of course, get the opportunity to look at the replay, put it relative. But the question is, with 10 seconds remaining, she gets a 4.67. She goes into gold and up and riding right now. Sarah on the pier bowl left, chasing now a 6.35. Nice cutback for Sarah. Again, engaging that rail as things move through to the inside. She stays in the pocket on the open face. She just wants to finish things with something dynamic on the inside. For me, she still needs something exceptional on this wave to really solidify something into the mid-6s, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that one was, maybe the wave just didn't provide quite enough. Surfed really well, but I'm not sure if that will come through as quite in that requirement.
Okay, so as it stands right now, Jocelyn Neumiller on just 2 waves, an 8 and a 4.67. I mean, we've got to say due respect for Jocelyn landing that floater.
Wow.
But right now, Sarah chasing a 6.35. Rachel, I think our instinct felt that it was close but not enough, and it comes in at a 4.37. So Jocelyn Neumiller wins gold once again. She won silver for the last 2 years. She won gold in 2021, and she gets her 2nd gold medal here at Huntington Beach in 2024, with Argentina finishing in a brilliant bronze and Beatrice Durand for France finishing fantastic copper. Massive heat coming up next. We move into the men's Neal final. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
And we are back with another heat. It's just back-to-back-to-back action. here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA at the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Introducing the men's kneel and upright final, Mark Mono Stewart from Australia in blue, Dariel Melendez Davila from Costa Rica in blue, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales in green, and Altair Olivares from Chile in white. Mono Stewart wearing that red jersey, the coveted red jersey, which means you are the highest heat leader, the first seed going into this event. Anthony Vela with Roy Tuscany. Roy, whew, so much action today.
Yeah, and we're going to continue that action right here in the men's upright kneel. Surfer in blue here from Costa Rica, Dariel Alberto Melendez Davila. Lots of people rooting Dariel on from the beach, grabbing a little right out of the gate within the first minute and a half just to put a score on board. It was pretty funny. The first wave that came in, each of the surfers in this division, Altier, Spongy, Mono, and Dariel, all did their coveted like peel off, and they all tried to, I think, like say, oh, you're going to, yeah, I'll go, nope, and then they each peeled off in their own respective way. But Dariel catching that first one and getting the first score on the board here. It's going to be a lot of back-to-back waves, and we're going to see a lot of action. Surfer from Wales here took him and Sarah out for dinner the other night. Spongy on a gorgeous left that unfortunately barrels the rail. Spongy was without his wetsuit till this morning at about 6 a.m. with the man who stole it from him trying to sell it back to him this morning. And Spongy actually got his wetsuit back and is back in the form that he wants. Looks like a little 1.5 for Spongy there, and they're taking a little time on Dariel's to set a precedent. Altier from Argentina, Anthony.
And falling on that closing maneuver, Sponge Williams up and riding again, and he's on a right. We see behind in the peak, Mono Stewart getting his first ride, bangs one off the top. Bottom turn into a second wave, grabs a rail with both hands for stability, but not enough as he falls off on that closing maneuver. In this heat, every single participant has won a medal in previous years' competition. So all of these four surfers have no short of experience. And your boy, Dariel El Papi, he is new to this division. Can you tell us about that readjustment?
Yeah, grabbing a 4.33 on his opening score. Dariel was in the above knee stand division, which was a division that constantly was having a low participation number. And the maneuvers that he serves are comparable to the maneuvers that are served in the kneeling position. And so Dr. Mo and the classifying staff reclassified this division as upright kneel. We'll get a definition directly of that will define. But right now, there are so many waves being ridden that we really just got to try to keep up with it. Surfer in blue on a beauty of a right here. Really going to have to get out in front of it. He knows it. He jumped off early and is going to paddle back out. Opening wave for our surfer in white from Chile, Altier Olivares, a 3.6. Sponge still awaiting a score. And Mono looking like an Australian rules football as he got punted off of that air and grabbing both rails, getting himself ready to try to take on that impact, and was not successful, but awaiting a lot of scores on the board. And as we mentioned, we're less than 5 minutes in, tons of action. Here's the replay of our surfer in blue catching his second wave. No, this is his opening 4.33. Really smooth transition here, and then just really working that single arm Huntington hop to stay in the pocket and create maneuvers and change of position. Here's Mono Stewart in the red, whammo off the top. And then here comes that Australian rules punt, and he absolutely went down and under. And then a quick little right here for our surfer in green, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales.
And what a great exchange in the first few minutes of this heat. We're going to see constant waves ridden. Sponge Williams on a left, great high line turn there. And his signature wheelie, I'm going to call it, and great use of his hands, switching directions, switching hands on the rails, hands on the inside rail, then switches to the outside rail. He's milking this one for everything. He's trying to back up his 5.17 with something better than a 1.5. Mono Stewart gets a 6.17 for that opening single turn wave and then that incomplete maneuver. And right now, we are going to go down. We have the winner of the women's division. What a fantastic heat. Ben Way, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with your 2024 ISA World Women's Prone 2 champion, Jocelyn Neumuller, representing the Irukanjis Team Australia. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was a tough one.
That was a nail-biter for me. You guys, you started the heat with an 8.0, then kind of just sat on that priority for a while, but towards the end, time was running out, and we know there's those huge lulls. Were you starting to stress that a wave might not come?
Yeah, I think we were just holding on to that hope, but we had that plan. If it was going to be in the last 2 minutes, we were just going to come in and get a small one because that's what we needed to get for that 2-point advantage to get into first.
As you were getting pushed into that one, it looked like it was going to open up, but then it pinched on you, and you were forced into this last-minute sketchy floater that could have easily taken you down. And even though you were needing a small score, had you not completed that maneuver, you wouldn't have popped up where you're at.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough one. Probably made the wrong decision to go right, but I guess at the end of the day, a win's a win, and it's fantastic to be here with such close competition. It's my favourite event of the year to have Sarah and all those other girls just pushing the level.
Well, I've been super excited. I'm a big fan of this board that Lee Stacy's made for you. What I wanted to ask is, what are some of the performance aspects where your own riding has gotten, I've seen it evolve on new equipment. What are some of the positive changes that you've felt on this new board?
Yeah, I think just this new board, it's just got that ability to not catch rail, but really be able to engage the rail both left and right. But it's got that little bit of a rounder rail, which means that if I do go for that last hit, just like then, the rail doesn't catch, it just comes out smoothly, and the nose just means, and the concave just means it pops back up perfectly. So that was a perfect board for this heat. But I think ultimately I couldn't have done it without my team. Like here, Vance, Jake, Matt, it's been a dream team. So fortunate to have that team.
Yeah, and we always love seeing you guys in and out of competition with this amazing crew of legends. But yeah, as you mentioned, that equipment, it's as a shaper, it's so difficult to have something that's sensitive but also forgiving. So Lee Stacy, what a good job, man! You got the balance down there. It's amazing. And I'm gonna let you go because you got to go back and cheer on Mono. Yeah. We're taking time away from his heat.
Perfect. Can I just say a huge shout out to Insurance Advisor Net that really supported this team, and I think that's been such a huge influence on the team success and just the team culture. Has been the best over here. So thanks to all the supporters that also got behind the Irukanjis fundraiser that helped the team get out here. And then ultimately the team, we couldn't have done it without the bigger team and friends and family supporting back home. So thank you.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi!
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi!
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ben, and congrats to Jocelyn Neumuller. What an incredible competition, and that took some, the patient game was going to come down to the end, and what an incredible maneuver. As Roy, we've seen some scores lock in during that break. Your boy, Dariel Davila, on this wave.
What an absolute beauty. Comes into this thing right in the perfect position. As the wave starts to come up from behind him, he comes up and snaps this initial turn on the right at the tippy top of it, throwing a nice bucket up and over the backside. Really great extension. That front arm driving that rail as he comes up, and then again slaps another one at the top and really snaps the board back and ends up getting a third snap here. Perfectly positioned in there, even kind of dragging that hand inside the barrel to get it, and then ends up with a massive kind of collapse out the back. But Dariel here he is on another, now on a left. Dariel needing to better a 4.33. It looks like he might have gotten that right in there, and here comes Alti in white, our surfer Anthony from Chile.
And here he is flying towards the pier. Beautiful directional change there, throwing lots of spray. That spray had so much distance on it, which is a showcase of his speed. The judges are going to love this score. And he's taken this one all the way in through the pier, turning in the pier, and one more turn coming up for him? No. Oh, how's that claim right there? Hands on hips, salute. So that score from Dariel, if he would have landed that last turn, I think that would have gained at least an extra point into the 9 range, but being awarded that 8 for those first two turns that he connected perfectly. And currently sitting in second place is Dariel. Wow.
We are awaiting a score from him. Here comes Mono, who opened with a 6.17, has kind of been sitting out there waiting for his next wave, and it looks like Mono found one right up inside, tucked his head underneath that cover up for a second, goes up and over one of the fellow competitors. And again, just like Altier just brought it through the pylons, here comes Mono. Let's see what type of claim we get from him, and a big turn and spin and heading back out now.
Now, see, on that wave, I think we'll get back to that. So we've got Sponge Williams up. He's on a right, connecting with the lip there, carrying his speed over the top on that one. Beautiful directional change there. 3 turns linked together wonderfully, and getting back to that wave from Mono Stewart. He was looking for the 2, but I think he missed some scoring opportunity that was there had he come off the bottom and done a turn off the top. And so we talked to him the other day. He's all about going for the tube rides, but you've got to get the scores as well. And so I'm thinking that maybe that was one mistake if I was coaching him, because there was scoring opportunity that he missed at the opening of that wave.
Yep, and now as we all seen 3 waves from 3 of the 4 competitors, it now leaves Dariel out in the back by himself with priority, needing a 4.57. Here comes a beautiful right that he's going to spin off of. But also we're still awaiting a secondary score from Spongy, who just did 3 incredible directional changes on that right, especially the last one where he literally spun 270 degrees.
Incredible surfing by Sponge Williams. Sponge Williams. Oh, in the tube as we're talking about him. Oh, my goodness. He is feeling it right now. The 2-time champion, 2023, 2023, 2022. He is stoked. The victim of a accident while skateboarding. He was hit by a car, but he didn't hesitate like a lot of people. He went right back to the water, and he actually started a clothing company, Hop Along Clothing, that we'd like to share. You know, trying to help other athletes get funding in order to search for their dreams. But amazing surfing by Sponge Williams, showing why he's a 2-time champion. Wow, Roy, absolutely blistering heat we have so far.
Yeah, and Spongy still waiting. He actually has we're still waiting on that right score, which was phenomenal. But this left right here, coming off the pier bowl, sees instantaneous that this thing is going to cover up, does a quick turn to get up and underneath the lip, fully covered, fully exposed, and then comes popping, spitting out the other side. 2 great scores about to be posted for Sponge Williams, who's sitting on a 7.4 and a 5.17.
I believe that 7.4 was for the right, because we've only have one circle. If you're following along on ISAsurf.org, that tube ride, see from this drone angle, take us through it.
You know, as you can see from here, the beach shot is the fun one because it shows him completely covered. And here's that beach shot as I call for it, and him completely underneath and comes out, and then a big old turn at the top. Really fun. And then here's from the glass cam, the Ben Way view. This is the POV of Ben Way right here of what Ben saw while calling a gold medal champion there. We're awaiting some scores. The shuffle on the board is going to happen here. Scores from Altier, from Mono, and from Sponge Williams.
And what I really loved about that tube ride was he came right out of the tube carrying so much speed and then went straight into another turn. So that's the combination that we've been talking about that the judges are looking for. Sarah's on her phone on ISA Surf waiting for the score to drop. We see the red circles also, Sarah. So again, if you're following online, total transparency, where the scores drop in as they come from the judges, linked in with the refresh system, and brought to you by ISAsurf.org. And you see all the competitors sitting close. We have a nail biter, and it comes in. There's the score. Ah, you were right. There was a second score. So you were correct. That 7.27 was for that right, and now we're waiting for one more score to drop from the tube ride. You are correct.
And we're still waiting for another score from Mono, and we're waiting for a score from Alti, which were good waves. I think this board is going to shuffle around a little bit. We got 10 minutes left for this shuffled and then repeat of action that we've seen in this. Nothing but 9.17.
AC Mono pointing, you just got that score?
Sarah is fired up.
Oh, being rewarded for that combination. He is stoked. And Mono ducking his head there. Mono, keep your head up, mate. You got 9 minutes to go. And you know what? I think he's thinking back to that too bright opportunity that he had. And had he gone for turns on that wave, might have got scores. Mono Stewart, the victim of osteosarcoma at 15 years old, where he got hit after 2 years of chemotherapy. He lost his leg, but he gained some extra oomph with the way that he surfs. The local at Byron Bay, probably the only human being able to say, hey, everybody, we're going to come surf at Byron. And they say, Mono, take the break away.
A gentleman who drives a yellow Mustang and a yellow Hummer in Australia in Byron Bay. He not only drives bright, fast cars, but he also has the respect of almost every single person in that community growing up there, being a part of it. It's been really fun to watch the progression of the Australian Adaptive Championships that Deb and Mono have put forth, and excited to know that it's coming back March 23rd through the 30th of 2025 back to Australia. Sarah is pacing the beach, doesn't at all look stressed. She's referring to everybody that she can see to ask if their phones say the same thing. 8 minutes remaining. Still awaiting a score from Mono on that red. Taking a while looking at this one. 6.17 that he's going to combo with some score here. And we'll see what that is. And again, I think he'll jump up. But currently third place, Altier with 11.37. Dariel Melendez with 12.33. And our heat leader after getting covered up, 16.57 combo score for Sponge. Here we go. Mark Mono Stewart awarded a 6.50. So now Mono jumps up into second. We've got the silver beard and silver position right now, but he wants to go golden and not allow Spongy to three-peat here. But Sponge Williams currently out in front, and waves are approaching. Surfers are excited, and we will see what happens here with the scoreboard as more waves are about to be served.
And so we saw Altier Olivares drop a 7.77. And so Dariel holding that 8 and just a smaller 4.33. So he's in a good position with that high score at Sponge Williams all the way on the bottom of the screen, shifting his weight all the way to the back with that wheelie turn there, under the lip snap, driving down the line. And here goes one more turn for Sponge Williams. He's taking this one all the way to the pier. I don't believe that one's going to go into his score line, but also you want to play defense and keep the other surfers off the waves as well. So he's looking good with 2 scores, one in the excellent range, one almost in the excellent range, whereas Mono Stewart, his highest score is a 6.5. Both Dariel and Altier have higher single scores, so their backup score, if they were to better that, they have a chance to move ahead of Mono Stewart. Mono with a tough year last year, his worst finish ever in 9th. He was first back in 2021. 2022, he was second. 2020, he was second. He's trying to get back to the top of the podium, but he actually is comboed. He needs a combination of scores, whereas like I just mentioned, the other single high score of the other competitors, they're not in a combination situation, but they both need scores to get into first in the excellent range.
Yeah.
So we're getting an update from Eric Kramer of the points totals, and Roy Tuscany cannot wait to get his eyes on those points that have been updated as of 11:15 a.m. And this heat will play into the Roy getting the info down to the team as well. So
look at this. Things are really shaping up in this heat. I'm not looking at this spreadsheet that our surf director Kevin just handed to me. I'm not texting it out to other folks. We're just watching this awesome. Oh, Eric. I said Kevin. Oh, it's Eric Kramer, not Kevin Eric. Man, I am just backwards today. The Joan of Arc that Sam put forth earlier today really has had me just baffled for names. I did not believe that the Crusade female confidant of Joan of Arc was going to be brought up today, and it's completely thrown me into the wrong time frame. I'm saying names from the 1200th century and calling our director of surfing here Kevin, and his name's not even Kevin, it's Eric. Next thing you know, I'm going to call Jay like Jack Johnson instead of Jay Johnson. And Ben Way. Ben is, I don't know, but here's Dariel Alberto Melendez Davila. I can say his name without a problem. Great pop-up in the blue jersey. Look at this slow-mo that Action Sports Productions is putting forth for us here right now. We can literally see the droplets, the Rolo. Oh, gets like 300 degrees of the needed 360. He does pop up, but kind of the whitewash propels him to pop up.
That would have been interesting to see how the judges would have kind of picked that one apart if he was able to land on his stomach there. Remember that aerial from Kelly Slater where he landed kind of in the prone position and was awarded a 3. It was the most difficult earned 3 in the history of the surfing tour. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Sponge Williams in the driver's seat holding a 9.17 and a 7.4. The surfer from Wales, from Abersoch, with a 2-time world championship under his belt, and he's leading the 1-time world champion, Mono Stewart. And Mono needs a combination of waves, so time's running out for him, and he's going to rewatch this heat. His surf coach, he was telling us the other day, was getting mad at him because he kept searching for the tube, and that may be coming back to haunt him in this finals, as we see right now up and riding Altair with a great looking wave right there, turning back into the whitewater. And what a fantastic and snappy turn there. And again, not quite having the critical nature as the other surfers have. He's trying to better a 3.60 to move into third place possibly. That's not going to be an 8.81 to move into first for sure. And your boy Daniel.
All right, here we go in blue with a monster snap off that top one. Really beautiful wave in there. The wave just quite didn't have as much force as he was hoping for. 2 powerful maneuvers like that would have really helped catapult his score. I don't think that's an 8.58, but I do think it's going to secure him farther up on the leaderboard to better his color of medal.
And so just want to make sure everyone knows why I keep saying he's your boy. You've spent a lot of time helping him, and with the High Fives Foundation supporting him financially, helping him with some coaching and boards. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have a excellent looking wave shaping up here. Beautiful form, light wind conditions here in Huntington Beach, and Mono Stewart having a look at this one under the lip. He's eyeing that lip and just mistimed that bottom turn. I think he was indecisive on what turn he wanted to do, and here he is trying to make some action at the end. Mono Stewart driving this one into that deep guttery section where there's not as much scoring potential, and you can see him throw his hands up. He was looking for the tube, but he should have been going for a turn. I'm going to say it again.
He really's been loving those tubes, awaiting that score. Altair just jumped from 4th to 2nd with that 6.33, and I believe we're awaiting a score from Blue on that last one. This heat has caught so many waves that we have to scroll, and there is the red circle showing that a score is to be posted for Blue and a score is to be posted for Red. 1 minute remaining. I mean, they have scored so many waves. They have scored so many quality waves in this, and the leaderboard has jumped around numerous times, awaiting to see scores from Red and Blue to see what it does here. And in this final 45 seconds, will any of the competitors grab one more wave to either pad their score or increase their score for a better outcome?
And what a great story, the surfer from Chile, Altair Olivares, as Dariel Davila drops a score to add to his 8. So he moves back into 2nd place, pushing Altair down to 3rd place. He previously has a 2nd and a 3rd in his history, but right now sitting in 3rd place. And he's excited to be back in the water and feeling part of this motivation of athletes and spectators. And there is Sarah, the partner of Sponge Williams, and she is stoked.
Yes.
He is stoked, and he showed his full repertoire. Barrel riding, turns, off the tops, and straight away the competitors paddle over to give him some love, and that's what I love about this community. And there is your 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Champion in the Kneel Upright Division, Sponge Williams from Wales.
Looks like Mono was going to congratulate him, but then realized that he would have been wiped out with this wave. He'll congratulate him when he gets to the beach, or right here. There it is. Look at him. He timed it perfectly, actually.
Bedway called it.
Yeah, that was so good. So exciting to see those two continually elevate this field of Kneel, trading wins time and time again. Even though that isn't a U.S. Surfer in this, we do have the U.S. Excitement in that mascot, but no one is more excited than that lady right there, Sarah, his partner, his coach, and his biggest critic when it comes to all things surfing out in the ocean.
And Mono Stewart, hats off to you, mate. 62 years old and showing youngsters how to do it. What an incredible heat. We knew it was going to be an incredible heat, and it lived up to all expectations. And there you see Sponge Williams. And who is going to be the bottom of the chariot? Wow, hugs all around. So the Welsh flag flying proud. And here we go.
I feel like Adam Land, that's a guy I'd want to go up on his shoulders. One of the most balanced, strongest humans, best watermen. Him and his dad, Jeff Land, and the Surf Gimp Foundation have done so much for the parasurfing community in keeping the memory of their good friend Jay, who was the catalyst to them getting involved in this sport. But there it is, the beach chariot, and it's not just Welsh. Sponge is loved by this community, and he's such an ambassador of it. There's Johnny from Canada carrying his board up. There's Sarah behind, handing off the flag and blowing the whistle. But this is one of the sport's ambassadors that's loved by everyone. And what a way to wrap. Here we go on that closing. I'm imagining they're going to show the tube, Anthony.
Oh, yeah, what a way to go to break. And we'll be back right after this with Rachel and Sam in the booth for our next heat, the Women Kneel and Upright Division. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we have just seen Llewellyn Sponge Williams win his third ISA World Parasurfing gold, going back to back to back between Pismo and 2 times here in Huntington. What a fantastic achievement for the Welshman. He is sitting on top of the world, but right now we shift gears into the final for the women's kneel. It's our surfer from Brazil, Vera Quaresma. She is going to be surfing against Audrey Pascual from Spain, Emma Dieters from Australia, and Erin Koffel for Team USA. Emma, 2 times a gold medalist across 2 different divisions, women's prone 2, women's prone 1. Now she has moved into women's kneel. It's a 25-minute final. I'm Sam Bleakley. Back in the booth with Rachel. Rachel, as a proud American, you'll be pleased to know that as it stands right now, Team USA are potentially sitting in the gold medal position, but it depends on them winning their last 2 opportunities to take gold, because we have Erin representing USA in this final, and if they want to achieve maximum points across their last 2 finals that they're in, they need to take gold in both of those to fend off France, who are potentially sitting in silver, but as it stands, things could all change as the results come through for the next 3 grand finals.
Yeah, so as we're saying, that really comes down to the 2 athletes from USA securing that and leaving it to no question. I wonder if our athletes from USA know about that situation, but it is our sideline reporter, Ben, down at the beach, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Our 3 times world champion, Cymru Ambith, Wales forever, Sponge takes victory, and he's with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, guys. Here with your 2024 ISA Men's Kneel World Champion, the Llewellyn Sponge Williams for Team Wales. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ben. 4:04, that's what we came here to do. Me and Sarah put in the work all year, so yeah, hard work pays off.
Well, speaking of work, you worked a perfect heat. You bumped up every score on every wave that you got. You went from 5.17, 7.40, 7.27, and then you smashed that 9.17 with our, basically, I'm going to call the only real barrel that we've seen in this event. Had been feeling amazing.
Yeah, I saw the rights coming in. I had a few rights, and then I saw the left coming in like far outside. So yeah, perfect place for it. And I saw it just walling up in front of me, so I was like, oh, pull into this, and just got spat out and had a little turn at the end, and yeah, it felt really good.
Well, we communicate quite well through Instagram all the time. I noticed that in September you just passed 13 years since your injury, and the question is as you were a young kid that just got hit by on your skateboard, hit by a car, sitting in the hospital bed, could you have ever imagined that occasion would create such an amazing life of competitive surfing in both the ISA and ASP tours?
No, never would have thought it. So I started surfing 3 years before my accident. So yeah, when I woke up from my coma, my friends and family were there. They decorated my rooms in surfing pictures. And yeah, I had to drive, and I remember them asking me what I need to do. Them asking me what I wanted to do, and I wanted to go to Australia, and I wanted to surf and do it better than I did before. And yeah, my friends and family in the community, and then meeting this community is just pushing me, and yeah, trying to improve. Now we've got disability surf schools in North Wales as well, so trying to pass it forward for the community and getting more people with disability involved in the sport.
Well, one thing that I thought was beautiful was Mono coming up and getting you on that last wave, giving you a big hug. I remember in the very beginning, Mono was definitely the man that you needed to take out when you were first in this, and you weren't sure how friendly he was. You weren't sure if he was trying to kind of work on your game, work on your head, but you guys have become great friends over these years, and it's so amazing to see the godfather of the sport that happy that you got the gold in this one.
Yeah, so I remember the first one in La Jolla when I met Mono. Yeah, he was showing me his board, trying out his board, and I was watching him. I was in the heat, so I was like, oh, this is Mono. Everyone was talking about Mono, and yeah, from watching him and other athletes in different divisions, I kind of developed my own surfing stance and trying to take a bit off everyone and build my own way, and it's worked. So yeah, thank you, the whole community, for pushing me.
Speaking of the whole community, I mean, you've become a huge icon for this big family of parasurfers. And how important are these big gatherings of where you have the chance to bring people from all over the world, from so far, and celebrate in such a beautiful scene here in Huntington Beach?
Yeah, it's great. We've been doing it for 8 or 9 years now. I'm not too sure. But yeah, the family's getting bigger, the community's getting bigger. So there's more people joining from different countries of the world as well. And yeah, seeing people surfing their home breaks and meeting them here, and we're talking and we have a good laugh, cheering each other on. So yeah, it's just amazing to be in the sunshine. We've had waves all week, and yeah, speechless. Came here to do what I wanted, so I'm happy.
Well, let's hear a message in Welsh to everybody in Wales that's cheering you on.
Diolch yn fawr i pawb adra am supportio fi, a i'r sponsors sy'n dachrol fi, a diolch fawr i Abersoch Watersport, Abersoch Faxes, a siopau gyd adra a'r gymuned i gyd am bwysio fi a helpu fi drwy'r damwain yn y 10 blwyddyn dwytha. Yeah, dod â un arall adra i Gymru.
I couldn't have said it better.
Thanks, Ben.
Back to you guys.
Cymru Ambith, Wales forever, incredible performance. Our first Welsh surfing world champion when he first won his ISA gold, and now he's done it for the third time. Of course, an incredible talent from Abersoch in North Wales. That was sensational, Rachel, and big shout out to all of his team supporting him back home.
Yeah, to have such a great performance in the journey to gold as well, you know, in terms of posting high, excellent scores, getting a barrel, you know, those are the things that you remember. You remember those waves that helped you get there and the feeling that you had during the heat. So really incredible and so happy for him.
Audrey Pascal moves into the lead, the 20-year-old for Spain, who's finished a couple of times copper position in the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Neil, of course, we are without the icon, the 5 times ISA World Para Neil champion, Victoria Feige. She is not here to defend her gold, so we will see a new gold medalist. And as it stands, Audrey Pascual is out there in the gold medal position. Erin Koffel for Team USA is currently in the silver medal position with a 3.83 and a 1.5. And our surfer from Brazil, Vera Quaresma, who was a silver medalist last year in 2023, she is sitting in the bronze medal position, and we're waiting for the first ride to be ridden by Emma Dieters, the 42-year-old from the Northern Beaches, Mona Vale, New South Wales. She is already a 2 times gold medalist across Prone 2, Prone 1. Now she's in the Neil and she's waiting for her first wave, Rachel.
I really liked that opening ride for our surfer in blue. You know, we saw that take place while we were on the sidelines with Sponge and Ben, and I just thought she had such a classic style, cruising, roller coastering, up and down, drawing really nice lines. You know, for me as a surfer, I really like to think about that. Our relationship with the wave is that the wave is a canvas and we're the painter, and our job is to just paint beautiful lines. And I think that is what Audrey did really well on her wave.
Emma Dieters up and riding for Team Australia, locks into a really nice takeoff, engages the rail for a nice down carve, gets a second turn and then accelerates with a great line there as she pulls into the foam and then just rides off the back inside the tube there for a little bit. And we can see up and riding on a bigger wave, Audrey Pascual for Team Spain, the 20-year-old with a big driving ride here on the pier bowl left, setting herself up right through towards the pylons as she just carves out and kicks out, and she's going to drop a really significant score and add to that 5.33 and solidify her lead.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching her surfing. She looks just so calm, cool, collected. Nothing looks too rushed. She draws her lines really far out, and you know, it's not super fast and crazy. It's really drawn out and beautiful. Reminds me more of like a longboard style, which of course I as a longboarder really appreciate.
Wow, we just saw a really big wipeout there for our American surfer, Erin Koffel, going to replace her 1.50 as she's going to be okay. She's paddling back out as our lone surfer is Vera Quaresma from Florianópolis in Brazil. She's got a silver from 2023. She's sitting out there in these beautiful conditions, but the momentum feels now to be with Audrey Pascual. From Madrid, she's also an alpine skier aiming to represent her country of Spain in para-skiing at the Milan Cortina Winter Paralympics in 2026.
Yeah, incredible. We see so many of our athletes here as let's take a look at this replay of her 5.33. You can see just roller coastering. I love that. Pushing that, using that arm from rail to rail and then drawing it all the way back around. Sam, really nice drawn out. Here is our last wave for our surfer in green. A lot more sharp and radical here, but it comes to a similar score as our surfer in blue. So lots of different ways to get to that 5 range, score. And our last wave for blue, we're still waiting for this score. I loved her speed on this. I loved her positioning. I think personally this will go higher than her 5.33. We'll leave that one to the judges, but I'm just really enjoying her really smooth and drawn out turns and lines that she is completing.
Beautiful takeoff now on the right-hander for Vera Quaresma from Brazil, the 43-year-old from Florianopolis. She drops into that wave, controls the bottom turn, sets herself up. She's not able to get back out on the open face, so she will get a score. I don't think it's going to be as high as some of the existing scores for Dieters and Pasquale. And Audrey Pasquale drops a near excellent 7.83. Rachel, you called it right on the money. What was so distinctive about that, and why was it over 2 points higher than her opening ride?
Well, that wave had a significant height difference. It was definitely bigger, which allowed her to have more speed to her surfing. And we saw, I think, even more demonstration of her top to bottom surfing, digging into those bottom turns and just swooping all the way up to the top of the lip. You know, nothing radical as in she's not hitting the lip there. She was just doing these really nice roller coasters, and I think her control throughout all of it. There was not one point where she dug a rail or lost speed, and that is what the judges specifically would be rewarding.
So Audrey Pasquale for Team Spain sitting now in that gold medal position, with Emma Dieters for the Irukandjis. Team Australia chasing a 7.77 to move from silver up into gold. Erin Coffell for Team USA currently in the bronze medal position. She's chasing a 1.58 to move up the leaderboard there to get into the silver medal position. Vera Quaresma from Brazil, from Florianopolis, likes to surf the go long board and fire hand surfboards, and loves music and loves theater, and is very keen on Ayurveda and Hindu astrology. You can read all about Vera on the ISAsurfing.org biographies, as you can with all of these athletes. She's currently in the copper medal position, looking to get her second score on the board, as we can really feast on the quality of the conditions we've had, not only today for finals day, but for the entire week, Rachel.
It's been outstanding. I have been so pleased with the conditions that we have had all week. Just glassy, nice. Never got the first few days, the low tide, we did see some more difficult, quick, dumpy conditions. But for the most part, in these last few days, it's just been dreamy out there. And I've been wishing that I could be out there in the water as well. It's just, I love days like this here in November. Nice and warm on the beach, and everyone seems to really be enjoying their time.
Absolutely, and we've just got 2 more finals to go after this women's kneel upright final. We've got men's prone 1 and men's prone 2. Each final has been 25 minutes, 9 minutes 30 seconds remaining in this. Important to emphasize now, with the new classification criteria, we also embrace just upright as a word in the kneel category. So what you'll see from Emma Dieters, she may not be getting into the kneel position, but the fact that she's bringing her upper body off the board away from prone into a more upright position allows her to qualify for this kneel upright category. And she's now slipped down into bronze because Vera has dropped a score that goes into her top 2, a 3.33 and a 2.67. She's now in the silver medal position. So Emma Dieters just chasing a 0.6 to go back up into silver. But as it stands right now, Audrey Pasquale is looking really strong in gold. What would be your advice if you could speak to Audrey right now sitting there, knowing there's a lot of time left? What would be your advice for her, Rachel?
Stay patient. She doesn't actually need to paddle for really any other waves at the moment. You know, her Vera needs a 9.83 just to go into the lead. So, you know, I think there's no need to utilize that first priority unless it's an outstanding wave that she thinks she can definitely improve her, what is it, a 5.33 on.
So we can see live action opportunity for a right-hander for Emma Dieters. Really beautiful late takeoff there. Just goes to the bottom of the wave. A lot of foam, a lot of chandelier, but riding out and then rising up on her knees. Emma Dieters will drop a second score to add to her 5.4. We just got Rachel to see the priority board and also a couple of camera operators above the priority board. They are the camera operators who are managing the video replays. They're capturing the rides for the judges, and then it's those video replays that the judges can analyze if they need to study the score that they're going to drop.
Yeah, so we get all different camera angles here on the broadcast that give us a really dynamic view as if you were on the beach, you know, or even more so like this drone angle. But the judges, they are really just focusing on that beach angle view. They're not looking at the drone angles or at the pier angles. They're just focusing on basically those cameras are capturing what their eyes would be capturing, you know, and it gives them that opportunity to replay it over and over.
And if you want to become a judge, sign up for one of the International Surfing Association judging courses. Do the training, do the coaching. There are access opportunities around the world. It's a fantastic opportunity to travel. Huge opportunities for female judges emerging at the moment. Something you may have been interested in, Rachel, as well.
Yeah, well, when we were at the World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico earlier this year, ISA conducted one of their women judging programs, and I think we saw about 12 women internationally come to the World Surfing Games, get to shadow judge, get to work the priority, and really just gain some invaluable international experience that they can take back to the events that they judge back home. And now we're seeing some of those judges here judging now.
Absolutely. And of course, we've had the Parasurfing Women's Workshop this week to promote parasurfing participation to more women. And as we're talking about judging, it's very important to appreciate if you're new to competitions, the judges cannot hear the broadcast that you're tuning into around the world. They can hear the beach announcer, but that's a separate role to the webcast. The beach announcer is there to communicate with the surfers, to tell them the scores they've had and the scores they require to change their position, and also to communicate any other key points. But the beach announcer is not analyzing the action. It's not narrating the action. It's purposefully designed for the athletes, and it's important to recognize if you're new to competitions, the judges can't hear us talking about our own interpretation of the riding that we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely, which is sometimes then too why maybe we get it wrong or, you know, disagree with the judges and stuff and maybe don't read it in the same way. And it is important for the judges don't even talk in and amongst each other either. There's 5 judges on the panel. There are little walls in between each of their stations, and they are all there to just have their own read. Will Blue get on this wave? She does not. But back to that judging point, it's them. They have to come to their own score and their own conclusion. And out of those 5 scores, the highest and lowest get dropped, and we get the average of the 3 in the middle.
Absolutely, and they have a criteria to work to. You can look at the rule book to see that criteria. It's about major elements: commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of maneuvers, variety, and speed, power, and flow. And that comes across all of these different 9 divisions, whether it's prone, whether it's kneel, whether it's sit, whether it's upright. Essentially, it's about critical surfing in the pocket. Of course, the pocket, the highest degree of difficulty, performing maneuvers in that section is where the real money is, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think that's where we have seen Audrey spend a lot of her time just surfing in and out and around, drawing really nice lines in and around the pocket. And that's why we see her leading this heat at the moment, especially on 783.
And she's riding full and cast surfboards from Cantabria, North Spain. She got a copper in 2022, a copper in 2020, but last year she had a bronze. So going from copper to bronze, will this be her chance to go for silver? Erin Koffel for Team USA, chasing a 3.75 to move up to silver. She's got a beautiful, nice line there on her longboard and just grabs that outside rail to initiate a cool, smooth cutback, and then grabbing the rail once again to just trim through on the inside whitewater foam. She's happy with that ride. Erin, based in Santa Cruz, and she is going to drop a nice score, originally from Minnesota, and she's above the knee amputee since age 2. She's a keen swimmer, a yogi, a runner, and she only started surfing 2 years ago, Rachel. So this is incredible for her to be representing Team USA here, going for a medal.
Yeah, you could see her joy looking back at the beach. All Team USA, lots of flags, lots of energy in and around on the beach, that she would have been able to share that moment with them. I know they would be so proud of her performance.
Absolutely. As we can see, a little hustle for action. It's our surfer in first priority for Brazil up and riding. Nice right-hander as she just drives through that trim section and then goes into a nice bottom turn, down carve turn as she cuts back into the float. Can she ride out of this float? So close. She was chasing a 4.25 to move up into silver, but I think that's going to be a pretty significant score. It could change the situation. She may well at least move up into the bronze medal position.
Yeah, we could see a change in that situation, you're right. But, you know, had she completed that last maneuver, I think it would have been definite that we see her get that 4.25. So a little bit unfortunate there. There is still time. There's 2 minutes remaining, so we'll see if she gets one more opportunity to make it out the back.
I feel that she's going to go up to silver with that. I'm just starting to think relative to some of the maneuvers we have seen from the other surfers. A 4.25 or higher to get up to silver. I don't think she's going to have a chance to go up to gold. I think Audrey Pasquale is sitting pretty safe, but we may well see a little shuffle in the leaderboard as it stands right now. Spain out there in the front, but have a look at this, Rachel.
Yeah, you're right. She does make it around the section here, gets a nice bottom turn, wraps it back around, and is just cruising down. Yeah, I would have been absolutely convinced, you know, that that would be her highest best score from had she finished that last maneuver. I do still think this will be her best score. I love what she did here. Nice redirection there. And yeah, just a shame she came unstuck there, but I think that will shift her around on that second look of that.
Yeah, you could really see right behind the section in the pocket, good driving bottom turn, engages the rail, does go up to silver. She drops a 5.4 for that last ride. I felt it was strong, Rachel. I think if she'd finished that off, she really could have been getting closer to having an attainable score to go for gold, but I think nobody has been able to touch Audrey Pasquale. But congratulations, Vera. If she does stay in silver, she'll repeat her performance winning silver behind the 5 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion Victoria Feige last year.
Yeah, a great result for all of these surfers here. Just being able to take a medal home to for your country is a really great feeling, something to be proud of.
And this will really help solidify Spain's opportunity to finish in copper medal position for the team standings. As it stands, Australia in bronze medal position, and a real battle still between France and USA for team gold as we can move down into the dying seconds. And Audrey Pasquale from Madrid, also a very accomplished alpine sit skier who aims to represent Spain in para skiing at the Milan Cortina Winter Paralympics in 2026, is taken gold in the women's kneel. What a great performance for Team Spain. But big shout out to our other medalists. Brazil taking silver, Australia, Emma Dieters now in her 3rd different division, winning medals in 3 different divisions, 2 of which are gold, one of which is a bronze, and a copper for Erin Koffel, who's only been surfing for a couple of years.
It's amazing. This was a great heat to watch. I think Audrey just had that control from the beginning, and I loved watching her surfing. The lines that she was drawing, the lefts that she was picking, she had great read of the ocean, and a well-deserved gold medal that she can be so proud of.
Well, we're going to feast on her 7.83, her gold winning performance, and coming up we've got up an ultimate final. It's men's prone 1, women's prone 1 will round things up. We've got the A team coming in to call the action. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big ball section, incredible turn. Wow.
And welcome back. We're continuing the action here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach. And straight off the bat, Kai Colas from Australia. We are in the men's prone 1 division. And this is a division where they will ride in the prone position, but paddling themselves into waves all under their own power. We have in this heat from Brazil, wearing the red jersey, Clusen de Arujo Suarez. In blue, Kai Colas from Australia. Our surfer in green will be Joel Taylor from Australia as well. And rounding out this final is Casey Proud from Hawaii, wearing the white jersey. Casey, the champion 2 years ago in 2022. Joel Taylor winning last year. And we have a couple of previous champions here. Yet to win a championship is Clusen, the newcomer to the group. And Roy Tuscany, Anthony Vela here. Roy, these semifinals yesterday were one of the most incredible semifinals that we saw, and this final should be the same.
Yeah, the semifinals yesterday really brought two different reasons to why they were kind of wild and really hectic to watch. Amazing waves surfed, amazing scores posted, but then with less than 2 minutes left, the heat leader and an individual that was sitting second in priority went on a wave, that being Casey Proud, and luckily had a high enough single wave score as he ended up with a priority infraction, which zeroed his second score and really almost took him out of this final out of his own decision, not by anything else. So I bet he is really hungry here to not make any mistakes. I bet he's really hungry to put up big scores, and I don't see him making a priority infraction in this heat.
Yes, Casey Proud would have talked it over with his team, the 30-year-old from the Big Island living in Kona. And here we see Clusen Araujo Suarez from Brazil driving down the line, huge off the top. And you can see him become disconnected with his board. The two connected and threw him off. Wow, what an aggressive opening maneuver for Clusen. And in blue, that's Kai Colas already with a 4.3 in his scoreline. Off the top, side slips back in, slams the water because that was so committed and very difficult to land that trick because he was sideways.
And also, that wave, you know, outside of that air really didn't have a maneuver, and he just maximized that wave. Anthony, let's send it down to the glass with Ben and who?
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here with your 2024 ISA Women's Neo World Champion, Ari Pascual for Team Spain. Felicidades, congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
So first thing I'm going to mention is we saw in that previous heat with Sponge and Mono and the boys that the conditions are about as good as they can get for this Neil division. So I'm going to ask her how excited she was knowing that she's going to go out in these beautiful glassy conditions and some of the best waves of this entire event. Bueno, en el heat anterior con Sponge y Mono, pudimos ver que son las condiciones mejores de todo el evento y más para esa división de Neil. ¿Qué tan emocionada estabas sabiendo que podías competir en las condiciones mejores que hay y las condiciones mejores del mes, yo imagino?
Sí, llevábamos toda la semana compitiendo, un poco difícil las mangas, venía cada mucho tiempo y estábamos todos deseando que subiese un poco el mar para así poder demostrar nuestro surfing y la verdad que yo creo que todas hemos disfrutado un montón en el agua, hemos cogido muy buenas olas, todas, y bueno, muy contenta de que haya salido así.
So she said they've been surfing all week and they're really hoping that the conditions would bump up so they could really show their performance. She said everyone got great waves and everyone was having tons of fun out there. My second is going to be that she had two good scores. She was pretty secure in first all the way through the end of that heat. And she looked really relaxed, felt like she didn't really need to get a wave. But I want to ask her, had one of the other competitors put up a big score if she would have struck earlier in that heat? Bueno, por la última mitad, por la mayoría estaba segura en primero. Pero estuviste esperando y, bueno, si una de las otras competidoras hubieran puesto un puntaje más alto, hubieras cogido la ola más rápido.
Claro, yo estaba bastante segura con mis puntuaciones, pero si venía una ola que podía darme mejor puntuación, la iba a coger y bueno, al final todos nos peleábamos por las olas en el agua.
So she said she did feel good about her scores, but if there was one that was really good and looked like she could better her scores, she would have gone. And she said it was just a big fight out there. Bueno, finalmente unas palabras a toda la gente en España y por todo el mundo que te están viendo en vivo y que te están apoyando desde casa.
Pues nada, gracias a mi familia, a la fundación también, al mar, a la gente que me ha ayudado a estar aquí y la gente que me está viendo desde casa. Un beso, unas palmitas y ole.
Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ben. And we see the heat leader up on another wave. And falling off on that one, he dropped a 7.33 with that exciting off the top to side slip re-entry and able to ride out of that 7.33 to go with that first wave that we saw, 4.33 for Kai Colas. But a lot of time to go, 25-minute finals, waves coming all day. Who's your favorite in this one, Roy?
You know, it's the exciting young gun, Kai Colas, and Joel Taylor. I mean, from Australia, they both surf so aggressive. I mistakenly spoke and called Joel a world champion in boogie boarding, and he wanted me to correct that to ensure that everyone knows that he did compete in boogie boarding, but he was never the world champion. However, he is last year's world champion in this, and here he comes, absolutely grinding the top of that. That was like there was coping on top of that rail, and he was on a skateboard. Incredible wave here, opening wave here for our surfer in green from Australia, Joel Taylor. Kai Colas is just explosive. And then Casey Proud, I just think he's got something to prove from yesterday, really showcasing. And there's those big turns that he's able to perform and maneuver. I just think he has something to prove from yesterday, Anthony.
Yep, for sure. Would agree with you there, wanting to not make that same mental mistake that he made at the end of the semifinal. His surfing was up to the par that he would expect it to be as a returning world champion, but the mental mistakes, you can't make those in the final and expect to come away with the win, as Klusen Araujo Suarez having a look at this one. So we're waiting for a couple of scores to be locked in from Joel Taylor. Joel Taylor going off the top, and he surfs not quite as fast, I think, as Kai Colas. That would be the difference between their two styles, and speed is one of the scoring criteria. And you see Klusen having a look at that one. It's tough to judge these waves from this drone angle, and different when you're in the water. You know, and these surfers come from a variety of water temperatures, and we've been talking a lot about the temperature, and here we go, looking at a nice looking left, trying to get into it, not able to get into it. But let's say you're surfing without a wetsuit at your home break, and then you've got to put on a wetsuit and compete all day. What are the challenges in something like that?
You know, timing when you go to the bathroom is one of the biggest ones, and I'm not trying to be funny there, but for this group, you know, getting in and out of wetsuits is sometimes a bit of a hassle.
Yeah.
And so not only, you know, having to, you know, time your day around that, but then also, are you feeling restricted in it? Are you feeling warm enough in it? Does it get you the right, you know, circulation of blood? And then also, if you're not getting it, then you've got to go with a heavier size wetsuit, and the thicker you go, the less you're able to kind of maneuver. And let's just face it, a pair of board shorts are very non-constrictive compared to a 4-3 wetsuit. Here we go, surfer in blue, Kai Colas from Australia. This is that 7.33. Absolutely slaps that top, slaps the water, and then slaps the paddle back out as he's so excited performing a maneuver in such a tight spot on such a low scoring wave that he really maximized with that maneuver and that absolutely slap. One more time to say it because it's so much fun to the top portion of that wave.
I want to just add on, you made a great point, and take us through this next replay.
Here we go, Joel Taylor in that green. Look at this. It's like there's coping, and he's on a skateboard on there at the top. He really finds the top of the wave and grinds it. He then comes in and creates some more maneuvers in an area where a lot of people might just ride in. And then here comes that surfer in white from Hawaii, Casey Proud, yesterday scoring some high scores and the day before. Seeing him in the white jersey is irregular, and he's looking to climb to the top. His opening wave, a 5. Opening wave for Joel Taylor, a 7.37. So our highest wave total right now does belong to Joel Taylor. And now we're really going to see in the last 15 minutes who can pair their second wave to complement their first wave.
As we see, getting ready for that next and final, the women's prone one coming up as Casey Proud having a look at this one, paddling in a double arm paddle, dropping in with his hand on the inside rail, then uses his outside hand to carve under the lip to pull out of that wave. That was an aggressive first turn, so that's going to be a good backup for Casey Proud. I think he maybe could have kept going on that one, but something that he saw that we didn't see from here in the booth and acted in a way that wanted him to pull out. But I want to just add to what you were saying about the water temperature, and we heard during that great interview that Benway had with Charlotte Banfield winning the women's stand 3 division. She talked about she's got cerebral palsy, and it's difficult for her to work in these colder conditions, so having to don the wetsuit like we talked about. And she was saying that she was telling her muscles to do something, but they weren't listening. And just a great point that you bring up about the complete day schedule when you have to put on a wetsuit. Great insight from Roy Tuscany. And as we wait for one more score to lock in for the surfer from Hawaii, who says in his bio that there's times when he wants to go surf, and sometimes there's not an accessible way down to the beach. So who carries him? His wife.
His wife, who's she works remotely and really gives them the opportunity to focus on surfing a ton. And yeah, she has carried Casey, I think, to some of the most iconic breaks so Casey can get some surfing. He is a full-time resident now of California and surfs a lot of different waves and constantly surfs in different conditions. You heard that from a lot of the top surfers saying you can't just surf when it's great out. You got to be able to surf all the different styles of waves and appreciate the waves when you are out there. And a lot of those people that gave the advice are also the gold medalists. So if you're looking for advice on how to be a gold medal, surf every condition, surf every wave, and enjoy every time you're out in the ocean.
And speaking of iconic surf breaks, one like Lennox Head in Australia, where Joel Taylor is from, it's all cobblestone, rocky entries, so there really isn't a way for him to get down there. So he doesn't have a chance to surf that break as much as he would like to. But he's going to be looking to back up his 7.37 as Kai Kolis locks in a great score. You see him move to the top of the leaderboard. Casey Proud, locking in a 5.10. So now he's in second, moving Joel Taylor down to third, but just with that 7.37. So he's got a total heat score based off of one wave, and he's going to look to back that up. Playing the patient game, not a world champion in bodyboarding, but he's no stranger to competition.
And he is our reigning world champion here at ISA. So last year's 2023 Joel Taylor, 2022 Casey Proud. And rumor is in 2025, our back-to-back and multiple-time champion Bruno Hansen will be back in 2025 to compete.
The Viking. So right here, we've got just approaching on 10 minutes, and two surfers are playing the patient game, and looks like Kai Kolis in the lead. He's always been a little more active. We saw in the semifinals as well. And he's staying active today from Palm Beach, Australia. Heard Benway talk the other day about the set of Chicken Joe boards that he has from the movie Surf's Up. So he's surfing, I believe, one of the third edition of the Chicken Joe boards and lost the first one and then made a second one. I mean, and if you're looking for great inspiration, Chicken Joe is a pretty inspiring character from the movie Surf's Up.
And the other day, his dad is on this trip with him along with his grandma. His mom sent them to aid in Kai's needs and to be a part of this incredible team from Australia. His dad actually surfed Chicken Joe too in a competition of father versus son where they both went out prone surfing to see who could score the most ultimate wave. And Kai bested his father, which was reported on Instagram, and that's unofficial, without any judging criteria. But Mom posted that Chicken Joe 2 did make an appearance underneath his father out here during a free surf session.
And I'd like to also add into the conversation that Sam and Rachel were having about the judges and talking about specifically having cameras for the replays. but also with, you know, computers nowadays, these judges, they're ranked. So when a score locks in, so let's take Kai Colas' 7.33. All 5 judges didn't give him a 7.33. It was taken from averaging 3 scores. The top score was thrown out. The bottom score was thrown out. So at the end of the day, they're able to output the results to see how many times was your score the one that was thrown out. How close were you to the score that was actually given? And these numbers all compute into who is a better judge in an objective way and not a subjective way. Klusin, Airujo Suarez on this wave, good looking wave heading towards the pier, and he's looking for it to open up on this end section here. And like many of these waves, the lefts, they don't quite have the closing maneuvers that the right have, but they have some great ability for a combination of major maneuvers in the first or second turn. Typically, it fattens up, and then there's no big ending closing maneuvers as we see sometimes on those rights.
Yeah, and on the rights, we've seen they either close out completely or give you a really great rideable wave. And I think we're going to see one of those great rideable waves right here with Kai Colas. And he comes up and really slaps another one up there, but this time being able to put a quick turn in before doing that, a little bit more of a face on that ailing right. I think that's going to produce a higher score than the 4.33, as a 7.33 was awarded to a very similar single move maneuver on an earlier wave. So I think, you know, the judges should be able to score this one kind of quickly. I'm speaking for them. But it seems like they have a great basis of a 7.33, and this should be higher.
Yeah, for sure. And I was just talking about that, how the lefts fatten up at the end, where on those rights it provides that end section so you can open up with a big turn, as Kai Colas just showed us, but then you can end it with an exclamation point. You can stamp it, take it to the post office, and send it to the judges, and the judges are waiting to lock this one in. And I think that is going to be a good score. And there it is, into the excellent range, 8.83 for that solid combination of maneuvers, man.
You know, I am corrected by the booth here. It was like an absolute banger. Bangers and mash, which isn't even a dish in Australia, but it was full of bangers and mash there from Kai Colas with an 8.83, solidifying him up into that first place with 7 minutes remaining. But there's still plenty of time for Joel Taylor, who currently sits with a 7.37 and still waiting to put a second score to it. Casey Proud grabbing a quick little right. I don't think that's going to best his 5.1 or 5.0. But Kai Colas currently is sitting out there. I know his mom is watching from afar. I think it's like 4 o'clock in the morning there tomorrow, or something wild, where they are watching and cheering on their 2 Australians. Here we go, drone shot. I'm going to get hyped up. Slash little turn, and then comes up, switches arms, and absolutely drops it like it's hot, making his own rap album out there as he's creating lyrics with his surfing. But check this out, the switch of hands is just phenomenal to see, and really pivots himself right up to the top of that lip and slaps it on down and gets himself a very awarded 8.83 score here.
I love that second turn. He was definitely up and over the lip and rewarded accordingly. But now we look at the leaderboard is interesting right now, because Kai Colas has put 2 surfers in a combination situation. The only surfer that can get into first with 1 score is the reigning world champion Joel Taylor from Australia. He's got the 7.37, and he's waiting for a backup scoring ride. He now needs an 8.80 in order to move into first. So second and fourth place, Casey Proud and Klusin Suarez, they both need a combination of 2 waves that will give them a total of 16.16. So they've got a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. I'm not sure they have enough time to do it. But now, Joel Taylor out there waiting to defend the title. So will the 44-year-old get a chance to take the lead over the 17-year-old? Both Aussies, both Australians. I do say Joel's going to get a backup that will help the Australians in the overall team standings as well, though.
Yeah, I don't see him just sitting out there perched and not going after one. He's hunting down his next choice here. He does have priority as well, so it's really on him to select the wave that he thinks is going to give him the highest score possible. He is looking for that 8.8 that would help catapult him past Kai Kolis, but really, like you mentioned as well, he's looking for a small wave score of less than 3 to catapult him from third into second over Casey Proud. And it looks like Surfer in Green is going. Here we go here, Anthony.
Oh, Tube Ride. Can he come out? He does come out. And so if we can, wow, I'm going to see what the judges say. He was in the tube deep there. We saw a Tube Ride in the previous heats, and here's Kai Kolis flying down the line. He's under the lip. He gets a little bit of a cover-up as well, and he's going to get a turn in after the tube. He falls off the back of that one, but Roy, when we look at the replay, Joel had a lot of travel time in that tube there, maybe a smaller wave, but he's looking to earn an 8.80. Take us through this.
All right, here comes Joel looking down the left, sees that he's got an opportunity to get covered up as that little extra turn, and then as the wave covers him up, he breaks on through and pops out. It didn't have the Sponge William spit out. It didn't have the transition before and after like Kai's, but what it did have is it had a lot of whitewash, and he came out of it not getting flipped over like we've seen a lot of other competitors that have gone for similar waves. That's definitely going to best
the 0.0?
A 0.0. It definitely is going to best that 0.0. And we'll see what the judges award him. I imagine this is going to be one of those red circles that spins for a while.
I don't think he's going to get the score because that one, it's chandeliered.
I'm going to go with a 5.33 is what I'm going to say.
5.3. I'm not going to throw out a score, but my gut's telling me that it didn't quite have. He wasn't like in the tube. The wave was kind of crashing over him, especially at the end, versus the one we saw, like you mentioned, from Sponge Williams. He was in the tube and basically got spit out. But the judges will look at this one, and oh my goodness, out the back, one of the biggest waves of the entire heat here, and it looks like Casey Proud from Hawaii with priority. He's still in the combination situation, a little too far in from that one, and Kai Kolis in rhythm, under the lip, pops up through the back, and he's going to fall out of that one. Where's Joel Taylor? Oh, and there his score locks in. Just not enough, 7.17 for that last tube ride. So a good wave. The judges giving him some points. He earned that 7.17, but didn't quite have enough to go into the excellent range. 2 minutes to go, Roy.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Priority goes to Casey Proud, who currently is comboed out and will need 2 scores, which is going to be tough in 1 minute and 40. What he can do is he can get a very high score and propel himself into second. Casey Proud on this beautiful peeling right gets covered up. Everybody going to get covered up. Can't be a men's prone 1 without getting covered up in this heat. Casey Proud, I think is going to get awarded a higher score than either of his previous 2 of a 5.1 and a 5. But really, in the last minute 15, it is going to come down to Joel Taylor trying to find a ride that gives him a score of 8.8 or higher. I'm no oceanographer, but the ocean is telling me that there isn't any big waves coming in the near minute. But again, I am not an oceanographer. I'm not a marine biologist. But I do have some pretty good angles to see things here from the drone and the cameras.
Yeah, thanks to all our camera operators, Lee, AJ, Bosco, Neil, Mike, and Noah. And here we go. Here's Clusen, Irujo Suarez on a great-looking wave. And look at that body position adjustment. Come off the top to off the bottom. So much speed on that wave. Not a lot of change of direction, which the judges like to see. And he's going to try to move up from 4th position. Out the back, that's Kai Kolis. And he's on a – whoa! With the excellent tube right there.
Yes.
Wow, that was a bigger tube than we've seen from the other guys. And – I heard it before. What a way to end the
what is going on here?
Oh, what else does he have on this one, though? So he came out of the barrel, And he's got room to work with. Off the top again for Joel Taylor, and he's still going down the line. Another off the top there. You can see him redirecting. He's using lots of strength right now to make the connection, and he's going to have the opportunity maybe for a closing maneuver on the sand. And you see him. He's not done yet. And there he goes, finishing onto the sand. So, wow, what a flurry. 3 tube rides to end this heat hole, and they're all on the sand, just feeling the stoke of competing at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. The international panel of judges has their work cut out for them as we see Joel Taylor waiting and talking with the volunteers there. We have judges from France, USA, Brazil, Portugal, Australia, Peru, and they're calling for, see the volunteers raising their hands, calling for his teammates. What do you think, Roy?
I think they're waiting to find out so they don't pick up the wrong person and start celebrating with the long beach chariot. I think the safe ones is you can come and get Casey and you can come get Clausen. But yeah, look, they are really waiting to see what is the final result here. We're waiting for the scores to come in for green and blue. My guess, I was wrong with the 5.33, but what else matters when you've got your 2 loved ones, your 2 little ones right by your side? But they are really waiting as a team from Australia to really crown the right champion here. Almost kind of leaving Kai by himself right there. Waiting for these scores to post from red, blue, and green. The ones that really are going to play in a role here are the final scores for blue and green. I think Kai might up his 7.33, and I think Joel might score around an 8. So it's really going to come down to these judges, you know, looking at, reviewing, and trying to figure out what should we award these final waves.
I'm not sure that Kai is going to better his score, but if he does, that will make the need for Joel Taylor better. Was that an 8.80? Let's just say that Kai doesn't better his score. He started out with that tube ride. We maybe didn't see the very opening of it because we were looking at another ride, but then he came out of that tube and had a lot of length of ride, a lot of maneuvers. Maybe they weren't as critical as Kai Colas's 7.33 on that one turn, and then that 8.83 had a lot of critical maneuvers also. And again, we've talked about the judges having the ability to replay. And so here's that last wave. Take us through it, Roy.
Wow, he gets his face completely underneath it and then gets his head out of the water again to see where he's going. Makes a really great turn. I think also for a second he's like, wow, this is awesome. I came out of this tube and there's still waves to be done here. Really big slap up there on the top on the right, and then comes up and makes one more snap before really just getting into the whitewater and providing, you know, length of ride and just showing how much water sense he has. But really, it's those first 3 maneuvers. 8.27.
Does not get the score, just comes up a little bit short, and the reigning champion is going to be dethroned, and we are going to have the youngster, the 17-year-old, gets to go back to high school.
No, he graduated last Friday.
Graduated last Friday. Gets to celebrate graduation with the World Championship. How's that? What are you doing when you graduate? Oh, I'm going to go to California and win a world title.
And I'll tell you what, I still don't think anyone has informed him.
Yeah, he doesn't look
I don't think anybody's informed him. That's his dad and his grandma waiting by him. They know that it is mathematically impossible for him not to take this. I wonder when someone is going to let him know. I almost think Ben Way should run out of the booth. Yeah.
Well, maybe the beach announcers haven't announced it yet because we get the scores straight from the judges, as does the beach announcer, but maybe they're waiting.
I think there it is. I think there's going to be the first teammate to inform him. Kai Colas, there it is. It is on the board, everyone. Congratulations to our men's Prone 1 gold medalist from Australia. The 17-year-old dethrones his fellow countryman, Joel Taylor, who absolutely put up a fight. We did not see that last wave coming in, and out of nowhere throws up the 8.27. But it is going to be Kai Colas who is your champion. And I think as soon as the team from Australia finds out, there's going to be a massive eruption. They're still waiting to celebrate this win for Kai.
So we're listening to the
yeah,
live beach announcer.
He did best himself.
Oh, you were right. Well done, Roy. So there's the celebration from the Irukandjis. They are stoked. Oh, yes, pumping the air. And congratulations. And, you know, Joel Taylor is going to be stoked for him as well at the end of the day. And they go down. He was heavier than they thought.
That's just so awesome.
Everyone's getting sandy today.
Oh, that is just awesome.
Wow, what an incredible final we had, as all of them have been. An incredible day here in the final day of competition. One more heat to go, and we're going to come back with Sam Bleakley and Rachel Tilley right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the final of the day. It's our women's prone 1, and straight in there our Spaniard looking strong. So a score 2 drop for Paloma Oñate, and we can see Suzanne Edwards with a really late takeoff there. She committed to that pier bowl left. She takes a nosedive. She will get back out for more. 25-minute final. We got Sarah Betancourt for Team USA, Suzanne Edwards for Team England, and then our Dutch surfer representing the Netherlands, Jolne Molman, and Paloma Oñate representing Spain. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth for the last final of the day. Rachel Tilley, it's great to have you here. I've enjoyed your company, and we just saw a fantastic exchange between two Australians, really close. It was a 17-year-old Kai Kolas that got the win, but focus now on this final. Conditions remain spectacular. You have to admit the favorite is going to be Sarah Betancourt, but you never know. Anything can happen. You've got to get the waves in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, you know, you can go in confident with your past gold medals like Sarah can, but, you know, at the end of the day, it still comes down to performing in the moment in this 25-minute heat. So a few of our surfers already trying to get their accounts opened quickly, a few quick drop-ins, but nothing that I think any of our surfers will be looking to still have in our scoreline by the end of this 25 minutes.
So rounding up with women's prone 1, of course. Prone 1, in contrast to prone 2, is unassist. So prone 2 will have the pushes and catches. Prone 1, the women paddling to the waves alone. As we can see, Captain Sarah Betancourt, the 41-year-old for Team USA, on a beautiful pier bowl right. An amazing high line, pumps to the top, drives to the bottom section, and just carves around that low part, back out onto the open face, as I can hear the whole of Team USA erupting on the sand and on the pier with an incredible line all the way through to the inside as she just redirects towards the north, back facing the pier and recognizing in her body that she is going to go big on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Saturday here, so it means the beach is more crowded. We have more people from Team USA, friends and family here supporting our athletes, and it is just such a great vibe. Sam, that was almost distracting for me, just listening to all of the supporters screaming from the beach, so stoked on that opening ride for her. I think the judges will really like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go excellent range on that. We'll find out soon. And talking of excellent range, our 17-year-old from Palm Beach, Australia, Kai Kolas, is our new world champion, winning gold, and he is with Ben Way.
Thank you guys so much. Here with the 2024 ISA Men's Prone 1 World Champion, Kai Collis for Team Australia for the Udukanjis. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was such a hard heat. I was watching all the other heats, and I watched Sponge's heat specifically, and he kind of stayed busy and tried to get lots of waves, whereas everyone else was surfing amazing, but kind of just tried to pick 2 or 3, and so I thought I'd try and go with that strategy, and yeah, it paid off.
Towards the halfway point, you had yourself a couple scores, and then all of a sudden, you just beelined it way over to a different spot in the peak. What was your idea there? That actually really worked out for you. You got a great score right off the bat, but were you just trying to kind of stay away from any potential priority situations, or just kind of wait to see if someone else got a score and see if you needed to come back?
Well, as everyone that knows me that's watching knows, I lost last year because of a priority little situation, but so I was trying to get away from that, and I knew I was like 4th priority, and so if I sat with the other guys, I wasn't going to get a wave, so I thought I may as well go and move over to the other bank and try and get something there, and it worked out well. So
super smart strategy there. We heard you just graduated high school. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I've literally finished my last exam on Friday and then flew out that night to get here, so yeah.
Well, my question was going to be that since graduating, if you had more time to train and such, but doesn't seem like very much. You spent most of that time on a plane.
Yeah. I literally finished my exam at like 12 o'clock and flew out at like 5. So
let's talk about this this board. I know you were sad to lose Chicken Joe, I think version 1. You had Chicken Joe version 2 in Byron, and now we've got this thing. Yeah. Someone needs to paint a new chicken on there.
Yeah, so I had Chicken Joe on my first board, and then before the Byron AASP comp, it flew off the roof and got hit by a truck, which was very unfortunate. This is the exact same board, just without the drawing on it. Wood surfboards, shout out. Makes the best boards on the GC and in Australia. And yeah.
Yeah, you answered my question. Now I don't have to ask why the chicken crossed the road.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, I'm sure, is super stoked to see the Udukanjis powering through this. Why don't you give a little message to everybody, all your friends and all your mates that you graduated with?
Yeah, shout out to Mum and my family at home watching. And thanks to Roy for taking me to Texas a few weeks ago. That's definitely paid off out here, especially the barrels. Quicksilver with the wetsuits, Pit Vipers. Yeah, thanks to everyone for supporting me.
Congratulations, buddy. We'll be seeing you later.
Thank you.
Back to the booth, guys.
Epic stuff, and it looks like Kai Collis's Chicken Joe wood surfboard crossed the road for him to win the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and he's got 2 AASP world titles now, the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals, and he caps off an incredible year, not only graduating but representing Palm Beach from the Gold Coast of Queensland in style, taking the win, and it was a nail-biter, trading blows with his teammate. Of course, a big shout out to the other finalists, Joel Taylor, Cluson and Casey, but up and riding right now, Sarah Betancourt with a 7.67, adding with driving turns to get a second score on the board and steaming around that section on her Benway built board, looking really fast and lively, Rachel, and this is going to be another significant score for Captain Sarah.
I actually think that was us maybe watching a replay of her 7.67, so really demonstrating why the judges went near excellent with that one and sending her straight to the lead. Our surfer in green here, bettering her account, getting a 3.23 here, making it down that drop. Yone from the Netherlands, I am a huge fan of her equipment because it looks like a miniature longboard, really looks like my longboard that I would ride, and I love the outline of it. So it's great seeing, you know, we see different shapes. We see some surfers opting to have handles on either the sides of our boards. We saw Kai in the background of his interview. He has a handle kind of in the front of his board, and all of these surfers opting for different things that really allow them to do the best to their ability.
Yeah, Yolna developing the hang hands technique in Prone 1 here. Incredible. Former Paralympic swimmer, shifted now to focus attention also on surfing, lives in Alphen and de Rijn in the Netherlands, surfs a lot at Scheveningen, and of course that North Sea coast of the Netherlands. Don't rule it out as a place of surf. It's very low-lying, but they do have those north swells that come down the North Sea, and there's a really vibrant surf community across the Netherlands. And I know that you'll all be tuning in, cheering on Jolna. Huge amount of national pride for the Dutch here. A massive moment. She's currently sitting in the silver medal position, but sitting out there in the gold medal position, going for her 4th ISA World Parasurfing gold. Captain Sarah Betancourt for Team USA. Out there in bronze is Paloma Onyate, the pigeon from Santa Cruz in Tenerife. She is a former bronze and copper medalist in this division, Prone 1, and also another former medalist representing Team England from Braunton in Devon. Big shout out to all of the Devon community cheering in and listening in to follow Suzanne Edwards. She's our 2018 bronze medalist. She works as an accessibility lead for Airbnb, and she's made a final once again. So proud to be here, knowing that she's pushing for a medal. 15 minutes just under remaining. Conditions still absolutely spectacular, Rachel.
And it's been great to see Sarah come back onto the scene after having a year off last year due to injury. Will Jolna get into this one? Doesn't quite get into that. But yeah, Sarah had 3 consecutive gold medals last year, had a bit of an injury, could not compete. And now she's back here this year to claim her title back once again. Has been looking so sharp, Sam, all week. And, you know, I think there's something too. I myself have had that too, where I've taken that year off in that ISA round and come back. And it's really nice to be back into competition. And you kind of have a new lease on your appreciation for it, not just get in the excitement of competing in and of itself, but the opportunity to see all your friends from around the world. You know, we have tons of countries being represented here. We have 145 athletes competing. It's such a community here for these athletes, and ISA really brings all of those people together and all these countries together, and that's my favorite part of participating in these events. So, you know, talking to Sarah, she has so much excitement and so much energy, and that's something that she's been really talking to and being able to be a part of that U.S. team and working with Courtney Conolog. We've been seeing them, Sam, every afternoon out there together, and
dominating.
It's just been great to see.
Yeah, just sitting there on the pier bowl left and right, really having a great energy. And it's been wonderful this week, Rachel, having your insight as an active competitor, as a world champion, as someone who has represented the Stars and Stripes with the USA team, and not only bringing great analysis of the rides, but also a total connection and awareness of the real feeling to represent your country and fly the flag for your home nation.
Yeah, it is. It's such a special opportunity to surf for something more than just yourself, and surf on a team, in a team environment, have your teammates there cheering for you and making heat strategies with you and all of that. It's a real pleasure, and it's why ISA events are some of my favorite in the year.
So 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, our last final of the day. It's been a brilliant day crowning world champions, giving our gold medals, offering silvers, of course. You know, huge opportunity as well for surfers to win silvers, bronze, and coppers. But right now, it's Sarah Betancourt looking to get her 4th gold medal. Captain Sarah from San Diego likes to surf at Cardiff Reef up here now, of course, in Orange County at Huntington Beach, a place that she's very familiar with, and she's been getting incredible coaching from Courtney Conolog, as have all of the other USA teams. She's been really particular about making sure she's got that positioning ideal, and she looks like she's pretty comfortable just sitting there on that pier bowl, knowing that she can go right or left if a set comes. She's in 2nd priority. Paloma Onyate in white in the left-hand side of your screen. She's in 1st priority. So what does that mean for our Spaniard being in 1st priority, Rachel?
You know, we really aren't seeing anyone too close together. I mean, we do have, like you said, our Spaniard, White Paloma, sitting at 1st priority. That means she can take whatever wave she wants. If she wants to go left, and Sarah's also looking at it, Sarah does have to pull off. We actually might see a perfect example of that situation right here, but none of them opting to have a look at that. This one might just crash over our surfer in blue, and she comes out of it.
Great takeoff for Suzanne Edwards, looking to get her second score on the board. She just readjusts that rail line, just leaning on that right rail back to that left rail, using those elbows and just pulling her body back to stall and then forward to accelerate, and then locks in once again another turn. So a variety of direction changes through the foam on the inside for Suzanne Edwards, representing Team England all the way down to the sand. Rachel, this is a great score for Suzanne.
Beautiful ride all the way in from the outside. You know, a risky takeoff for her there in her positioning. I was worried of how that might go, but she pulled it off really well, and that was beautiful from her. Nice redirections all the way to the beach. Took it for everything that wave offered.
Keen player of wheelchair tennis as well. And what was great about Suzanne there was the way she was just able to just shift her body back when required on that late takeoff. That allowed a little bit more lift in the nose. And then when she knew she dealt with that takeoff, just shifted forward. And then what you saw was a combination of elbow to initiate those rail turns and change direction, but also subtle shifts back and forth just to stall and accelerate. The further forward the body, the more acceleration. Further back, more stalling. But the key thing is not stalling so much that you lose the wave, or going forward too much that you nosedive. Get an opportunity to appreciate on the replay, Rach.
Yeah, paddling hard for this one. That was really smart of her. She looked back and saw that wave was really standing up behind her. So you see her stop paddling so she doesn't have too much speed and gets too much in front of the wave. That would cause her to purl and bury that nose. So great positioning. And like you said, these subtle forward and back positionings, pulling her chest forward so she can get back into the wave. Look, pulling herself, pushing herself backwards again so she can redirect. So there are so many subtleties in this wave that the judges are reviewing, and it looks like they drop a 2.4 for her. So she now goes from copper to that current bronze position.
Wow, great stuff for Suzanne Edwards, the 37-year-old from Braunton in North Devon. You can follow all of these surfers by their Instagram handles that you'll find on the ISAsurf.org website. She's a bronze medalist from 2018. She's moved up into bronze position once again. Paloma Oñate from Spain, the 34-year-old from Tenerife, the Canary Islands. She is sitting in the copper medal position as we get to see not only our @ISAsurfing hashtag and our opportunity to follow us on all social media platforms, but also check out @Surf City USA. And big thanks to Visit Huntington Beach for all of your support this week. It's been an absolute joy to host us, as we have had record-breaking energy. I mean, I think the performances have been incredible. And this guy on your screen at Sponge Abersoch. Abersoch is the town in North Wales where this man, Llywelyn Williams, nicknamed Sponge, is from. As you can see him there with his partner Sarah, flying the Welsh flag with pride. He has taken his 3rd consecutive medal, and somebody going for their 4th gold medal, Sarah Betancourt. I mean, that would be an outstanding achievement, Rachel, if she does do it, and she's looking pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, not opting to have a second ride at the moment so far. It is slow conditions out there, and sitting out there with second priority, our surfer from Spain, Paloma, also just having a single ride, sitting there with first priority, both of them being really selective and not wanting to drop down that priority line, and knowing that they had plenty of time after, especially Sarah, having a strong opening ride that does kind of then change your strategy to allow you to feel more patient and wait for the quality waves to come back in. So she's sitting there waiting for that. There is a point, though, where at some point you do want to, okay, flip it around, because she's leaving the door open right now with not having a second score on the board. She is leading with just her single wave score, which is incredible, but the door is open, so she will have to get moving shortly, I'd say, in order to really secure that first place position.
Securing that first position is what Captain Sarah Betancourt from San Diego will want to do as this set comes through. It looks like our surfer, Jolne from the Netherlands, has a look. She doesn't catch that wave. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Is this an opportunity for a score to come through. It looks like it's not. I'm going to give you a little quiz here, bit of geography, as we can see Ben Newman there. So, okay, populations of the 4 countries in the final here. Which country has the biggest population? That's a real easy one.
USA.
Yep, how many million, roughly?
350.
Great, 377. Brilliant. I love it. Now, who's next? Who's next? Come on, is it going to be England, Netherlands, or Spain?
England.
Congratulations, 60 million. And then who's next out of Netherlands and Spain?
Spain.
Congratulations, 46.7 million. Netherlands down at 17.3 million. Rachel, you win the quiz. Well done. That was exceptional. And right now, it's Sarah Betancourt out there in that gold medal position. But of course, a little bit of pressure. She will want to get that backup score because it's attainable scores. Currently for Jolne Moolman from the Netherlands, a 4.45. Suzanne Edwards in bronze for Team England, chasing a 5.28. And Paloma Oñate from Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Great place to surf. We call that the Atlantic Hawaii. Big, juicy waves, a warm California-style climate. She's chasing only a 5.01. If Sarah can just get a backup score, it might well put it out of reach for the other surfers.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sitting in the gold medal position on a single wave score is would have her feeling really great. I mean, obviously, she's in the winning position right now if the heat were to finish right now, but it isn't over till it's over. We have Paloma paddling for a wave right now, and it looks like she did not quite get into it, so we'll see that priority change to Sarah, and she couldn't have had anything. Things just played right into her hands there for Sarah. She would be quite happy with that. Now she has even more control of this heat in the last 5 minutes.
As we can see live action, our Dutch surfer on a really nice left-hander. Jolne Moolman kicks off as we see Suzanne Edwards just arcing on the angle there, leaning on that right side, and then just adjusting that rail edge, leaning onto the left side on her float board there, using that chest riser, just wanting to pull forward slightly. Great cut back turn, redirecting all the way through to the inside. So this could well change the situation for Suzanne because she's carrying that low backup score of a 0.50. I feel as if that's certainly going to way replace that 0.50, and it pushes her up into silver medal. As we can see Paloma Oñate looking to get her second score. Really beautiful big open face wall. She comes off the bottom, goes for the top turn, and I think the judges may well reward the fact that she was out there on the open face for that. So that could also really help her campaign as Captain Sarah.
Oh my gosh!
Up and riding, hits Jolne. So this is a big situation. Did she hit the body or the board? Judging by the body language of Sarah, she's looking okay. Can we yet see Jolne? Is she going to be okay?
She's paddling out.
Okay, she's waving. She's looking okay. So fingers crossed that was just surfer to board and not surfer to body. Both of the women look like they're okay. Rachel, your thoughts on that incident?
Wow, that was, she came out of nowhere. I didn't even see that. I was so focused on Sarah dropping in. So a really unfortunate positioning. I do think we will see Jolne actually get an interference because of that, although obviously not intentional in any way. It did obviously very much interfere with Sarah's wave. So Sarah paddling so hard, chest down, scratching into this one. She starts bottom turn. Let's have a look when Jolne appears in the right of our screen. There she is. So she's trying to get out of the way of Sarah as much as she can. She's trying to paddle out towards that left and get on the open face, but unfortunately just couldn't make it out quite in time, and Sarah couldn't change her line by that point. Sometimes those situations are a little bit inevitable and just unfortunate. We're happy that everyone's okay, or it appears to be that way.
But Sarah will drop a backup score, and what will it be? It'll probably change the situation and improve her situation, and she's up and riding once more on the pier bowl left. Nice bottom turn, and then deals with that foam, bounces out of that maneuver, but that wave just runs away. She's now got 2 scores to drop. So I think she's in a pretty good situation, Rachel, as we move down into the last minute, 50 seconds. She'll be communicating with some of her team on the beach. Some will be up on the pier. And I think she's in safe territory. We haven't yet seen any markings of an interference on the scoreboards that we're watching back home. as it stands right now, Yelna's moved up into the silver medal position because she's dropped to 2.0 for her last wave. Suzanne Edwards has now gone back down to bronze with a 2.4 and a 2.03. Paloma Onyate is chasing a small score to move up into silver. And I do think that Paloma's outback wave on the face could well be rewarded. She made the takeoff, she made the bottom turn. She didn't complete that first maneuver, but it was certainly outback, critical on the face, a big drop dealt with. So good situation, as we can see, next level drone navigation there through the pier. I mean, that definitely wins drone shot of the day for me, Rachel.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Straight into some action. We see some surfers paddling, and it looks like no one opts to take that one. You know, we see a score drop in for Sarah, a 167, but at least is that backup and is putting her into a stronger position, upset requirement for the other surfers.
Paloma on a really nice left-hander on the inside here. I think we're still awaiting a significant score from her, and she's going to get another significant score. So this may well help her move up into silver. But Yelna Molman from the Netherlands really arcing back and forth all the way through to the inside as Sarah Betancourt drops a 2.50 for her last score. So Sarah looks like she's secured her gold medal position, waiting for a score for Yelna. It would need to be a 6.95. It's not going to be that. It comes in at a 1.53. So as it stands right now, we're still awaiting for Paloma. As we can see, our 4 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion coming in for her victory lap and dealing with a beautiful takeoff there. And what an achievement from San Diego, representing the Stars and Stripes, the last winner of the day. Team USA, Captain Sarah on fire, H.
Yeah, such a massive congratulations to her. She has brought the most energy all week, so many smiles. She has been so supportive, not just of her own team, but all the other teams representing USA here. It's so special to be able to win at home with all your friends and family nearby. So I am over the moon for her.
Over the moon, and so is her shaper, Ben Way. He's absolutely overjoyed to see his craft in action, taking yet another gold. But we're still awaiting those scores. Paloma Onyate has moved up into silver, and she's waiting a third score, which I feel could be even stronger than her last 3.20. So it pushes Yelna Molman from the Netherlands down into bronze, and Suzanne Edwards for Team England down into copper. So massive congratulations to the 34-year-old Spaniard from Tenerife in the Canary Islands, riding carp on house boards. She has secured her silver medal. Captain Sarah Betancourt for Team USA has secured gold. Yelna Molman for Team Netherlands, the 24-year-old, has secured bronze. And Suzanne Edwards, fantastic performance for Suzanne, adding to her 2018 bronze with a 2024 copper, Rachel.
Wow, it's been an amazing day, Sam. We've seen, this was a big day of finals. Every single heat today was a finals in their respective divisions. We've seen multiple new world champions. We've seen multiple-time world champions now crowned. So it has just been such a great day of competition, of team camaraderie. And as we see the team camaraderie and cheers and smiles from Sarah and Team USA, those, you know, car dealership flappy things, whatever those are called. I love that. That is down here also with their patriotism. It's just awesome to see Courtney Conolog helping chair Sarah up. What an addition to the team she has been as well.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And it secures a silver medal for Team USA in the team standings. France confirmed as winning Team Gold once again, defending their team gold from last year. And we're still awaiting confirmation on our bronze and copper, and we'll confirm them pretty soon. We're going to have a short break, and we're going to hear from our world champion soon, because we're going to feast on some highlights, check out some of the gold medals we've crowned today, and we're going to look forward to hearing from Captain Sarah Betancourt pretty soon, our 4 times gold medalist. Welcome back. Of course, that rounds off our last final for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, live from Huntington Beach. I've been Sam Bleakley with Rachel Tilley, and we just saw Team USA take the final individual gold. Captain Sarah Betancourt, Rachel. Amazing performance. You must be really proud.
Yeah, it's great to see Team USA have such a strong performance here at home for them, you know, in front of all their friends and family that would have been driving from around Southern California or flying from elsewhere to support. And Team France, of course, securing gold for the second year in a row. So it's just been outstanding performances. All day has been finals, and so we've been able to see multiple gold medals rewarded, and that has been just such a pleasure and such a treat for us to sit here and watch.
Absolutely, and of course, Team France defended their team gold. They've taken the team gold for 2024. Team USA finished in the silver team position, and finishing in bronze, it's the Irakanji's team Australia, and getting copper Team Spain. Great result for Team Spain. And we just saw Paloma Onyate move up in that last exchange to silver, which was really great for the surfer who lives in Tenerife in the Canary Islands.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're in the final, you really are just have that mindset on gold. Okay, what scores do I need to get up to gold? And so you're surfing with everything you've got to do that. And then when it doesn't quite get there, but you find out, oh, but that last wave switched me from copper or bronze up to silver is a great result as well. You know, taking a medal home to your country is something to be proud of, and something that not everyone in this competition gets to say they did. So all of our surfers today making it to that pointy end of such an incredible week of surfing, great competition, and the level of competition was just so fierce all week.
It's been fierce, but we've been blessed with great conditions, haven't we? And that's been a true blessing. Huntington has just delivered perfection. Any board rider tuning in, whatever you ride, whether you're a body surfer, you ride prone, you ride kneel, you ride stand-up, you ride sit, you would have really enjoyed the conditions we've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even for myself as a longboarder, I was watching those conditions going, oh, I wish I had my longboard to paddle out after the event finishes. It was just really incredible to see. We have clear water as well, nice weather, warm, and I'm just so, I've been saying this all week, but I'm so happy as a Southern Californier myself. I'm really happy that we've just turned on some beautiful conditions for all of our friends that have come from all around the world.
And we had the full palette of conditions, but somebody ending things in style. Her fourth gold, her fourth ISA World Para Championship title. Captain Sarah Betancourt is down there with Ben Way.
Yeah, you guys, I'm here with the 2024 ISA Women's Prone 1 World Champion, just cheering on Paloma Onyate. This is Captain Sarah Betancourt for Team USA. You are on fire.
Thank you so much. It was really fun out there. We had to be patient for a while because there was a little bit of a lull, and I'm like, all right, I know a wave's gonna come. I had a great right. It was absolutely insane. Beautiful bottom turn off the top. I loved it. But then the lull in between, I was starting to get antsy. I'm like, okay, let's paddle, get the energy out. Let's like calm back down. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna mention. You had that one score. You were on the outside being really patient, but you weren't safe in the lead as every other competitor needed a very small score. Well, not a small score, but a very obtainable requirement. And when time started to tick down and waves weren't coming, you had to be in your head.
Yeah, I had a great conversation with my coach beforehand of just trusting that the waves would come. I timed the sets. I know that I was going to get at least 2 big sets during that heat. So it was more just making sure I was calm and confident out there that the wave would come. And yeah, my competitors are fierce. I knew that they were gonna come back, and they're great surfers. And so I was not letting anything to chance. I wanted a second solid backup score.
So there was a little weird collision there. That was kind of a bummer. It looked like a really good wave had come through, and you just didn't see her coming up the face. Kind of went off onto the shoulder instead of going deep, but luckily no one was hurt. Luckily the fins are still on my board.
Yeah, I felt so bad. I paddled for it. I had amazing drop, and I just had so much speed. I didn't know. I was hoping that she was going to go a different direction, and I just ran right over her. And she's getting medical treatment right now and make sure she's taken care of. But again, I don't want to take any competitors out because they're great surfers, and so I hope she's okay. And then, yeah, I think I caught another wave and I wasn't able to land it. But, you know, that's how surfing is sometimes.
You got two more. You got another score after that. What I wanted to mention is you took a year off of competition and had some injuries. It wasn't by choice, but sometimes I notice when I take a lot of time out of the water, my mind is surfing by itself, and it's actually learning things on its own. And you also come back with such a hunger, and sometimes you actually come back with a whole new approach. Is that how you're feeling this time?
Yes, absolutely. I think before I was still naive in terms of surfing and the strategy behind it and how to properly catch waves and really push yourself out there. I mean, I was definitely world champion and I earned and fought that in the past. But after those injuries, I missed surfing so much that I wanted to come back and just be the best. And not only just in the women's, I really want to go out there and challenge all prone surfers and really continue to raise the bar up. So, yeah, Kai and Joel and Casey, I'm coming for you guys.
I love it. I was so excited and so proud to see you on two different boards throughout the competition. And you already have a gold on the other one. I'm glad you got a gold on this one now.
I know, I'm super excited. I saw the waves, I've been watching them all day, and I'm like, I can ride my new board. I can ride my new board. And I was just like, right, I can still ride my new board. And Corey's like, whatever your gut says, I'm riding my new board. I'm like, the waves are just too good. And this thing rips. It holds the speed. It holds the rail. I could do a floater on it. I mean, it's the best board. I just need a little bit of size, and it did great. I'm so happy. Thank you.
I'm over the moon. Well, let's just talk about how proud you are to close this out, because we're going to send people down to the closing ceremony in just a moment. But how proud you are to take a gold for your country here on your home turf.
I am, but it's more than just me. Really, all of this is about all the competitors, the whole ISA community, all the pushers and helpers and volunteers. Really, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for every single other person out on the beach. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's out here competing, to the entire ISA community, to everyone, Huntington Beach, all of our sponsors and supporters who've been with us the entire year. Thank you, because it's not about me at this point. It's about everyone else who helped all of us get to this gold medal.
You're a class act, and we love you.
Thank you so much. Woo!
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ben. Last words from you, Rachel. Highlights beyond Sarah's win just now?
Good question. You know, I think another win highlight for me was seeing JP from South Africa get his first gold medal after being so close year after year. I know he had a lot of emotion behind that, and that one really put goosebumps on my arm. But, you know, I think seeing just all the women also this week surf so well and get to connect with everyone on the beach. Really making new friends on the beach was my highlight this week.
Great stuff, Rachel. Well, stay with us because pretty soon we're going to be having the closing ceremony. You're going to get the opportunity to watch those 18 gold medals presented, those silvers, those bronzes, those coppers, and of course that team gold for Team France, that team silver for Team USA, that team bronze for Australia, and that team copper for Spain. It's been an incredible 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Thanks so much for tuning in, but stay with us because the closing ceremony is going to be real soon and you don't want to miss it.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024.
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Para Surfing Championship open.
Welcome to day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Pierrot from France. Beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy. And another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a third turn.
But look at this. Drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Welcome to day two of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Into that 8th or 9th place, depending. Here's Freddie again. Beautiful cutback right into the pocket, gaining speed off the top, off the bottom again. Beautiful off the top, off the bottom combination. And Freddie again sprays his pusher or catcher. Another turn, just a succession rail maneuvers. And here he goes to finish it off.
Martin Martinez gets an 8.33 for Team Mexico.
Big re-entry for Juan Martin Martinez. He rides out of that with control, and that was ballistic.
Las olas están un poco cerradas, abre mucho, es muy curioso en Huntington porque en la mañana le pega el sol a la ola, entonces vas de derecha y vas brillando con el sol, pero sí, tratando de impactar en la zona crítica y bueno, disfrutar de los amigos y buenas olas aquí.
Team Australia's Joel Taylor with a 7.83.
Surfer in white right here, Sam.
Straight in there, beautiful takeoff, locking on that rail.
Sarah Betancourt for Team USA with a 6.67.
I'm feeling so stoked. The conditions here are absolutely amazing. The water's beautiful and clean. The wind is staying down. And I love my competitors out there. We are cheering each other on. We're super supportive.
Team USA's Elena Nichols with 7.83. This is the good one. Here we go. Okay, so you see a redirect. She actually does a down carve to make more space coming off the bottom of this. That wraps up day two of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. Tune in tomorrow for more action. Welcome to day three of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Of your screen as Jocelyn Newmill on a left-hander, bottom turn, big top turn, throwing spray into a second with her trademark style and really radical on rail into the float.
Alali, she absolutely rips, and you can see that kind of double pump bottom turn off the top right there, repositioning back into the whitewater.
Difficult because of conditions, and same as now, but in this round I could get at least some good waves, and I'm really happy and grateful for that. And going in the water, I was hearing my dad, he's like reminding me of everything I have to do, and that really worked out.
Sara Almagro gets a 9.33 for Team Spain. Piero Gagliano for Team France with an 8.67.
That wave just dies out on the inside, and Jose Martinez in the barrel, locks it into the pocket, gets a little bit of coverage time on from the hips down, and he just then drives into some accelerating.
It's a miracle the Santa Ana winds turned on for us. I feel like they knew that we were going to try to get barreled, show the world what we can really do, and show them that we can surf just as good as everybody else.
One that we saw, Elias pulling out of that one, and a huge turn from Mono Stewart, backing it up again. He's going to keep some pressure on that inside rail and slash one just before the end section.
That wraps up day three of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action. Welcome to day 4 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Real nice pier bowl left, top to bottom, sweep back, great roundhouse cut back there. Again, just hooking under the bowl section. Riding Mono, the legend, off the bottom, off the top, cracks that maneuver, radical.
My 4th ISA title. I've got 3 professional ones and 3 here, and I had such a bad year last year. You know, it's sort of the worst result I've ever had at one of these events, so I really want to make up for it this year.
Casey Proud with an 8.77 for Team Hawaii. Sarah Betancourt gets Team USA a 5.67.
Positioned perfectly. You can see her adjust her position on her board, goes off the top.
Really awesome conditions. Every day here in Huntington Beach is just awesome. You just have to read it, adjust a little bit, find those really good shoulders.
Team England, Zoe Smith with a 5.33. That wraps up day 4 of competition. We'll see you tomorrow for more action.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World Ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World Ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024.
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the parasurfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores, up and riding. Davi Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cut back top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Pierrot from France. Beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy. And another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a third turn.
But look at this. Drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Welcome to day two of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Into that 8th or 9th place, depending. Here's Freddie again. Beautiful cut back right into the pocket, gaining speed off the top, off the bottom again. Beautiful off the top, off the bottom combination. And Freddie again sprays his pusher or catcher. Another turn, just a succession rail maneuvers. And here he goes to finish it off.
Martin Martinez gets an 8.33 for Team Mexico.
Big re-entry for Juan Martin Martinez. He rides out of that with control, and that was ballistic.
Las olas están un poco cerradas, abre mucho, es muy curioso en Huntington porque en la mañana le pega el sol a la ola, entonces vas de derecha y vas brillando con el sol, pero sí, tratando de impactar en la zona crítica y bueno, disfrutar de los amigos y buenas olas aquí.
Team Australia's Joel Taylor with a 7.83.
Surfer in white right here, Sam.
Straight in there, beautiful takeoff, locking on that rail.
Sarah Betancourt for Team USA with a 6.67.
I'm feeling so stoked. The conditions here are absolutely amazing. The water is beautiful and clean. The wind is staying down. And I love my competitors out there. We are cheering each other on. We're super supportive.
Team USA's Elena Nichols with 7.83. This is the good one. Here we go. Okay, so you see a redirect. She actually does a down carve to make more space coming off the bottom of this. That wraps up day two of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. Tune in tomorrow for more action. Welcome to day three of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Of your screen has Jocelyn Newmill on a left-hander, bottom turn, big top turn, throwing spray into a second with her trademark style and really radical on rail into the float.
Alali, she absolutely rips, and you can see that kind of double pump bottom turn off the top right there, repositioning back into the whitewater.
Difficult because of conditions, and same as now, but in this round I could get at least some good waves, and I'm really happy and grateful for that. And going in the water, I was hearing my dad, he's like reminding me of everything I had to do, and that really worked out.
Sara Almagro gets a 9.33 for Team Spain. Piero Gagliano for Team France with an 8.67.
That wave just dies out on the inside, and Jose Martinez in the barrel, locks it into the pocket, gets a little bit of coverage time on from the hips down, and he just then drives into some accelerating.
It's a miracle the Santa Ana winds turned on for us. I feel like they knew that we were going to try to get barreled, show the world what we can really do, and show them that we can surf just as good as everybody else.
One that we saw Elias pulling out of that one, and a huge turn from Mono Stewart, backing it up again. He's going to keep some pressure on that inside rail and slash one just before the end section.
That wraps up day three of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action. Welcome to day 4 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Real nice pier bowl left, top to bottom, swing back, great roundhouse cut back there. Again, just hooking under the bowl section. Riding Mono, the legend, off the bottom, off the top, cracks that maneuver, radical.
My 4th ISA title. I've got 3 professional ones and 3 here, and I had such a bad year last year. You know, it's sort of the worst result I've ever had at one of these events, so I really want to make up for it this year.
Casey Proud with an 8.77 for Team Hawaii. Sarah Betancourt gets Team USA a 5.67.
Positioned perfectly. You can see her adjust her position on her board, goes off the top.
Absolutely awesome conditions. Every day here in Huntington Beach is just awesome. You just have to read it, adjust a little bit, find those really good shoulders.
Team England, Zoe Smith with a 5.33. That wraps up day 4 of competition. We'll see you tomorrow for more action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the parasurfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World Ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World Ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores, up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Pierrot from France. Beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a third turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Mrs. Gracie Vandermark, please come to the stage. The Mayor Pro Tem of Huntington Beach, Mr. Pat Burns. Of Visit Huntington Beach, Mr. Kelly Miller. And the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fesulo. Before we move on to the medal ceremonies, the ISA Executive Director will present an ISA plaque of honor to our distinguished guests. First, to the President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, Mr. Kelly Miller. Please come forward. Now, to the Mayor of Huntington Beach, Mrs. Gracie Vandermark, please come forward. And now, the ISA Executive Director will present a special diploma to the President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, Mr. Kelly Miller, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to Huntington Beach. It is the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place in Huntington Beach as a legacy to this historic competition. Mr. Miller, please come forward. Thanks so much. And now we have the pleasure to share a recorded message from the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, who is unfortunately unable to be present here today.
Well, and that's the end of it. An amazing ISA World Parasurfing Championships held and presented by Surf City, Huntington Beach. It's incredible days, great waves. This is like one of the best times of the year for Huntington. The summer is over, but the waves are never over in Huntington Beach. So enjoy this time when you go home, this amazing opening ceremony, take memories home. Congratulations to all the gold medalists, silver, bronze, and copper medalists. Copper medal, by the way, is an invention from the ISA, so all 4 finalists get a medal. But congratulations to the teams, medalists, but also congratulations to everybody. It's been an amazing pilgrimage to one of the modern cradles of surfing in Southern California, and now you're going home. Take hope. As one of you guys told me once, and the first, at that time called Adaptive Surfing World Championships in La Jolla, California, when we started the first year, he said, "What's your hope?" He was asked. And his answer was very simple. "I hope to bring home hope." And that's what we all bring. We hope that you guys take hope home. We will continue our paddle for Paralympic surfing. We'll continue our paddle for a better world through surfing and parasurfing, and we'll continue to support this amazing community. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations to every one of you. Thank you to Visit Huntington Beach. And thank you, big thank you to all the people that work, all the volunteers and everybody and the staff of the ISA to make this event an amazing history-making event. Muchas gracias. See you next year. Bye-bye.
Now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Women's Set Division. The medals will be presented by the Mayor of Huntington Beach, Mrs. Gracie Vandermark. Winner of the copper medal, Alina Garbusov, representing Team Hawaii. Winner of the bronze medal, Lisa Franks, representing Canada. Winner of the silver medal, Alana Nichols, representing the United States. And the winner Winner of the gold medal, Cass Ackworth, representing the United States. Now the national anthem of the United States of America. Congrats to our medalists. Big round of applause. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Men's Set Division. The medals will be presented by the Mayor Pro Tem of Huntington Beach, Mr. Pat Burns. Winner of the copper medal, Juan Manuel Camacho Solano, representing Costa Rica. Felicitaciones. Winner of the bronze medal, Jeff Manson, representing Team USA. Oh, he's here. He made it on time. So once again, the winner of the bronze medal, Jeff Manson, representing the United States. Winner of the silver medal, Chris Overly, representing Team USA. Winner of the gold medal, Guillaume Collin, representing France. Félicitations. And now the national anthem of France. Félicitations. Thanks, guys. Congrats. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visual Impaired 2 Women's Division. The medals will be presented by President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, Mr. Kelly Miller. Winner of the copper medal, Lou Mashish, representing France. Winner of the bronze medal, Eloise L'Oreal, representing France. Winner of the silver medal, Lin Pai, representing Canada. And the winner of the gold medal, Aleli Medina, representing Puerto Rico. Felicitaciones, Aleli. Now, the national anthem of Puerto Rico. Big round of applause to our medalists. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 2 Men's Division. The medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo. Winner of the copper medal, Matt Formson, representing Australia. Please come forward. Winner of the bronze medal, Luis Medina, representing Chile. Winner of the silver medal, Roy Calderon Vargas, representing Costa Rica. And the winner of the gold medal, Piero Gagliano, representing France. Big round of applause for Piero. Now, the national anthem of France. Big round of applause. Félicitations. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 1 Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Juliette Mas, representing France. The winner of the bronze medal, Carmen Lopez, representing Spain. Winner of the silver medal, Valentin Moscatog, representing France. And the winner of the gold medal, Marta Paso, representing Portugal. Now the national anthem for Portugal. Parabéns. Thank you very much. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 1 Men's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Kirk Watson, representing Australia. Big round of applause. Winner of the bronze medal, Ben Newman, representing Germany. Winner of the silver medal, Tomás da Silva, representing France. And the winner of the gold medal, Elias Ricardo Diel, representing Brazil. Now the national anthem of Brazil. Parabéns! Thank you very much. Now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 2 Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Beatriz Duran, representing France. Winner of the bronze medal, Georgina Milagros Valentini, representing Argentina. Winner of the silver medal, Sara Almagro, representing Spain. And the winner of the gold medal, Jocelyn Neumiller, representing Australia. Big round of applause to our winner. Now the national anthem of Australia. Congratulations, Jocelyn. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 2 Men's Division.
Boys.
Parabéns. Gente, vai para Brasil agora. Oi, amanhã.
Fala português?
Vira lá,
Ah, que legal. Vai amanhã pro Brasil? Tá?
Sim, vou lá.
Vamos amanhã também.
Sim, pode
Amanhã também, vamos amanhã.
And the winner of the copper medal, Jose Martinez, representing United States. Big round of applause. Dale, Jose. Winner of the bronze medal, Chris Brown, representing Australia. And the winner of the silver medal, David Teixeira Daguiar, representing Brazil. Parabéns.
Obrigado.
And the winner of the gold medal, Freddy Marimon, representing Colombia. Big round of applause for Freddy. Felicitaciones, Freddy. Now the national anthem of Colombia. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 1 Women's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Susanna Edwards, representing England. Big round of applause. Winner of the bronze medal, John Molman, representing Netherlands. Winner of the silver medal, Paloma Unata, representing Spain. Felicidades. And now the winner of the gold medal, Sarah Badencourt, representing United States of America. Big round of applause. And now the national anthem of United States of America. Big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 1 Men's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Casey Proud, representing Hawaii. Big round of applause. Winner of the bronze medal, Clisson de Araújo Soares, representing Brazil. Big round of applause for Clisson. Winner of the silver medal, Joel Taylor, representing Australia. And the winner of the gold medal, Kai Collis, representing Australia. Big round of applause to our winner. And now the national anthem of Australia. Congrats, and thank you very much. Now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Women's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Erin Caffell, representing Team USA. Winner of the bronze medal, Emma Ditters, representing Australia. Winner of the silver medal, Vera Quaresma, representing Brazil. And the winner of the gold medal, Ori Pascual, representing Spain, España. Felicitaciones. And now, the national anthem of España. Felicitaciones. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Men's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Mark Bonasur, representing Australia. Winner of the bronze medal, Altair Olivares, representing Chile. Winner of the silver medal, Dariel Melendez Davila, representing Costa Rica. And the winner of the gold medal, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, representing Wales. And now, the national anthem of Wales. round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 3 Women's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Úrsula Puello, representing Spain. Winner of the bronze medal, Stella Papetti, representing Italy. Winner of the silver medal, Mireia Cabañas, representing Spain. And the winner of the gold medal, Charlotte Banfield, representing England. Big round of applause, our winner. And now, the national anthem of England. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 3 Men's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Naomichi Katsukura, representing Japan. Winner of the bronze medal, Eric Dargen, representing France. Winner of the silver medal, Colin Cook, representing Hawaii. And the winner of the gold medal, Luciano Mercindo Silveira, representing Brazil. Parabéns. Now the national anthem of Brazil. Baines. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the Parasurf Stand 2, the winner of the gold medal, Zoe Smith, representing England. Big round of applause for Zoe Smith. And now, the national anthem of England. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 2 men's division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Philippe Naud, representing France. Winner of the bronze medal, Nachman Jarib Balulu, representing Israel. Winner of the silver medal, Forrest Weinberg, representing Team USA. And the winner of the gold medal, J.P. Verdry, representing South Africa. And now the national anthem of South Africa. Big round of applause. Congratulations and thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 1 Women's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the bronze medal, Anne-Marie Paquette, representing Canada. Winner of the silver medal, Chikako Takao, representing Japan. And the winner of the gold medal, Catalina Castro, representing Chile. And now the national anthem of Chile. Felicidades. Congrats. Thank you very much. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the VI2 San Juan Men's Division. Please come up to the stage. Winner of the copper medal, Suguru Nara, representing Japan. Winner of the bronze medal, Maxime Clorcon, representing France. Winner of the silver medal, Camilo Abdullah, representing Portugal. And the winner of the gold medal, Shingo Kato, representing Japan. Now, the national anthem of Japan. Thank you very much. now represent the final ranking of the 2024 ISA World Power Surfing Championship. In the 24th place, Saudi Arabia. In a tie for 22nd, Germany and Netherlands. In 21st place, Colombia. In 20th place, Mexico. In 19th place, El Salvador. In 18th place, Argentina. In 17th, Wales. In 16th place, South Africa. In 15th place, Puerto Rico. In the 14th place, Portugal. 13th place, Israel. 12th place for Chile. 11th place, Italy. 10th place, Canada. In 9th place, Hawaii. 8th place, Costa Rica. 7th place for Team England. 6th place for Japan. In 5th place, Brazil. And in 4th place, with 8,081 points, winning the copper medal, Team Spain. Please come up to the stage, Team Spain. Vamos, España. Big round of applause for Team Spain, winning the copper medal. Enhorabuena, España. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. And in third place with 8,523 points, winning the bronze medal, Team Australia. Please come up to the stage.
Congrats! Congrats! Felicidades! Congrats! All the athletes in the front, please. There is only 13 medals. So all the athletes in the front.
coming. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, wait, take one for us. No, I'm good. I got 3 here. Hey, guys, you good little guys? Good. Very good. You're on time. If there's a spare. If there's a spare. Oh, no.
Big round of applause to Team Australia winning the bronze medal. Thank you very much.
Where's Dice gone? Dyson. Oh, no, it's in Dice. I'm in the God.
Congrats, guys. Thank you very much. And in second place with 11,716 points, winning the silver medal, Team United States. Big round of applause, please. Come up to the stage.
Buena, José. ¡Woo! De regreso. Otra vez más arriba. Opa. Gracias. Qué bueno.
Good, Jacob. Good. You grab my shoulder.
Of course he is, dude.
Please come forward.
All right. Good job, you guys.
Let's give it up for Team USA. Taking the silver medal.
Hey, Courtney. Hi. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you.
Who's getting them?
Yeah, Gunner.
Yeah, gun dog.
This guy first.
But if the ladies first. Yeah. They even wear the right uniform. No, it did go shit. You can't get nothing right. Wrong pants, wrong hat.
I get to get away with that. Do you guys want to hold this on the end? Yeah.
That came right here.
Just smile.
Okay, Courtney will hold that one out so we can read it.
Yeah, back here. You know, I went shopping around. Get in, get in. Oh yeah.
Huntington Beach, baby.
Oh yeah, HB.
USA! 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 USA!
Congrats, Team USA. Thank you very much. And in first place, the new World Team Champion for the 2024 ISA World Power Surfing Championship, winner of the ISA World Team Championship trophy, and the gold medal is Team France. Felicitación, please come up to the stage.
trabalho. Felicitações. Felicitações, bom trabalho.
Mets ton frein pour ça. Bravo. Merci à toi. Allez, là, le cadre technique là. Allez, allez, mets ta tête là. Tu l'as pas eu l'année dernière. Voilà. Et tout, et quoi? Non, il y en a qui n'ont pas eu la balle. Là. Moi j'ai eu. Et on t'en avait commandé 200. Robert.
And now, the national anthem of France. Félicitations, bravo! One photo for the team. All come together. Merci beaucoup, Team France. And now, the mayor of Huntington Beach, Mrs. Gracie Vandermark, will officially close the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Please, Mrs. Gracie.
I would like to take this moment to thank ISA for allowing us to host this wonderful event. It's been an honor to host you. I'd also like to thank Visit HB for putting this event together and Code 4 for generously sponsoring the event. Quería darle las gracias a ISA por permitirnos tener este evento maravilloso, a Visit HP por organizarlo y a Code 4 por ayudarnos generosamente con este evento. It is... Thank you all for being here today, and it is now my honor to officially declare the 2024 ISA World Surfing Championships officially closed. A better world through surfing. Thank you, ocean. Mahalo.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.